Well. We are here. We are here. Gonna see if we're gonna get some folks in here and we're gonna have this conversation tonight. Um, Let me send this out to a few folks on Instagram. Let me show you how you can hop on camera. Is that not how this works? Well, I'm still trying to figure this out. One day I'll get it figured out. One day we gonna get this thing figured out. But oh, I gotta pull up this video too to see. I don't know how to share TikTok on the live stream. I was going to try to pull this up a second ago, but I got busy doing something else, so I didn't. But we gonna talk about two things tonight. We're still talking about leadership. It seems that a whole lot of people say that men should be leaders, but I've yet to get one person to kind of break that down for me. So now I'm just kind of sitting here in the holding pattern trying to figure out what it is that y'all talking about. Okay, how does it work? Hello to the folks in here. We got Jasmine in here. What's up, Jasmine? Eobard. How do you pronounce your name? Thon? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I thought I was logged into TikTok on this computer, but apparently I'm not. I don't even know my TikTok password. Look, these live streaming days, I'm over here treating like live stream like it's Instagram and just randomly doing this and that. I can't even tell that I'm live on on Instagram. There we go. Now it's gonna be live. Man, it was tripping. It wouldn't let the button go live. Now we live on IG. All right, I'm trying to pull up TikTok. Okay, get me in there. There we go, baby. I'm in. All right. How do I play this video on TikTok now? Oh, you know what? That video wasn't even sent to me on TikTok. Somebody texted to me. All right, let me go here. Here we go. Damn, I should have asked my man JR how he did that. I have no idea how I'm gonna get this video to play. Oh, I think I just gotta share my computer screen. Okay. Maybe that's all I gotta do. Okay, here go the video. Let me minimize this. What's up, everybody? Listen, we live over here on YouTube. So, oh shoot, my mic ain't even plugged up. Boy, I am tripping today, boy. Telling y'all, I was running around doing everything but what I needed to be doing. All right, there we go. My mic should be good now. My bad, y'all. I'm over here tripping. All right, so I got the video. I just got to share my screen. So let me minimize all this stuff on my screen real quick for y'all be all up in my business and not be having to delete some stuff. All right, I think that's everything. All right, minimize that so that ain't in the way. me see if I can play this.
Like, you're gonna lose something, and
all right.
I don't think it's worth it.
Oh, this video is crazy. All right, let me get my man's in here real quick, and then I'll play this video. Y'all bear with me. I appreciate y'all patience, but we almost there. And I gotta get my man Real Dope up in here because Real Dope and I gotta discuss some things. Oh wow. Oh wow. All right. So let me see if I can share this. All right, hold on. Let me make this bigger. Y'all tell me if this play right. You know, I need to just bring up my phone and see if it's loading on for me the way it's gonna load for y'all. The hell? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Well, I want it. Yes, this is what I want to do. Select that. It won't let me do it. To share audio, share it. This is crazy. What the? Look, I'm. Oh, this is tacky and embarrassing. I'm gonna have to show y'all on my phone. What the hell is wrong with this? The site will be able to see the contents of your screen. Yes. Share it. All it gives me is the cancel button. It won't allow me to share it. Oh man, this is a little frustrating. Bro, if I knew how to do everything like that, I would do it. I had a countdown up here at first. You know, look, I'm not a podcaster, okay? Don't make me turn this episode into the Real Dope diss session because you know I got ammunition for days. All right. So sit back and chill, be a little patient, and let your boy try to figure this out. Look, I'm clicking share my screen. Okay, share screen. Yes. Yeah, I'm doing exactly what they're telling me to do. Yes, yes. All right, well, we'll try one more way. We'll try one more thing. And then if this don't work, then I'm gonna just give up on it, ladies and gentlemen, because I can't figure it out. God damn. Look, I'm gonna show y'all exactly what's happening. So look, so y'all see I ain't playing no games. All right. I'm trying to share my screen. Look, you see that? The share screen button is grayed out. So I can hit cancel, but I can't hit share. For some reason, they won't let me share it. So, bro, I'm in the right spot. Something is wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but for whatever reason, they won't let me share my screen. But anyways, y'all, look, I'm gonna play it from my phone, and y'all just have to bear with me. Actually, you know, let me play it from my iPad. If I play it from my iPad, it'll be better. And yeah, look, I'll be better at this in the future. Look, when you sitting over here playing games, you ain't taking stuff serious. I then came over here at the last minute, try to get all this stuff up to get together, and you know I'm falling behind the eight ball. So that's on me. So look, this is so damn tacky. Oh, you know what I'm gonna try to do? I know what I'm gonna do. Let me try to stream from my phone. Let me try to join from my phone, and then maybe I can do a screen share from my phone. Look, maybe we'll have another way to figure this out. All right, hold on a second. Boy, you definitely need somebody to be somebody to be a moderator, somebody to facilitate this stuff, because well, when you're trying to do all this stuff and talk, you are wasting your damn time. You are not gonna figure this out, especially when you're stupid. And right now, this is me being stupid, y'all. Y'all can see that I'm a loser right now. So if y'all never heard me call myself a loser, there you have it. Will Maybon, aka Picking and Choosing, aka Opinion Phobia, aka Mr. Moore Writer, aka the Paul Bear, aka Freddy Krueger. Yes, I'm a loser. I cannot figure this ish out. I'll figure it out, but I got to take some time to figure it out. I ain't tried to figure it out yet. That's on me. I'm giving up. I am giving up. All right, here. Let me try to join the live stream from my phone. What up, my man said in the building? What's up with you, brother? All right, so I'm about to see if I can join. A damn show ain't posting this live. All right. Now let me see if I can get. Can I? Oh, we in there. Hold on. I don't need to be here no more. All right, we here. It's working now. Boom. There we go. All right, y'all. So here we go. Look, I'm gonna start this video from the beginning. Y'all tell me y'all thoughts on this. Now I wanted to wait and get some ladies up in here, but clearly, this is a struggling streaming service over here with Picking and Choosing. Like we ain't popular on the internet yet. So I want y'all to hear this out with the 7 of y'all that's here, and y'all tell me what y'all thoughts are. We're then going to talk about marriage, and we're going to talk about leadership. We want to find out if women truly want these two things, or if these is just things they throw around and say they want. This lady right here, she gives I guess it's supposed to be heartfelt, a heartfelt testimony. I think it was one of the worst videos I've ever seen on the internet, but I want to know what y'all thoughts are. So here we go.
It's just not worth it dealing with someone else.
All right,
every single day of your life. It's just not worth it dealing with someone else every single day of your life. Every day. Every day you gotta deal with somebody. Is marriage even worth it? Not. It's not. At some point, you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone. Because I've been married for about 7 years, and I don't even know if this is worth it. Like, and not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong. There's nothing.
Can y'all hear it?
That's the point. Like, I don't even know why I'm upset. I'm just like not thinking that I made the right decision. Like, and I have a good man. I do, and that's not the point. the point is, it's like you really do lose yourself. You lose your sense of individuality. You lose your sense of peace. And this could be even to a good man. Like, you're gonna lose something, and I don't think it's worth it. Like, at all. I've always had a dream of like getting out of my hometown's like city and moving on, like moving forward. Like life is supposed to be experience. Like, we're supposed to be doing new things and traveling and all that. And I do. I do all. But at some point, like, I don't know if I want to continue doing this every single day of my life. Like, always checking in with someone, always having to consider their feelings, it's always somebody else. You're never alone. You never have a moment. So you never can do that. And I don't know, like, and there's gonna be some bitches out there that say, like, oh no, you cannot. No, be fucking weird and not a real ass couple. But I really want girls to know, like, even if it's absolutely worth it, I don't think it is. Even if you found the most perfect man, it's not worth it. It's not, like, it's always gonna be best to just like be alone. And maybe that's why so many men tell older women they're gonna die alone and be so sad. I'm sad with a great man. Like, maybe it's just like not my personality. And like I know girls like a relationship like mine. Like, he takes care of me, but like I'm sorry, like you can't, like, I can't even really barely deal with myself and my own emotions. And having somebody that you know for such a short amount of time, you're never gonna know that man like you think you do. And that's just not in a negative way. Like, I just don't think that just for me. I'm tired of it. And I don't know what else to do. Because it's just like imagine living a fairy tale. And it's nothing like you imagine it. You're living your literal fairy tale. And it's not what you want. It's not what you want. Even if you think that you want it, even if it's exactly what you dreamed of, it's still.
Well, that's that, folks. Let me see if I can stop sharing my screen now. How do I stop sharing? Okay. What's up, my G?
Yo.
I gotta close this.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. What's up, man? What's up?
Bro, this is crazy out here, man.
Yeah, man. That's wild.
I don't want to talk to you being a hard leg, but I ain't got no other choice because the soft legs ain't gonna come in here. And because you sent me that video, bro, I had to represent and throw on your fitted again. Well, this ain't a fit, it's a snapback, but I had to represent your hometown again.
Appreciate it. You know, it's all love, man.
You know, I'm over here itching, man. I'm gonna have to go wash my scalp after I take this hat off.
It's all good, man. I feel you can't watch it, but you know, I appreciate you suffering through it for your boy.
Just itch, you know what I'm saying? Whenever anything in New York touch my body, I just itch. I don't like that.
Man, why you itch when you be around champions? I know you don't want to wear no Indiana shit, so.
Oh, do I need to represent?
I'm sure you don't want to. I'm sure you can, but nobody wants to wear that shit, man.
Sir, I would. This is right now why I would give you the finger. I will give you the finger, sir. And I will wish, well, I'm not going to say, I'll tell you offline what I was going to say. It has something to do with. Well, I'll tell you offline. I'm gonna write down a note. Look, I'm gonna make a note. Tell Gotti.
That's crazy. What got me on the hit list?
Yeah. So we're gonna have to get real dope up in here pretty soon too, because I know he gonna have something to say about this video. But I'm just, it
I
bothers
hope
me.
you don't Kate.
Oh, he will. It bothers me to hear that so many women keep telling guys to be leaders, and I don't know if they know what that means. I don't know if they have a true working definition of what they expect a leader to be. Listening to this lady right here, she's married, been married for 7 years, and she seems to be one step away from taking her own life. She just doesn't seem like a person that can find joy in any situation. And then, the two words, marriage and leadership, those are the two words I hear thrown around all the time. Especially me not being married. People want to tell me all the time, but you should make an honest woman out of her. You playing with that woman's time. Why you wasting her time? And it's like, what are you guys talking about? How could a man waste a woman's time if she's fully engaged in the dynamic that she's in?
Man, they just be talking, bro.
But
I don't even think we understand. People who with logical thinking brains understand. Like, if somebody doesn't want something, then somebody else's opinion on you wasting their time doesn't matter. Like we understand that. They just need a talking point to attack. That's just what it is. But come on now.
so we got this woman. She said her man is a good man, and she said being with somebody, you're gonna lose something. Yeah, you will lose something, but you're also gaining something. So it's a wash. She said marriage is not worth it. Now I wonder how many women believe that marriage is not worth it. All the women I run into, they all dying to be married. So do you have any idea what you think she means when she say marriage is not worth it?
I don't. I was trying to understand like what she was like trying to say, but she didn't give me any reason why she feels like. Well, the only reason she said is because she lost herself. So I guess that's the only thing we can really talk about. She lost herself, but we can't measure that. So it's like that's something that she feels.
Well, I've heard that. I've heard women. I've never heard a man say it, but I've heard women say that they lost their identity by being married, and I think they are supposed to lose their identity. Isn't your identity supposed to change? Don't you? When you get married, don't you change your last name as a woman?
Yeah.
Is that not a new identity? Got it?
Yeah. I say, yeah, you're supposed to.
Well, if it's a new identity, so it's like, what's the problem? Like, I think they don't fully accept what is taking place. I think they want to get this new identity and hold on to their old identity. They want to live like a trans life. Like,
They want their cake and eat it too.
yeah.
That's all. They want their cake and eat it too. They want the marriage and everything that comes with the marriage, but they also want everything that comes with being single.
Yeah.
And I tell females all the time, but you can't. You try to straddle the fence, you're gonna end up losing everything.
And I think she's going to circle back over time, and this is going to bite her in the butt if she's going to wish that she played her cards different. Because I think this video is probably one of the worst videos I've ever seen on the internet. This man has to deal with the fact that maybe I don't know if it's a skit, but I'm assuming if it's real, that her friends and family are going to see this video. People that know her is going to see this video. I'm pretty sure they have mutual friends or they have some people in common outside of her family. His father, his mother will probably see this video. Now, what thoughts will go through your head if you saw a video of your son's wife on the internet telling everybody how she's not happy in her marriage and how he's a good man, and this is a fairy tale for her, but she don't want it.
I would tell my son that unfortunately you married some ungrateful person. I'm not gonna lie, you married an ungrateful person, and I would advise you to. I would, damn, homie, try to talk to her, but realize what you're dealing with. And my bottom line advice, I'll probably advise you to get up out of that situation before it get worse. I don't think it's gonna get better.
Yeah, man, that's difficult, man. I've only told one person ever in my life to get a divorce. I try not to speak on people's marriages because they made a commitment with between themselves, between God, between their family and friends, and I wouldn't want to be the guy to try to come in between that, even if I think is a just reason. And the one time I did this, I felt so bad after I suggested it, um, because that's not who I am and that's not what I believe in. But this marriage was, boy, this marriage was terrible. This marriage was terrible. And I believe that nobody experienced worse. You know how when people say for better or for worse, you get married and you don't experience worse. Nobody experienced worse. What up, Ethereal?
Yo, 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 what up, what up?
The man of the hour, the man of the day, the man of the week. What's up with you, brother?
Hey, I gotta get that sound bite and put that in one of my songs. We be saying that. Yeah, the daytime, the nighttime, the right time.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that and I'm gonna send it to you. Then you can work on
No,
it.
for real, I'm gonna put that shit in the song.
Yeah.
That's gonna be my tag.
Yeah. Hey, I want 2 cents every time it play.
I got you.
Hey, so dang, what was the point I was saying real quick before I brought you? What was the last thing I was saying, got it, before I brought Ethereal up?
You were talking about how you only told one person to get a divorce.
Oh, I was saying that this relationship was so bad, but I felt bad after I told them to get a divorce. But at the end of the day, the things that was taking place in this relationship, I thought was like, yo, I've seen worse than this, but this is on a level that I can't really articulate. And I want to say what happened, but because this is live streaming, somebody they may see this one day, so I'm not gonna say it. But it made me think of, man, this is terrible, but is it worse? And the answer is no. Nobody experiences worse. Worse is one of those things that come after whatever you're going through. Because whatever you're going through, there's something that's worse. So you never actually get to experience worse. You do experience bad. You do experience disappointment, frustration, anger, but you don't experience worse. None of us ever get to worse, because I can't think of anything that y'all have been through that's the worst possible thing you can go through, because y'all still here to tell the story. So as long as you're still here to tell the story, you didn't experience worse. Does that make sense to y'all?
Say that last part again.
You don't experience worse because you're still here to tell the story. Whatever you went through, no matter how bad it is, you're here to tell the story. So you didn't.
Yeah, worse would be death.
Yeah. And if you're still here, you didn't experience worse. So we never experience worse. Maybe we do experience worse, but we ain't here to tell it.
Right.
Once you experience worse, that's all she wrote. You don't get to tell nobody what the experience was like. So when you're telling somebody what your experience is like, you're not experiencing worse. You might be experiencing something that's really, truly bad, but not worse. But Ethereal, did you see the video that I played?
Yeah. I saw that last week. And man, man, that's crazy. Like, and I think that people will look at it and be like, this is just a one off. But I don't think women truly understand that when they see videos like this is how majority of women think. So, and it's different from when they see like a man do something. Like they'll see a man off his woman or something like that, and they think, oh, all men are bad. No, see the difference. The things that 20% of the population of men do, the majority don't do that. But it's opposite for the women. When you see a woman like that on live talk like that, that's not a one-off. So it's like those women be representing how most of them think.
I agree. I agree with you
So
wholeheartedly.
so what they did, so that's why they always talk about, oh, all men, but it really, I don't think they really sit down and quantify the percentages and like what's actually going on. Like it's just straight feelings, and it's like, bro, that's crazy. But for her to be married for 7 years and that not be enough, what can that man do? And she ungrateful. And then it's a thing too. She probably hid that the entire time. And then the first time he got to hear it is you telling the internet before him.
Bro, that's why I said, like, can you imagine your mom, your dad, your grandparents seeing this video, and then they have to they call you and like, hey, what's going on with Keisha? You're like, what you mean? Well, she's online saying such and such. And like, what? So you go online and then you find out your grandparents knew this before you, your mama and daddy. If you got kids, your kids may have seen it first. I mean,
And that's public embarrassment. Like
yeah.
that's like you ain't supposed to air no stuff out like that. That's in-house fighting. That like, but she probably doing it for the clout and looking for a way out, and probably because and I don't think, and that's the thing, I don't think she care about if she gets ridiculed or not. And
No,
that's the
she
next.
won't be ridiculed because there'll be enough women, even if they ridicule her in the comments. I didn't go to the comment section, but even if they're
I
ridiculing
went
her
to the
in the comments.
comments and I read her caption. I had to go watch it on my own because it was hard to hear it a little bit.
Oh, okay, my bad. So what's your thoughts
I'll
on
be
that?
wondering, do these videos be real though? Like these not skits?
Some of them are skits, but
Some of them do.
even if it's a skit though, sometimes it's still worth the discussion because sometimes people are really going through what they're acting out.
That's right.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree with that. But I just be like, are they like? Because I ain't gonna lie, I find it hard to believe that. Because when I was younger, I didn't know women thought like this.
None of us did because we were sheltered, right? You only have access to the women in your immediate circle. You only have access to the girls at your school, at your job, in your neighborhood, on your bus route. If you catch the bus, on your train route, if you catch the train, like we didn't have access to women in different states. Now we do. I mean, I think back in the day, the most women, and I'm a little older than y'all. So when I grew up in the 90s. So in the 90s, you didn't really know people out of state. The only people you knew out of state was your family. And maybe you had a friend in high school that moved away, and somehow y'all kept in touch. But remember, we didn't have cell phones. Most of us didn't have pagers. So if they moved to another city, if they didn't call you, how you gonna talk to them? And they're not about to call you long distance to talk about what? You 16. What you talking about? So now think about this. Well, me and Gotti, we in Atlanta, but Jasmine in Philly, you in Chicago. I talk to y'all more than I talk to a lot of my friends. Y'all are my friends now, whether y'all want to be or not.
Aw, I feel special.
Hey, I made y'all my friend. I'm part of the Stereo Noon fan club. You know what I'm saying? I'm the spokesperson for him.
He charmed us into being his homies.
Yeah. Listen, and y'all can't say
Will,
no.
be careful, Will. That's a lot of responsibility. I gotta think about you now. I gotta be considerate. It's like no.
No, you don't. Hell, my family ain't even considerate. They don't think about me. I ain't gonna put that pressure on you. You can be just like them.
Okay.
You can be just like them. But Jasmine, so what's your thoughts on the video?
So
not.
first it was before the comments and the caption. I felt bad for her. Not like bad, like, oh, like bad, like, damn, you really feel that way. And that's sad. And I thought she's going through something mentally. Like, she got to be mentally fucked up a little bit, to say it in the best way. Then I read the caption, and then her caption contradict not everything, but a lot of what she said. She's saying, I'm not discouraging marriage, but yet you kept saying it wasn't worth it, and you're telling women it's not worth it, but yet you're telling people, your caption says, I'm not discouraging or telling people not to. And then her caption also said that her husband does know where she's standing, how she feels. And then I went to the comments, and people was like, well, just leave him alone. She like, oh my God, he still loves me. Like, why y'all keep saying I should just let him go? But her caption said, if you love somebody, you will let them go. So when people was telling her to let him go, she got an attitude. And then she's on live with her hair out with like, it looked like it's a permanent or something like that. So I think she's mentally unstable. That was my thoughts. I don't know what she's going through, but she right. She don't need to be married. She don't. No, like at all. And she need to let him go. But she's not, because she's mentally unstable.
Well, but is she mentally unstable, or is she just a bad person?
I'm going with mentally unstable.
Do you think that's your bias to want to protect women?
No. I think she needs
Do you?
help.
Okay. If it was a man in this situation, would he just be mentally unstable?
Yeah. I think it would be, if it was the same exact way, but it was just a man, I would say yeah. If he was doing the same exact thing with the same exact caption and comments, yeah, I would say the same thing.
Do you I didn't read the comments. I don't know what the comments or the caption is. The video was enough for me. I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole, but you apparently went down the rabbit hole, right? And so
yes, I did.
You saw things that people were saying, and I don't know what they were saying, but was anybody defending her?
Not if only a few people. Some people was like, damn, marriage, like they wasn't really defending her, but it was like, damn, marriage is hard, it can be hard and stuff like that. But a lot of people was like, let him go. Some people, it was a lot of laughing emoji comments too. People was like, damn, you got a good man, and somebody put quotation mark, a good man is draining, like how can that happen? Like, people were more against her than they was with her. And she ain't like that. And then the one she really commented back the most was the let him go one. When they was like, well, just let him go. And she like, oh my God. Or he still love me, and we're working things out. And
we working things out. It's crazy.
Yeah. I was like, either they both mentally unstable. Like, I don't know. That's some
he done for marrying her.
Yeah, like, so. But what she said is true though. A lot of women don't realize that you are I don't say lose yourself, but you are joining yourself with another person. It's not just you anymore. And everybody wants the marriage until they realize, like, yeah, you do have to consider somebody else. Yes, you do have to be under somebody else's leadership. Yes, you do have to you have to check in, and if he says no, his word is final. It's not like, oh, so woman, it sounds nice. And like Trinity put in the comments, we prepared for the wedding, but nobody really prepares for the marriage. You're not the same person. And it's different from being in a committed relationship for 6, 7, 10 years versus saying, I do, and I'm vowing and committing to you for the rest of my life, and I'm joining one flesh with you. That is a whole different type of vow and a whole different type of dynamic change. And women thought that they was prepared for it, but they really not. So she probably don't need to be married. She said a lot.
I could only imagine the people in the comment section may be dragging her to some degree, but a lot of that is for clicks and likes as well. When the rubber meets the road, women tend to be protected from this type of behavior. I mean, when they display this type of behavior, people don't usually ridicule them and make them feel like they're less of a person. They still opportunity to walk around and talk about what is how they feel, and their happiness is important, their mental health is important, and if she's not feeling like if she feel like she's losing herself, then she needs to do what's best for her. Now, I don't know if this woman has children or not, but
not.
Well, she's been married for 7 years, and I would think that they probably have reached that crossroad. She's sitting there saying it's her fairy tale.
What did traffic say?
Huh?
Oh, my bad.
So this is her fairy. She's living a fairy tale, and she's still not happy. Like, I just don't understand how a person can live a fairy tale and not be happy. But then I do understand at the same time. That's why I just put this image on the screen. Leadership. Jasmine, we're still stuck on this.
I know you said this has been on for a while.
Yeah, we need to get women to come in and help us understand what leadership is. What does leadership look like? What does leadership mean to them? I don't know what any of you ladies mean when y'all say leader. Y'all want a leader. Y'all want men are the leaders. I don't know what y'all are talking about. And I'm not telling y'all right or wrong. I'm simply telling y'all no one has articulated it to a point for me to understand what the heck it is that y'all saying.
Well, I'm gonna be plain and simple. I want somebody to be in charge.
Okay. I think being in charge means, like, so we were talking on IG today, and I thought it was interesting because sometimes I'll phrase things in a way, and people are like, well, I never thought about it like that. I never heard it that way. And I'm just like, that happens a lot where people are like, I never thought about it like that. And I'm just like, okay. So one lady was on the live, and she mentioned how there's guys, like the good guys are taken. It's like the world pretty much is filled with Pookies and Ray Rays. So she said, if there's a guy who his credit is messed up, he has a roommate. So he lives with his roommate, and he can't afford to live on his own. Mm-hmm. Should I entertain him? What do you think my answer to her was?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you think that was my answer?
Well, not only I think I know it because I heard you talk a little bit earlier about it.
Okay. So I say yeah, because I don't understand how a woman who has a job. So I asked her, right? You heard it, so I'm just gonna repeat it. Ethereal wasn't there; he didn't hear it. So Ethereal, I say, you have a job, right? I don't even know if he's listening. He looked like he doodled. Oh, okay.
He nodded his head. Yeah.
Okay. So I say, you have a job, don't you? Or you work? And I say, you work, don't you? She said, yeah, I work. Okay, so if you're currently working and you're responsible to take care of you right now, that means you have you covered. You have you taken care of. So if he lives with his roommate, as long as he's footing his portion of the bills, then he have himself taken care of. If a man who can take care of himself in a roommate situation and a woman who can take care of herself in an independent situation, those two can coexist.
I actually agree with it.
You got a woman who lives a full life with a full income. You got a guy who lives a half a life with a half an income. They get together. You got 1.5 people living 1.5 lives.
Oh my God, you said
that. I mean, is that not the case?
That is the case.
Like, he's probably with a roommate right now, and he can only cover his half, and the roommate can only cover his half. So the both of them make a person.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Or he could afford that, and he's stacking the extra money. Like,
no. The scenario was he didn't have no. He all he could do.
Yes, he said all he can do was he gonna be so what she said.
So think about it. Okay. If all he could afford to live is with a roommate, then that means he's a half a person essentially, right? The roommate makes the other half, and them two come together, and they can have a whole person taking care of this household.
Right.
So the lady, if she lives alone, she can fully take care of her bills. How does it hurt her to bring a half a person into the equation with a half a person's income?
It actually doesn't hurt her.
Don't hurt at all.
No.
So the idea that she shouldn't entertain this is crazy. When people think, like, because there's some people who, y'all know me, I say that a man is supposed to be a provider. He pay for everything that's a financial need for the family. So, and I say that for a reason. I don't just say that because all men are supposed to foot the bills. I say that for a reason. Now, every guy won't subscribe to that, and that's perfectly fine. That man will not have full jurisdiction over that dwelling. He's going to have to ask permission for things because he is a co-owner of the thing. He's not the full owner. He's not the de facto leader. So when you get these kind of women who are working and then they act like they cannot deal with a guy who has a roommate because he financially isn't where he needs to be, I guess. Baby, what you doing in here? This baby, I'm trying to live stream. No. Oh my gosh. So anyways, look, if these women act like they can't get with these guys, and I'm just confused as to why y'all can't get with these guys, because y'all having sex with these guys, y'all making babies with these guys, but they act like they can't be in relationships publicly with these guys. These women are working. These women have put themselves in a leadership position. I'm sorry, in a provider position. If you have a job, Ethereal, that makes you a provider, especially if you live alone. You're an independent provider. How is it that all of a sudden you have to have a provider? I've never seen a provider need a provider.
I didn't even think about it.
A provider needing a provider. What sense does that make?
None.
Go out there with your mom. No, you can't watch the iPad. Oh my gosh. Go get the go get your iPad from your mom. Hold on, y'all. Y'all drop. Hold on. Where's This is what you get when you start over, when you an old man and you start over. Hold on, y'all.
Will ain't got no drawers on, man. That man on the better seat naked. No.
I think that's probably why most coaches be having the woman in the house until she.
I got basketball shorts on. I'm like in a Zoom meeting. You know how when people be in a Zoom meeting, they have their shirt and tie on, and they be sitting there in their drawers.
Yeah.
Hey, what I need my bottoms on for? Listen, y'all, what I need my bottoms on for?
Right. As long as you don't get up and show us.
Oh no, I got basketball shorts on. So. What was I about to say? No, I'm just about. I really wish, and I don't know. I don't know. We got to get some more women around here because we want to hear from them. We want to hear just what exactly they mean by leadership. I'm sorry, ladies. I don't know what y'all mean. I don't. I have yet to find a woman that can explain to me. Jasmine, you gave the best explanation I've ever heard just now when you made the statement, you just one person in charge. I appreciate that answer. That's an answer that actually makes sense to me. But I don't hear women articulating that. So
yeah, no, they're not going to articulate that. And as a woman, I still be trying to understand because they say I want to be a leader, but yet they want a leader, but still want to be able to do whatever they want, when they want, how they want it. Half the time, I don't even want to think. Like, I leave almost every decision, unless I have to make a decision, I leave everything up to him, even down to the finances that I make. What you want me to do with this money? Because leave it up to me, I'll spend it all. I know me well enough. I know the type of woman I am. That's why I work. I don't have no kids. It's just us, so I work. But if it was up to me, yeah, I'll spend all the money. But I don't, because he ain't having it. We ain't about to be broke because of my bad spending habits.
Well, where your friends at, Jasmine?
Where my friends at? Down. Well,
Your friends.
one is at work. One's with her husband, I think, right now. That's about it.
Your single female friends that want
I
to
only
leave?
got one single female friend. She just lost her fiance.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Condolences. Well, Ethereal, can you tell me, you or Gotti, can y'all tell me what these ladies mean when they say they want to, that men should lead? Not when they say they want a leader, but when they say men, y'all the leaders. What do they mean by that?
I already told you what I feel like they mean. I told you that I feel like they just say that when they want to use us as a scapegoat for things, because they also say they're independent, they can do whatever they want, they can do this, they can do whatever a man do, but then when shit hits the fan, they look at the men and be like, oh, but you're the leader, you're the leader, you're the leader. So that's just what that means. They don't really want a leader, they don't want to follow nobody, they want to be independent. Most of them want to be independent women. They want to be able to do whatever they want to do, move however they want to move.
In the marriage, and I don't understand how you're gonna be independent in the marriage.
Yeah, even in the marriage, they want all the benefits of a marriage. They want a husband. They want a man to be a provider, to protect them, to shelter them and love them. But they also want the attention. They want to go out. They want everything that a single woman gets as well. They want their cake and eat it too. And we all know what happens when you try to have your cake and eat it too. You lose everything.
I hate that saying. Why? I hate who came up with that? Like why? That's like giving me a birthday cake and say you can't eat it. What? Like we gotta find a better saying.
Yeah,
you know what they said that's misinterpreted is you can't have your cake and eat it.
Okay, I just
So
learned something today.
it was originally two women names, not cake and eat it. Somebody changed that along the way. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Okay.
That don't even make it. That doesn't make sense. It was really you can't have your cake and eat it. But them white hoes.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
geez. Shots fired to the white women.
I love white women.
I know.
I ain't never
Really?
dated. I ain't never dated one or touched one. I'm just, I think they cool though. Whatever.
Well, I just learned something new today. Thank you, Ethereal.
I just learned that too.
I never knew that. That makes more sense because, like, who came up with? Yeah, you
have your cake and eat it too.
Yo, Will, I'm about to get up out of here. I'm gonna be listening though.
Oh, you ain't gonna be listening long because we ain't gonna be here long.
Yeah, ain't nobody up here, especially the women.
Yeah, listen, man.
Damn.
We gonna do this broadcast.
There was more people on the live yesterday.
Yeah, look, we gonna do this broadcast on Tuesdays, and we gonna touch on this leadership until the people come. Because look, there ain't no point of moving to new subjects. We have an issue. Well, guys, let me not hold you up, bro. Hey, good seeing you, bro. Hey, appreciate you sending me the video. Thank you for ruining my internet experience because that was one of the worst videos I ever saw on the internet. But leave it to somebody from New York. Taking this
Man, listen, chill out, man. Put that hat back on, man.
Nah, bro. I'd rather my forehead show than that hat, bro. My forehead and my head.
Nah. But all right, y'all have a good night, man.
All right, good night.
All right.
So yeah, no, we just in a holding pattern, because we really got to figure out what it is that these ladies mean. Because I'm lost, bro. And like last night, talking to that lady, Ethereal, it was just like, do you not realize how difficult this was? Oh, and people took what I said way out of context. I had made a comment, and I said, if I was with this woman and I did this, I said, my wrist wouldn't be intact. People took that as meaning I will backhand her. I was saying I would have slid it. Like,
yeah, I thought that was easy to understand.
Bro, today people was like, yo, man, you gotta be careful what you're saying. I'm like, what are you talking about?
For real? People hit you up about that?
Bro, telling me, I guess people was posting it. I guess people screen recorded it or whatever the case may be.
Damn, for real?
Bro, listen, people love hating on me, bro. It's okay though.
That's because that, you know why? I'm gonna tell you why. You do not have any specific gimmick. You don't have a gimmick. Like you not you don't claim to be, you don't claim like, you know how every time a new school of thought come out, everybody dick ride that, or like everybody was an Egyptian priest at one point. Everybody was Neteru and Tahuti. Everybody was from Egypt. Everybody was from Africa.
Everybody was Indian.
You know, so now everybody American Indian, you know what I'm saying? So it's like everybody Chief Bullhog now and shit. Like, so it's like
Everybody woke.
you know what I'm saying? So you don't, like, they can't put you in a box. Because you don't claim nothing. You just have conversations. It's hard for them to understand, how can a nigga who don't claim nothing go toe to toe with me and most of the time win? It's like they don't get it because they think too woke. They think you gotta have this information, you gotta claim this, you gotta claim that, you gotta stand on something. It's like you just stand on asking questions and just being logical. So I think that's what it is. They find it hard to believe because I don't think you say anything like, as far as like that. They be looking for, like, I think that's why they like no shots at Heavy, but it's like that's why they follow Heavy, because he may say things that ideologies that's like grasping to them, as far as like, oh, it's like some woke stuff. But with your conversations, it's just simple. It's just about what's happening right now, as opposed to stuff in later time. So they be looking for something to, I don't know, they be looking for Superman, and like they be looking for real stories that they can't really prove, or like have a conversation about, that they have actual experience in. Because when you have a conversation about their actual experiences, a lot of the stuff they like hold on to, it be don't even make sense, because it's like you'll complain about the system, yet in your day-to-day life you participate in it.
Yeah. So I think people like to live through anecdotal experiences as though they could extrapolate that over people in general. And I'm just like, look, I get it. People don't like talking in general. I talk in general. People like when I make a statement, I'm like, look, I'll say the overwhelming majority, and people can't relate to the overwhelming majority because most people can't do math. So when I tell them percentages, most people don't even know what the hell I'm talking. They're just like, they just like a deer in the headlights. And I'm like, look, I'm trying to get to a resolution. You want to tell me about your lived experiences, if your lived experiences can be mapped across all people that you know. No, your lived experience only applies to you. But there's something about your lived experience that other people also experience. Like, we have thought processes, right? We hear people say, what do we hear people say? Men should be the leaders. We hear that all the time. So now I'm asking a very simple question. What does that mean? And why is it crickets? If everybody is saying men should be the leaders, men are the leaders. When I say, okay, well, what does that mean? When you say the men are the leaders, what exactly do you mean by that? Talk to me like I'm a third grader. If I'm a third grader and you're trying to explain to me how that guy over there is the leader of that woman, break down what you mean by that.
Yeah.
We just stuck, y'all. We stuck in the holding pattern. And look,
It definitely, it's definitely a holding pattern. But I think what's happening though, I think the solution gonna come down to, I think ultimately at the end, women ain't gonna have no choice but to change, and that's what it's gonna come to, because a lot of men are starting to wake up and realize, yeah, and they running out of simps. They gonna run out.
Every day a new is into the majority of the population. They turn 18 every day.
Yeah, but I think content like yours and other people who do this type of content is actually reaching them 18-year-olds.
Oh yeah, I definitely think a lot more young boys have been reached. But I still don't think it's reaching enough.
But that's why I said I think the accumulation of it, because you see more and more guys understand that you can't please a woman.
Yeah.
It's like, and the more and more they realize that, the more and more I think they gonna check out. And honestly, I think it's gonna come down to women ain't gonna have no choice but to change, because that's gonna be their only option. They're not gonna have nothing else. They losing everything. And then the last thing you're gonna have that actually want to be there is the man that you say you don't need.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, we gonna open this up to a few more folks to see if anybody else want to come up here and give us their perspective, because we will be wrapping up soon. Because listen, y'all, look, we're trying to have
Yes.
we're trying to have an open dialogue with people on this word leadership and marriage. Jasmine, I don't believe women want to be married. Ethereal, I don't believe women want to be married. I believe they want the wedding, but I don't believe they want to be married. I believe they want to tell people that they are married, but I don't think they want to be married.
And you know what? I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, depending on the woman.
I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing either. I'm not here to promote marriage.
That's not a bad thing. It's just nobody actually wants to say
that. but when you got people constantly, women are constantly, I can't tell y'all. I was on TikTok. I was on TikTok last week, and I was just chopping this girl up, right? I mean, I was chopping her up. Every time she said something, I was on her head, just boom, boom, right? And she just felt the pressure. She was like, I can't say anything. Every time I say something, and I was like, yeah, but am I right or am I wrong? Well, I'm just saying, though, can you just ease up off me? So I was just on her head, right? So we was on that live stream for a couple hours. At some point, some new people came up and somebody asked me if I was married. And I said, I'm not legally married, no. And the girl was still on the stage and she said, what? You're not even married? Oh my gosh. He's up here. He's been telling me, trying to give all this advice, and he's not even married? Why would anybody listen to you? I said, you know what's funny about that? You're saying, why should anybody listen to me because I'm not married? But over the past couple of hours, you thought I was married and you wasn't listening. So what's the point?
Damn, that was good.
You thought I was married and you wasn't listening. Now that you know I'm not married, now you say throw all the information out? Who gives a damn about the information anymore? I don't like the source of the information.
That's a lot of people who do that.
They unruly, man. They unruly, and I think that they don't even understand that these conversations is coming from love. Because, bro, like, we tired of seeing, like, bro, it is disgusting to see the way, like, you drive through a black community and how they hang out and just what they doing, just how they utilizing their time. It's so fucking poor, man. The way they dress, it's just, man. I swear to God, I checked out.
Oh my God!
I checked out. I tell people I'm not black. I'm not with that shit. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. Leave me out of it. Fuck that. I hate it. I hate it. That shit crazy, bro. Like, it's like the women don't care, the men don't care, and it's like it's just disgusting, man. I hate it, especially when compared to other communities. Like,
well, I want to know. I got a question for you, Jasmine.
All right, last question. I gotta go.
Okay, that's cool. So I don't know if you're gonna be able to answer this fast. Hopefully,
I'll take some time to think about it.
What is a woman's responsibility when she gets married?
She's the helpmate of the husband.
What else? What does that mean?
Exactly what it means. She's the helpmate. Whatever he needs, she's supposed to help. Whatever he says, she's supposed to do. He's the helpmate.
Oh, wait a damn minute now. Okay, you can leave because I don't want to hold you up.
All right, brother. No, what you about to say?
I don't know no women who are signing up for the man to have all that jurisdiction,
Well, I did. So
all that control. I don't know no women who are signing up for it's my job to do as he say.
I mean, it really is. We are the helpmate. It's even if you're a Christian woman, that's what the Bible say. Even if you're an Islam woman, that's what the Quran say. We are here to aid y'all in whatever in need you're supposed to be. Yeah, that doesn't mean you can't be a person, but once we join flesh with y'all are the head of the household. You're the priest of the home. That's what I signed up for. So I have to do that, whether I like it or not. Do I always agree with everything he say? No. Do I always like everything he say? No. But this is what I signed up for, so I better do it. Or there will be conflict and no peace in the house. Because now I'm just disobeying. Not only I'm disobeying him, I'm disobeying God.
Well, listen, I'm glad you have that mindset. So, we'll let you go. We'll bid you a good night. Thank you for joining me. And you have yourself a wonderful evening. Tell your husband I said thank him for allowing us to steal your few minutes of your time.
Awesome. You have a good night.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, Dad.
There you go, man. Bro, I think it's just, it's ugly out here, man. It's ugly out here.
That's why, look, that's why I'm glad I got the girl I got, bro. Cause I don't deal with that shit. I don't deal with none of that. Nah, it ain't happening. And any woman, like, trust me, I dealt with the type of women that want to use you and shit like that. I came across quite a few of them, but I can smell it. I can smell spirits, especially Jezebel spirits. I can smell it from a mile away. I know how to treat them. Pump and dump them.
Man, look, it's crazy, man, because there's so many topics, there's so many things that I want to discuss, but like I hate hosting. Hosting is not my thing. Like I like being a person who's asked the questions so I can get perspective. But it sucks because when you have to set the tone, the mood, most people aren't prepared to go where I'm willing to go, and most people can't stay in a zone that I can stay in for the duration of time.
Hey, you know who want to talk to you?
Who?
Admiral.
Who?
Admiral.
Who's that? Oh, that dude.
Yeah.
Well, get him. Tell him to come over here.
I sent it to him. I'm gonna go live and send it to you because he said because I told him
he was wilding out last time.
Yeah, I told him, I said, bro, I was like, you we understand you Tupac, you gotta calm down sometimes. You just gotta, I said, you gotta answer the question. Like I told him, you gotta calm down in order to have a conversation with him.
So I'm gonna go. Hold on. I'm gonna try to send it to him. Let me see.
No, I sent it to him. I sent it to him twice.
Okay. Yeah. Here you go. I'm gonna send this to him. Like I sent it to him on IG, and maybe if he come on IG, I'll tell him we over here on YouTube, and then maybe he'll come over here and we can have a discussion. But ladies and gentlemen, look. It's an open panel. If you want to join, hello, Miss B. If you want to join, feel free to join. I just got 2 questions. My first question is, what do you ladies mean by leadership? When y'all say men are the leaders, what does that mean? And also, when y'all say it, I want to ask y'all, do y'all really truly want to be married? Do y'all even know what it entails to be married? What's your idea of being a wife? Uh-oh. He showed up. That boy showed up like Candyman. Damn.
Hey man, hey, listen, man, I'm gonna show up and show out every time.
What up?
That boy showed up like Candyman.
We said
your name 3 times.
Yes, sir.
Hey, he popped up like Boogeyman.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
What's good with the brothers?
What up, man?
We was talking about how erratic you was the last time, and it was just
I knew that's what you was gonna say, and the premonition that came to my head before you said that. But now, since we had that situation, you know how to deal with. You know how to act now when you come around me. I just told E Thurber that. See, now you fixed. I'm a whole nother different breed. Now you fixed. You see?
There you go. So he even let me finish what I was saying before he jumped on me like flies on. Look,
Nah, it's all love, bro. It's all love. I don't do black on black crime.
yeah, I don't take offense. I don't take offense to it. Like I like to hear what people have to say, and I deal with what they say. I don't
Sure.
have my preconceived notions. I don't jump to conclusions. I ask
feel
questions
you.
based on the things they say.
I feel you. But you know, when we was talking, you answer questions with questions. And you speak in
No,
hypotheticals. And what that does is mostly our older so-called educated black men, that's how they talk to the youth. And it's egotistic.
not true. I don't answer questions with questions. I answer questions directly, and then I follow up with a question. So
Well, you know this stuff be recorded, right? We can bring all this stuff up in real time, and I'm in the proving game. I love proving niggas wrong. I love showing up and humiliating niggas when they ain't for us.
I
I
love
love
it.
it. That
Listen,
shit just rocks my boat.
I ducks no smoke, no smoke. I don't
My
care who.
birth name is Admiral. This ain't this shit. This is my real name. This ain't no made up shit. This is nothing made up. I'm not putting on the hoax. I ain't doing this for no
Hey, wait,
views
wait, wait,
or
look,
none of
look,
that.
this how we gonna do it though. I got a question. I'm finna tell Will something Admiral said. I want to know if Will agree with this. So usually when we had a conversation about how women in the society, Admiral said, Admiral thinks that women are unruly because he said that during slavery the woman saw the man get manhandled or beat in war by the colonizer. Is that am I right, Admiral?
Sort of, kind of. That's more to what I was saying when I was just saying that she had to put on a certain attitude around Macedon while she watching her brother, husband, and father and cousins get killed. When I'm speaking about the men, she had to put on a whole nother attitude, a whole nother character, just to stay alive and pretend them, just to pretend to keep the kids alive and all that, so they won't hurt the kids. That has spiraled into this millennium, into our strong, independent black woman with all the degrees and all of the mortgages held in America
Do
and
you agree with that,
student
Will?
student student loan.
Do you
No,
agree with that, Will?
no, I
Okay.
disagree.
All right. Good. We started off good. Okay. Now, why do you disagree with that?
Well, first and foremost, let me ask. So I'm gonna answer the question, but I gotta ask a question real quick, and I don't want Admiral to say, "See, told you you answer questions with questions."
No, I'm a mute up.
No, don't mute.
You're
No, he
not using that against me, nigga. Hell no, I'm muting up.
listen, Ethereal. Well, no, I can't ask you because you didn't make the claim. Admiral made the claim. So, Admiral, in order to answer your question with clarity, so well, first off, I already answered. I said it doesn't. I said no, I don't agree, right? But
Sure.
now Ethereal wants to know why, and I want to ask you a question real quick. Do do we have do we play a good game of telephone?
I
The
don't know
quote
what that.
black
What do you
community.
mean by that?
Like if I whisper something to Ethereal, he whispers something to you. You whisper it to John. John whisper it to Marcus. Marcus whisper it to Paul, and Paul come back and tell me what allegedly I said. Do you think it'll be the same exact message, or do you think it's going to be altered?
No, I don't think. I think the message will be the same, but it won't be worded the same.
Well, the message then wouldn't be the same, right? If you change the
No,
words, you change the message. You don't.
not necessarily, because people have different ways of describing and putting words together. Everybody don't place words together. Everybody don't articulate words together the same.
Right. But then if everybody don't articulate the same, everybody also don't comprehend the same.
Not
So,
necessarily. I
right.
don't agree with that, because you could be a good reader or a good person, but you're not good in speech. You're not good talking in a room or a group full of people or auditorium full of people. You could be a person that's good one on one, but you're not good with the crowd.
Right. So if person A is a great reader, but they have a speech impediment, or they're not good, or they get nervous when they speak publicly, or when they speak privately, one-on-one. Just the notion of speaking puts them in a nervous wreck. Do you think they're going to be able to articulate what it is that they know about that subject matter?
I do, because I have family and friends that is from the streets, and they also stutter, right? So when they stutter, when they speak, somebody might think that if you haven't been around them, that they don't know what they're talking about, or they have a hard time articulating words, which is not necessarily the truth. Some people was just not savvy with speech, and that doesn't mean that they can't get their point across.
Sir, I'm not asking about the point across. I'm asking, will it convolute the message?
I
Will
say
the-
yes. I say yes.
Okay,
I say yes.
We did all that for you to finally agree with me.
No, I said that the message is still going to get sent. It's just not going to get sent in the exact words.
Right. And if it doesn't get sent in the exact words, right? So look, let me use the three of us. The three of us don't talk the same. The three of us have a different lexicon. Or we have slightly different ways of communicating. Now, do we also have a slightly different comprehension level?
Mm-hmm. That's
So-
what I was going to get to. It was going to be comprehension. If
Well,
you
I
passing
already-
the
wait.
passing the message to people who don't comprehend, then that's a different conversation.
Yeah,
Say
but
that we in the. All right, go ahead. Pardon me. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I said that, right? I gave you all these different people, and then it finally comes back to me. There's no way all these people that heard that message is going to deliver it the same or comprehend it the same. So
All right,
they
let's
don't-
do an exercise. Can we do an exercise? If you start off and say that Jesus is coming on the 4th, right? And then by the time it get to me, the message say that Jesus is coming.
right.
The end result of the message is what? Jesus is coming.
No,
But when you would
No.
say I know I'm not finished. I'm saying that the simplify of anything, whether it's on the 4th, 5th, anything, is that he's coming. You will argue that they didn't tell you that he's coming on the 4th. Those are called, that's called if then statements in math, meaning that both you could make two statements that are true, but has nothing to do with nothing.
but that's not an if-then statement.
You just said if we deliver a message and pass it on down to certain people, by the time it gets it in, then the message won't be the same. That's an if then statement.
That's not an if-then statement.
Okay. Did you use if? You said if we have a message and we pass it down to people, the message will not be the same, or however you worded it at the end.
Whoa! You can't just say what I said and then say
No,
how-
I don't want to misphrase you. I don't want to
Right.
misphrase you.
Right, but now I believe I said, have you ever heard the game of telephone? I said, where I tell Ethereal something, Ethereal didn't tell you, then you didn't tell John, and then John tell Marcus, and Marcus tell Paul, and then Paul comes back and tell me. Did that message change at all? You said the message is still the same. And I'm like, no. So like, if you say, let's do an experiment, you say Jesus is coming back on the 5th.
Yeah.
I tell Ethereal, hey, Ethereal, Jesus is coming back on the 5th. Then Ethereal tells you, hey, Jesus is coming back on the 5th. And then you say, man, I heard from my homeboy that Jesus coming back. Man, I don't know. He's going to be around the 4th of July or something, the 5th of July or something like that, that time frame. And then that person goes, they heard the 4th or the 5th, and then they go back and they tell somebody else the 4th. And then it circles back to me. And let's just say it's close in proximity, but it's the 4th. They say Jesus is coming back on the 4th. Well, no, let's say they say the 5th or the 6th, and then they say Jesus is coming back on the 6th. But the original message was Jesus is coming back on the 5th. If the message get twisted to Jesus is coming back on the 6th, then on the 5th, I'm not going to be prepared for him to come back because I believe he's coming tomorrow. Or if the date gets removed altogether and they just say Jesus is coming back, then you're like, well, when? They say, well, the 5th. The 5th of when? It was the 5th of October, but nobody said the 5th of October. They just said the 5th. And then later, the date of the 5th got taken out altogether, and it's April. I'm going there every day waiting, like Jesus is coming. Jesus is coming. And April goes by, May goes by, June go by, July go by, August go by, September go by. I said, man, Jesus ain't coming. And then if I would have waited 5 more days into the month of October, boom, Jesus was coming. I would have been prepared. But because the information gets altered. So my whole point in this, my whole point in saying this is this, Ethereal. I don't know if Admiral gonna get this. So if we keep acting like the traumas that slaves went through was passed down through our lineage, and we still suffer from this stuff today, like women saw black men being beaten, sexually assaulted, and things like that. And so it made them look at us and lose respect for us, because that's the narrative they want to paint, right? That she couldn't look at her man as a protector because he was the way he was manhandled. She don't look at him, and she lost respect for him. And actually, she leaned more towards Master, because Master is more of a protector than her husband or her father or her brother. Well, Ethereal, how come our language didn't make it through the game of telephone? How come our history and our culture, or all the things that we've been through, didn't make it? Why only the trauma made it? If we're so good at transferring information through generations, why we speak English if English ain't our native tongue?
I want to respond to everything you said, and I'm going to give a couple examples to that. And I'm going to give one example because stuff is genetically passed down. And I give one in modern day times. All of the farmland right now, all the migrants are on the farms right now. All right. And this could be your opinion. You could be yes or no. But you will see some of these migrants saying that the blacks ain't going to take the jobs, doing all the field work, all the fruits and vegetables and the crops and all of that. Why you think black people don't want to take those jobs? That work. That's one question to think. The second question is to think, look at black people who got money, who own land, and what they do with the land. They go right back to their original culture, start cropping, making gardens, giving out free vegetables and stuff, or selling them to the community. You see what I'm saying? So that can be scaled. That's a genetic, when I say genetic curses, cropping and harvesting was a way of life for us. That was a way of life. That was a natural way of life for us. So if you got a wife where you come from land, you got gold, you got diamonds, you got cattle, you own all of this stuff, you got respect in the community and your tribe, and then it all gets stripped away and you become a prisoner of war, right? And you go through hundreds of years of this, and your wife and your kids has been seeing you for the beginning of time in a certain way, and that way is not that way no more, and then they got to walk around and survive. The crop is just one. We can also scale, if, like you said, if we so great and nothing survived from us, Ethereal can give you the history on English, something that people in England don't even speak like us. The whole tongue is completely different from people in Great Britain. Everybody wants to be American, first of all. And if you look at why you saying stuff has got lost, none of our stuff got lost. Everything is still here. Everything is still operating. Binary code is still running the world as we speak. Cell phones, everything that you do is ran off of the binary code. The language, the art, the music, everything is still here. Nothing disappeared, deleted, or nothing. The only thing is nobody has ownership no more. So when you stop becoming the owner of the land, people is losing respect for. It's not just going to be women. It's going to be the community. It's going to be kids. It's going to be the youth. We can scale that because the youth don't respect the adults in the hood, in the communities in the inner cities right now. So all of this is scaled from when something happened to us. We can't just act like nothing happened and we just started acting out of nowhere, and women and men of this culture just started disrespecting and disowning each other out of nowhere.
bro.
So
I'm
Okay,
those
wait.
are
Before
a
you
couple
answer
of
that,
examples.
Will,
completely lost.
I got a question. I got a question.
Completely lost.
I got a
I
question.
know.
So my question to Admiral would be this, and then I want you to answer it. Answer Will. So if how do okay, slavery ended. So-called slavery ended in 1965. Okay, so let's so the way our women act right now in society is not a product of slavery because the people that were a product of slavery were more unified, more married, and more together. So I think the claim that our women is doing this because they seen the men lose, that don't make sense because they great grandparents, they third, fourth, fifth great grandparents was married. They didn't act like this, and they actually dealt with Jim Crow. So how do you so how would you so did the trauma pass them up and come to like because if trauma being passed down, that would mean that the behaviors that our women right now is displaying would be the same behavior in masses women would was displaying in the let's say the 1900s, right? But that wasn't the case. Studies show that we were more married, more together, had more money, more businesses. We had buses, we had everything. We ran the trains, we ran the buses, we
Yeah,
had the
full
stores.
community.
We so how do you explain that, Admiral?
Because if you look at the statistics, it's the same statistics as back in the day, as far as the household, and that's something that you can look up right now. Also, when you say it's not the same type of woman, women rights. When women rights, y'all got to scale it from women rights. Y'all got to look at behavior. You also got to look at a natural instinct in surviving. If you was a black a father, or grandfather, or son or a brother come from ownership and you don't own nothing and you don't till no land and you don't teach nothing and you don't have nothing, you don't, the leadership is going anyway. So naturally, by natural law, by natural selection, a woman will have to take care of her seed and herself naturally. So naturally, she's gonna have to use resources. And who's in control of the resources? We know who's in control of all of the resources. Okay. So the person that got the resources, the woman has to go and do this. And then we can't leave out all of the sex farms, all of the stuff that the breeding, the prostitution, and all of that. All of that is scaled to
Bro,
right now.
bro, you asked the question and you didn't answer it, nor did you give me the
I
opportunity.
wasn't even finished answering the question. I'm on the time
No, this
limit.
is way before Ethereal started speaking. You said, why don't black people want to farm?
Yeah, that was I said that's a question for people to think. And I said we can scale it from people who have to work the farm or people who have the money to buy land and we look at their actions. We look at their behavior. That's what I said. I
Yeah,
said it's something to ask yourself. Why these people who like the crops, the migrants, like I said, who does all of the cropping out here, why don't a regular person, a black person, want to take on those jobs? Then I said, you look at a person who actually that's black, that has money and that has land. What do they do with the land? They crop.
I heard you say you said they give
Yeah.
you said
So
they give away fruits and vegetables and then they
I said
sell.
they also sell them. I said they also sell
You're
them
not
too.
letting me finish. I know I wasn't done talking.
Yeah. I'm just making sure it's
But
clarity.
I'm gonna make sure before I'm in the middle. What
Hey
what you
yo,
want
we
me to say?
grown men. We ain't supposed to be getting emotional. Relax.
I could have sworn that you've been up here talking this whole time.
I haven't. I waited my chance. I
No,
waited my turn.
because listen, when you spoke, then Ethereal spoke, and then you started speaking again.
Therio just asked me a question. He said I got a question for Admiral, right?
Right. So you started
So
speaking
I
again.
was just asked, and I was answering this question.
I didn't say you were speaking out of turn. I'm
What are you
telling
saying?
you, if you listen, I said you spoke, then Ethereal spoke, then you started speaking again. You're saying
Therio, did you ask me a question?
Yes, he asked you a question.
All right, then. So don't say what you're about to say. It's irrelevant.
Don't say what you're about to say. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
No,
I
let
was
me
only
tell you
answering
why.
his question. I was only answering his question. That's why I actually was out on the time
Let
limit.
me no. Let me tell you why it's relevant.
Why?
Because you said don't get emotional.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you that you're asking a lot of questions. I don't know if you're looking for answers or if your questions are rhetorical. And then you're saying because Ethereal asked you a question, you get to speak again, which I didn't challenge that. You're speaking. But when I'm making you aware that you're speaking, you're acting like I'm doing something wrong, like I'm painting a picture. No, I'm just trying to help you see that you're talking a lot, which is okay, but don't make it seem like you're not. So you asked some questions, right? You said, why don't black people like the farm? I mean, want to farm? Is that a rhetorical question, or did you want an answer for that?
Are you asking me a question? You want to play this game? Let's play. You asking me that question? Is that a question?
Yes, a question,
Okay, so that was a question for you to think, and I said that when I spoke it. So you gotta stop speaking so fast. I said,
sir.
why?
Sir, I
Go
heard
ahead.
that.
You just
No,
asked me
no,
to speak.
sir.
Come on, we not gonna do this. We not
Listen,
gonna do this. We not
I heard
going. We
you
not going to
say,
embarrass
listen,
us. We
listen.
not gonna do it.
Listen. I heard you say you want us to think about it. That doesn't mean
So
you
why
don't.
would you ask me? Is it a rhetorical question or is it a question for us to ask? You about to drift
I
off
didn't say.
topic and
I didn't
you
say.
about to
I didn't say it's a
ruin the
question
deal.
I didn't say it's a question for us to ask. I'm asking you, do you want an answer to the question?
Nah, I
Because
don't. I don't. I
so
said it's
then
something for you to think. If I wanted you to answer the question now, I would have said answer it now.
hey, hold on. So Ethereal, if somebody say I want you to think about this question, and they pose the question, and that's it. They just want you to think. Do you know for a fact they just want you to think, or do you think they may want you to think and then also answer the question? Do you know which stance they're taking?
No, it's it'll be in vague stance. But if you choose that, I feel like you can do either. You can answer it if you want to, or you don't answer until they require you if they want to answer from that. But I
So,
think I
so would
mean,
it
yeah,
be
it's not substantial as what they actually want you to do. But if you say I want you to think about this, a lot of times people say I want you to think about this. It's kind of rhetorical.
so? Yeah. So is it improper for you to ask the person, "Hey, would you like an answer for that to that question
No,
as
it's
well?"
not improper. It's a good question to
Right.
ask.
So I asked him. I heard him say he wants us to think. So I also asked him, "Do you want an answer for this,
Yeah,
or are
clarity
you going to
wise.
provide an answer for this?" All
Right.
he had to say was, "No, I just want you to think about it." But see, that's not how he communicates. He communicates in an aggressive way because listen, I mean, I don't know if you think aggressive means
This
negative.
is crazy.
Is that disrespectful to
You
say you
funny.
communi-
You
is it
funny. You
wait,
was hilarious.
is it disrespectful to
You
say you
hilarious.
communicate in an aggressive way?
That's your opinion. I'm
It
not
is
emotional.
right, but
And
I mean,
you entitled to that. So
I'm asking,
I don't get involved with what people think about like their opinions. You're entitled to that. I stick to the rules.
did you say it was disrespectful?
No,
Oh, it sounded like you said it was disrespectful.
nah, that's what you wanted it. You
No,
wanted that.
what did you say when I said you communicate in an aggressive way? What did you say?
I didn't say nothing.
Yes, you did.
What'd I say then?
Would you like me to rewind it?
Yeah, rewind it.
Let me go on my iPad see if I can pull this up and rewind it.
Pull it up and rewind it. Tell me what I said.
I can rewind it. I'll rewind it.
Tell me
I'll
what I
rewind it.
said.
Well,
I'm
just
gonna
rewind
rewind
it.
it.
I'm about to rewind it.
I'm gonna rewind it. I got
Let's
it. I got
go.
it.
Let's
Because
wait
I
on
got it
it.
on my other phone.
What people think about like their opinions. You entitled to that. I stick to the rules.
Did you say it was
You
disrespectful?
gotta go. You gotta go
Wait,
before
my
that,
bad. Let me
right?
go back to more. It's kind of rhetorical.
So yeah, so is it improper for you to ask the person, "Hey, would you like an answer for that to that question?"
No, it's not improper. It's a good question to ask.
So I asked him. I heard him say he wants us to think. So I also asked him, "Do you want an answer for this?"
Yeah,
Or are
clarity
you going to
wise.
provide an answer for this? All he had to say was, "No, I just want you to think about it." But see, that's not how he communicates.
he communicates in an aggressive way because I mean, I don't know if you think aggressive means negative.
Oh, oh, you didn't say disrespect?
You said rewind it. I didn't say disrespect. I'm laughing. If you hear me, I'm laughing at you. Rewind it. I'm laughing.
For you to ask the person,
Listen.
an answer for that question. Probably it's a good question to ask. So I asked him, I heard him say he wants to think. So I also asked him, do you want an answer for this? Or you want an answer for this? All he had to say was, I just want you to think about it. That's not how he communicates.
All right, here goes the laugh.
I mean, I don't know if you think aggressive means negative. Oh, you didn't say.
You can rewind it. Rewind it again. You gonna hear me laugh. I'm laughing at you.
Admiral, you didn't say that.
I'm laughing at him. I'm laughing at this boy.
Hold up, Admiral. Hold up. Non-biasedly, you did say this, but you didn't say the whole word. You said disrespect, and you cut it off. You did say disrespect. You didn't say the whole thing. Now look.
Yo, y'all niggas just reach.
No,
literally hear me laughing at this boy. I am laughing at him. I didn't respond to him.
No, wait, Admiral, hold up. I'm going to show you.
Yeah, show me. You gonna hear me laugh at him.
I mean, I don't know if you think aggressive means negative. You didn't. Yeah, Admiral, you said
where? I still don't hear nothing. I don't hear nothing. I heard me laugh before that. I didn't hear him. I didn't hear me say nothing. He asked me, did I think that was disrespect? I said no. I didn't respond to that. I didn't say no disrespect.
Hold up. I want you to hear it. I mean, I don't know if you think aggressive means negative. You don't hear that?
Rewind it. Rewind the laugh. You skipping the laugh.
No,
skipping the laugh.
Too. We heard the laugh.
You skip. Yeah, if you heard the laugh, then what am I laughing about?
How am I supposed to know what you're laughing about?
Exactly. I'm not responding to you. I'm laughing. If I got a loud voice.
Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. The brother, I don't know what he's listening to. I don't know what he don't remember even opening his mouth speaking. You weren't talking. I wasn't talking. Or I was finishing asking a question and he was like, I said, you think being loud, being aggressive is negative, or saying you speak in an aggressive manner, you think that's negative? And he said disrespect. But I don't understand, man. Look, the brother wants to convey this notion that this behavior stems from slavery, but there was this huge gap that you articulated to him, that we were post-slavery, pre-modern times. We were good. Mm-hmm. So how come slavery didn't impact that period of time? Why did that period of time come after slavery? We're all on one accord for the most part. And then
my bad, my voice went off.
No, it's okay. This is one of the reasons why it's good to talk with your camera on too, because then it helps. The audio is helped with the visual, right? So like if your mouth is closed like this, it's hard to say somebody said something when their mouth ain't even moving, right? But if your mouth is moving and words are coming out of it, then you be like, I didn't say that. It's like you gotta.
All right, let me tell you my opinion about you. You are very controlling, and you need to relax. You feel me? The end of the day, we all brothers. You don't never tell a grown man how to speak, how to talk, how to articulate words. You don't ever do that. It's a soft sign of disrespect. You was an older black man. You should know that. Second of all, we supposed to be building. You don't never break the bill and try to prove a point, especially when I already spoke it clear when I said this is something to think for yourself. You don't have to double back and ask me something that I spoke clear. That's like you second guessing yourself. Third of all, I want to say when I asked that question, I was speaking on. I asked that question so you can think about why I'm saying what I'm saying. If you want to know, since you're so opinionated and just in the air, you could just hear it from the wolf's mouth, and I could tell you why I asked the question while I was speaking, because I wanted you to think about it while I was talking and finishing up and closing out what I said. So instead of jumping the gun, which is the fourth thing you did, all you got to do is just ask a question.
Isn't
Now
that what I did?
continue on.
Wait, you say all I had to do was ask a question. Look.
Yeah, that's all you had to do was ask the question. And when you asked me that question, did you want me to answer that? I said no.
You just finished talking. Now
No, I didn't. I wasn't finished. Now I'm finished.
So you said all I had to do was ask a question. Ethereal, did I not ask the question? Hey, you said, why don't black people want to work on a farm? I said, do you want an answer to that question? Is that
You
not
want
a
to
question?
rewind that and rewind the Ethereal and tell him what I said? No.
Sir,
Rewind it. Since he rewinded me,
sir,
rewind when I answered that and I said no, so we can move on.
sir, you just talk. Can you hold on?
Hold on, brother. You rewinding it. Have respect. Let him rewind it, and he can hear me say, "No, I do not want you to answer that question." So we can move on from that.
we
We can
agree to
rewind.
that. You did say that.
Okay, so the things that he's saying, like I said, it's irrelevant. We supposed to be building.
Okay,
And
sir.
you stopping the build. You stopping the build.
Okay. Look. Let's stop right there. Okay. So let me ask you this. So can you explain to us why there was a big gap of success post-slavery with our people that was totally that was way more positive than what we see now in modern times?
You said, as far as the modern times being better than these times, let me ask you, be specific. You talking financially?
Why is modern times worse than the 1900s post-slavery?
Hold on. So you saying it's worse now because you just changed the dynamic of the question? You saying it's worse?
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
Because what I'm saying is, before you going on, what I'm saying is the behavior is because of the modern stuff. I'm saying the post behavior is coming from what happened previously. So now you can continue on what you're about to say.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So my question is, why wasn't our fourth and fifth grade grandparents acting like the women of today?
Because it's called post-traumatic trauma. If somebody's in a post and this is passed genetically, this is going to affect the people genetically down the line. Like if you have a crack baby, right? And your mom's smoking dope, or you know what I mean, your mom was smoking crack or on any kind of drugs, and then she have you're gonna come with some chronic anemia or some kind of deficiencies. It's passed down genetically. You feel me? That'll be post-trauma for the child. The child did not take a drug. The child did not smoke crack or do dope, but it's still affected by whatever the parent did.
Okay.
Wait,
am I finished? No,
don't be too
I'm
long-winded.
Go ahead.
I'm done. We want to keep it short enough to keep.
Sure.
So I'm gonna ask Will.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me respond to that. I'm gonna ask a question.
Okay.
So, does the grandchild have the crack in their system from the grandparents smoking crack?
You asking me, or you asking me that?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Ask the doctor.
So
Ask the doctor. Ask the doctor how
Admiral,
long
don't
it
do
take
that.
to get out of. Ask the doctor how long it take, because this is what I'll be talking about. As
No,
if
Admiral,
these
no,
is
no, Admiral.
No. See,
Admiral,
these questions. These questions is crazy.
Whatever question he need to ask.
I don't. All right, so we're gonna play that game. Let's play the game. I don't know.
Okay, so watch this.
Play the game.
Watch
Let's
this.
play the game. I don't know.
So watch this, Ethereal. So parents smoke crack. They have an offspring. The offspring is impacted by the crack that the parents smoke. So the child grows up and they're functional enough to create an offspring of their own. Now, I'm asking, is that offspring affected by the parent smoking crack? Maybe it is. And if it is, it will kind of make sense, because if there's some residual residue that the kid is impacted with, when they have a kid of their own, maybe some traits may transfer into the kid because it's genetic and it's now passing through the kid because they have this deficiency. Now, where it's not consistent is where you have a grandparent who smoked crack. The child comes out extremely healthy, i.e., grandparents will be slavery. The kids will be the 1900s. They are healthy. Somehow, some way, the grandkid is a crack baby when the parents never smoked crack. Now we got the modern day
Look
women.
at this shit, bro. This is what I be talking about.
Sir, hold on a second. Now, why you keep interrupting? Listen,
My bad. I didn't mean to laugh.
I'm not even interrupting.
Pardon me.
I'm letting you cook. I'm letting you get off what
Pardon
you
me.
get off. So look, Ethereal, let me give you this again. Let me start from the top. I don't get interrupted. I can get through it quick. All right.
I'm gonna mute up. I can't laugh.
Go ahead, mute up. Go ahead. I'm gonna accept when he say he gonna mute up for now because he need to mute up. So you have grandparents who are crackheads.
Right.
Have a kid who suffers from crack residue. Then that person become an adult, have a kid. It's possible the grandchild can be a victim of what the grandparents were doing, because maybe some type of genetic defect happened to the child who's now an adult parent, and their kid, which is now the grandchild, is impacted by decisions of the sins of the grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think that if the modern day people are suffering because of slavery, that means their parents had to be the victims of slavery, and their parents had to be the victims of slavery, and so on and so forth, because nowhere along the line was the chain broken. Nowhere along the line was it interrupted. Now, unfortunately for this narrative to be true, it's like we will have to eliminate the 1900s, where Black people were the most unified, where Black people were the most married, where Black people owned businesses, was educated, where the community was intact. Schools were being built. We owned banks, insurance companies. We was doing good. We were unified for the most part, and you couldn't break us. They had to re-infiltrate us again. But yet, we don't want to talk about the re-infiltration as the problem. We want to say slavery is the reason, because Bubba was being manhandled by Massa, and Sally Mae, or whatever the hell her name was, Bertha Mae, saw it, and Bertha Mae ain't been right ever since, because every time she look at Bubba, she just can't respect the fact that Bubba got manhandled like that. So somehow when she had her kids had trauma residue on them. They didn't see Bubba get manhandled, but they knew it happened because it's in their blood. They can't escape it. And then when they had their kids, and when they had their kids, and when they had their kids, crack was in their system. Now we got chicken heads running around in 2025. Crackheads ain't never smoked crack a day in their life, but they crackheads. They crack addicts. Why? Because of slavery. Slavery is running through their blood, and because they are the descendants of slaves, never mind, Ethereal, that the slaves had parents who weren't slaves. The very first slaves had parents, or at least great-grandparents, who weren't slaves. Because let's just say this, Ethereal. Let's say the first slave, for the sake of argument, the first slaves happened in 1600. If the first slaves happened in 1600, those slaves are the descendants of people who were born in the 1500s. There were not slaves. So why didn't that pure blood keep flowing through their body? Why did the slavery interrupt the bloodline, and now forever you have to be a slave, a descendant of a slave? Why do we say we're descendants of slaves instead of we're descendants of free men? Because then you have to take free men and turn them into slaves. Wouldn't we be the descendants of those people before we the descendants of a slave? Who come first?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Can I respond?
Wait.
You've been talking a lot. You've been doing a lot of talking. We said we was gonna make this short and sweet.
Wait, sir. No, sir. Listen. I'm
See?
making
Bend the rules.
bro. Relax. Now, Ethereal, can you please explain to me if the people who were born in the 1500s was not slaves, and then somehow their offsprings got captured and taken into captivity, and they became slaves in the 1600s, and then that lasted for 400 years, and then they got free, and then forever now the people will be descendants of slaves, even though the original slaves were the descendants of free men.
So then we would have to ask, is the conditions in slavery, did it over, is the trauma more powerful than the original bloodline history?
Ask him.
I want to respond first. First
Yeah,
of all,
let him respond, then I'm asking that.
First
Go
of
ahead.
all, when you look, this is crazy. That's why I say hypothetical conversations is wild. You could just make some, you could just make combinations of anything. I'm talking about any and everything. Let's talk about something that can be argued. All right. Let's talk about something like sickle cell, something that get passed down through traits. And if we go through the doctrine of diseases, we know all the cures and all the medicines is over here. We know we ain't have no diseases and none of that. So we take something like slavery, just food and diet. We know that come with diabetes, sickle cell, and all of these traits. That is a prime example that you can't argue that. The baby, the fifth grandchild gonna have that sickle cell trait, just like the great great grandfather, all alone off of diet. Traits that they never used to have before because they didn't even used to eat or wasn't even been down to them type of scum levels like that to even have their blood pressure, their temperature, their adrenaline, they fairness at that level to put their body in that state. Body never even been in that state before. That state right there get passed down. Sickle cell, chronic anemia, blood, all types of stuff from slavery. But a guy right here, after I say that, he gonna put every combination on it and try to make it an argument. This is something that can't be argued. Just when you go to stuff like not just drugs, when you go to war patients who've been to war, like I say, post-traumatic trauma, and you go to the experts, not us just gabbling and babbling about stuff. You go to the experts and see, is it passed down genetically? It's not us. It's not up for us to making an opinion on something that's already been studied. That's why I said when he asked me these questions, you got to play the game with him and say, I don't know. And then he said, it can be to the fifth child start smoking crack. All these if-thens hypothetical situations that you bring in builds has to die fast, rapidly, especially if you're going to build. Because there's only one other thing than building, and that's destroying. So make sure when you destroy the right things. Now, Ethera, what was the question that you wanted to ask me, that y'all just wanted to ask me?
It's on the bottom of the screen.
Hold on. Are black people descendants of slaves? That's the question you want to ask me? Are black people descendants of slaves?
Yes.
I like to use the word prisoners of war.
So did slaves exist?
Yeah.
Were black people slaves?
Yeah, but not all black people were slaves. Slavery wasn't everywhere in America. So you
Okay.
can't put that on all black people.
Okay, cool. So,
Educated man.
well, I never said it. It's a question, but you
And I
responded.
answered it.
Right. I didn't say you didn't. So
Next question.
bro, slow down. We're not done with this question.
I mean, it was a straight answer question. Yes and no's, man. Let's move on.
Bro, we're not done with this question if you listen. So you say not all black people were slaves,
Nope.
but some black people were slaves. Did those slaves have children?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are those children are the offsprings and descendants of those slaves walking the earth today.
Yep.
Okay, so are those black people descendants of slaves?
Some of them.
Some of them. All right. So where does your dissension start?
We was on, are black people descendants of slaves? Is this a new question? I thought we still was on that question. This not about to be a question to Admiral build.
So
We're not gonna do that.
Theory, are you a descendant of your father?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are you a descendant of your grandfather?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When does it start?
Man, honestly, nobody knows when it started. You just know the most recent, right? Meaning that because you can only go back so far. Nobody can go back thousands of years of their descendancy unless you tap into some, and we ain't gonna get on that, you know. But it starts with your grandparents, your ancestors.
So your ancestors, did our ancestors start as slaves?
No.
Oh, wait a minute now. So technically, we're the descendants of people who were here before black people in America were slaves.
Point given. What's your point? Let's get to it. What's the point you making?
So
Let's
are
stop
those
beating around the bush.
So are those people descendants of slaves? Why do we paint that narrative that they're descendants of slaves? Because you know what, Ethereal? If
you talking about modern day people,
wait, sir, hold on. If somebody was a king in the 1400s, slavery happened in the 1600s, and let's say the person who was a slave in the 1600s is a descendant of a king from the 1400s. In the 1800s, when the slaves' descendants are 200 years removed from them, would they say that they're descendants of slaves or descendants of kings?
what's the point?
It's a question.
Which would they say? Would they say they descendants of kings and queens,
Or
or would they
slaves.
say they descendants of slaves?
The
Admiral.
people that's after slaves. The people that's after slaves are gonna say they descendants of slaves.
Okay.
But okay,
Talk.
but okay. Now to
They
Will's
still gonna
point,
know they kings and they got queens and they came from royalty and all that. That don't mean nothing. They lost the throne.
So watch this, Ethereal.
Continue on.
So they lose the throne, right? 1400s, they're kings.
We're gonna keep going on every answer. I'm telling you, I've been through this a billion quadrillion times.
Admiral, you
Bro,
just participate.
you could
I don't like
go take
participating in questioning it.
You
It's
don't-
like an interrogation room.
It's
We not
not
in the
interrogation,
interrogation
bro.
room for
This is
Admiral.
what the live
What
is
you
for.
talking about?
Admiral, come on, bro. This is what this is literally what it's for. You can't always do that, bro. Just
You can't
participate.
just ask me all of these
It's
questions to try to
okay.
find
You
a
can do the
lane.
same. Nothing
You're
that
not gonna
he's
find a
doing.
lane
You
from
can
here
do
on
ev-
out. I'm telling you.
But Admiral,
Just
you can
stop.
do everything he's doing. If you want to ask
I
a
don't
lot of
want to.
questions, you can
That's
do it too.
that's not Admiral.
But okay, then if
I had
that's
to mute
not
him
you,
real
then
quick.
that's fine. Let
It's
him.
okay. Let me say this, and then you can come back, bro. I had to mute you because you just keep talking. You say don't interrupt the build, and that's all you keep doing. So, Ethereal, if you're kings in the 1400s, you become slaves in the 1600s. You're liberated in the 1800s. Now in the 2000s, you still saying you're descendants of slaves. Why wouldn't you be the descendants of free men?
Especially if people continue to say that we was great before colonization.
Well, it's just a very, very simple question, right? People
Yeah.
jump to victimization because if you were a king, right? If your people was descendants of kings in the 1400s, and then in the 1600s, your people was taken into captivity, and then now they're slaves. So now people say, oh, we're the descendants of slaves. Well, for 200 years, you were slaves, and then you get free from slavery. Now, for 200 years, you've been free from slavery. Why would you keep saying you're the descendants of slaves when you've been you're the descendants of free men? My daddy wasn't no slave. His daddy wasn't no slave. But we're going to keep saying we're the descendants of slaves.
The only people that
Okay.
was descendants of slaves are the children that was born from the slaves.
Well, technically, they all will be descendants of slaves, and they will all be descendants of kings.
Right.
Because if the first person was a king, everybody in that bloodline from now until the end of time is a descendant of a king.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have slavery creep in there at some point, you're the descendant of a slave too. But
to your point, if we are trying to be greater, you know, and because we say the talking points is that, you know, quote unquote, black people run the world, black people are the greatest, black people the cream of the crop, we did this, we did that. But if we're so great, why we continue to identify as descendants of slaves instead of identified as descendants of free people that fought?
Yep. So
that didn't give up. That was
Because ain't
legitimate.
nobody free. That's why.
Ain't nobody free. So you're not free, Admiral? You're a slave?
No, we're not free. Listen.
No. You, sir, are you free or are you a slave?
No, I'm not a slave, but I'm not free.
Okay, so what are you?
On my way to freedom. Almost free. Almost free. Almost free. That's what state I'm in.
So
almost free.
So if you're almost free, then that means you're not free. So what state are you currently in if you're not free?
Almost free.
No, sir. Sir. See, you're being difficult intentionally.
No, ain't no difficult. You being difficult, and you want to play a game, so let's play.
So I'll play a game. I'm not gonna play no game with you. I'm not gonna do that.
Let's play. So, like I said, ain't nobody free. The way we living right now wasn't your way of living of what you call freedom.
So if you, again, I'm gonna ask you again, if you're not currently free, almost free is not a state of being.
Yeah, it is for me. Maybe not for you, because remember you said this is opinions. So my opinion matters.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
What up, Willie?
Willie in the motherfucking building.
I was supposed to hit you up today. My day got away from me.
I'm trying to get what's his name on here. What's his name? Damn, what's his name? He came up on yesterday after you left. Will, shit, Ace. I think that's his name, Ace.
Oh yeah, I saw Ace. Ace was over there on.
Yeah, I had to school him. I had to school him a little bit on American history and shit. Yeah, but it was a dope bill after you left though. But he was talking about some Christian shit and all that. And I'm like, bro, come on.
So Willie, Willie, can you hear us? Yeah, we can't.
You muted.
No, he's not muted, but he probably his microphone probably not connected.
How about now?
There we go. We hear you.
My bad, dog. I'm sorry. But yeah, you said you supposed. I heard you earlier too. I was saying you hit me when you need me. No big deal.
Yeah. So Willie, I'm gonna run this by. Well, how long you been here, Willie?
5-10 minutes.
Okay. Did you hear my breakdown of being descendants of kings and slaves and whatnot?
Yeah, I saw that part.
So why do black people love to say that they're descendants of slaves if they were actually born to free men who were born to free men who were born to free men? Like, because for example,
that's the part of their history they can identify with that makes them feel like they're victims. Because the majority of black people enjoy being victimized and being able to have somebody to blame for their particular position in life. So if they said they were descendants from kings, and they would know they'd have to hold themselves to a higher standard to conduct themselves as such. But since they're descendants of slaves, they can hold themselves to that standard, which is, being the combative, struggling, trying to fight for fairness, equality, and all the other bullshit that we tend to make part of black culture.
Good. That nigga got fish grease over there.
That's crazy, Grant. Our ancestors rolling in our grave from that answer respectfully. Y'all people get out here and y'all protest for other people rights, but when it come to standing up and remembering and fighting for your ancestors and making sure stuff like that don't never happen. It's blasphemous. It's blasphemous. If they was to come kill your grandmother right now, you telling me that her grandchildren can't talk about none of that? That can't affect them. That can't empower them. It's crazy.
Nothing that I said should make a rational person or someone who just has a basic grasp of the English language think that I said that or I've made that assertion. If someone came and killed my grandmother as her grandchild, I'm going to see about that. I'm going to talk about that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about saying that we're descendants of slaves. Black people like to identify as being descendants of slaves because, again, it gives them a reason. It justifies them wanting to always be a victim in perpetuity.
So let me ask you this. Pause. So all the people from Jim Crow that came way before you for education, that march got sprayed for education, all of that stuff, all the right segregation and all of that. You meaning to tell me that they was playing victim?
No, that's not. I didn't make that assertion either. Like,
Okay,
this is the
so
thing,
why
this
would
is
you
what
make
happens when you
why
talk
would
to
you make
people
a
that are like pro I'm a slave or pro victim mindset. They always make these fantastic jumps
nobody's
outside of their
pro
logic.
slave, but nobody said that they was pro slavery nothing.
No,
Y'all
I'm
making
talking
it
about
seem
pro slave is pro being being a descendant of slave thing. People who think like that make arguments that are just disingenuous to what you're saying. Nothing that I said should lead any rational person to come to the conclusion that you just came to.
how well look what you said. You said the people who say that basically playing victim. And
No,
then I
that's
actually
not what I said. I didn't say basically anything. I said that black people tend to enjoy being victims in perpetuity, and that people who believe that they are descendants of slave and they cling to that as part of their their like ideological structures and their philosophical beliefs about being black. Those are the people who are doing that because it gives them something to tie themselves to as far as why they have to struggle. It placates them. It makes
is
them
that
feel
your
good about
opinion?
being. I mean, it's something I can prove logically.
I mean, because you not putting the time on it. You have that must be a certain era of people because I just named Jim Crow
We're talking
segregation
about
people.
right now. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's talking about
Okay, all
niggas in
right. Well,
2025. I'm not
exactly. If
talking
you
about the ones that actually went through it, that experienced it, like our great grandparents or like my grandfather. Like he had a significant issue while he was a child that was almost had him turn out like Emmett Till. So
yeah,
I'm not talking about those people because those
yeah,
people are
because
dead
if
and
we
gone.
talk about them people and we talk to them and we put them on this live, they still hurt today. They
Well, those
still hate master. They still have them memories and them traumas today.
and they should because they actually experienced it. You didn't.
Yes, and the only
We
reason
didn't.
why we know about those traumas is because they told us.
Bro, wait. First and foremost, most of those people are not here today.
That's also true.
There's very few people walk in this country who were the slave, if any.
So there's some left because there's still people who are 90 plus years old. Like
Yeah.
slavery
There's still
was
people 100 something years old. The
slavery
lady,
wasn't
the
like
lady from
slavery
Tulsa,
didn't
the
end until like
last lady from
1941
Tulsa,
nationally.
she's still alive.
Did you not hear me say? Did you not hear me say? Did you not hear me say? It's very few people.
Oh yeah, I just made a statement. That wasn't
So
coming nothing against you.
Admiral. I get okay. Okay. I don't see. I think what you're doing is that you're coming to a conclusion of something that's not said when we are talking about something specific. Meaning this: at what point do you stop victimizing yourself? That's basically what we are talking about because you can't keep holding on to that excuse. For instance, let's just say that a person was unemployed for 3 years, right?
They don't use slavery for that.
No, I'm
Y'all
just
acting like people modern day conversation is I can't get this done, I can't do this for slavery. No, that's not it.
no,
And
but you
that's
said
crazy how
earlier that
y'all
our
making it
women
seem
act.
like that.
No, Admiral.
That's not
You
it.
said earlier. No, wait, hold up. Earlier, you said our women act the way they act because of slavery.
I said what happened in slavery is the behavior. I said their post behavior, and then I also said post traumatic. I said not just women, I said people from war have
No,
this.
no, no. We specifically talking about women. When we asked you that question, when I brung up the
Yes,
statement, because
yes,
you
yes,
said this many times
yes.
before, that our
I
women
did.
is acting the way they act in society right now in modern times because of slavery.
They
That's
never
why.
acted that way before that.
Bro, I had to turn his mic down. Damn.
This what I be talking about. Boy, listen.
I
All
didn't
right,
turn your mic
I'm
off.
gonna
I had
be
to turn it
easy because
down.
of my man Ethero. I promise you, I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it smooth because of my brother. But bro,
But look,
you
wait.
gotta
We ain't got.
chill. Go
We
ahead.
got. Okay, so
Wait,
Admiral. So
hold on. Let's do a little housekeeping. Bro, you're loud. So I had to turn your mic down because you're yelling. I didn't turn your mic
Okay,
off.
bro. Go ahead, Ethero. I appreciate that. Thank you.
okay, so look, Admiral, you said earlier that our women are the way that they are in modern times because of slavery,
I
the
did.
trauma from slavery. That's
Yes.
what you okay. So what we're saying is that it's 2025. Slavery so-called ended in 1865. Bro, that's more than enough time to take responsibility and do for yourself. Is that so how so we will have to ask you how much time do people need to do
Hmm.
better for themselves post slavery?
I mean, if we just scale war and we look at other people who went through war and got their country taken over and stuff like that, we could just like the Jewish people. That's over. How many years that's been since the Holocaust? Do those people still talk about it? Do they still have post trauma from that? Do they kids still feel it and talk about that? Yes,
No,
they
they
do.
don't have trauma
You
from that.
pray
No,
they get reparations and that.
sir, sir,
Why? Because they
sir,
get reparations.
sir,
Go listen to
sir,
go listen to Jewish people. When
sir,
matter of fact, hold on, bro, relax.
sir,
I'm
sir.
talking. You stop
No,
interrupting
because
me.
I'm not gonna let you
Now you gonna
monologue. Listen,
interrupt me, bro. Relax,
because I'm gonna
relax, bro.
listen.
Go ahead,
You can
man.
make
Go
a
ahead,
point,
bro.
right? Listen,
Yo, Daryl,
you
bro, I
made a
got
point.
about 5 more minutes for him, man. I can't
All
take
right,
it no
that's
more,
cool.
man.
That's cool. You made a point
For
and you
real.
asked the question, and I told you
I
no.
wasn't finished talking.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't. You don't tell me when I'm finished talking. Didn't I tell you that the first time nicely, sir?
No, you don't tell me
Stop
either.
interrupting me. I'm gonna tell you one more time. Stop
Sir,
interrupting me. You're not
what you
going
gonna
to
do?
listen. We're not
You
going
just
to do
gonna drop?
this. You can act like it. You can mute me up, drop me or whatever.
I'm not
But
gonna
you
do
ain't
either.
going to do this. We're
I'm
not
not
going
gonna.
to do this.
I'm not
All
gonna
right.
mute you up.
You
I'm not
can
gonna drop you.
relax. You can
Listen,
relax. Stop thinking you
sir,
in control.
I am in
Take that
control.
hat off. Take
I
that
am in.
hoodie off
I don't
and
think.
relax.
I don't think you
Okay? We
understand.
not enemies.
You
You
do
can
realize
try to
No,
this
be
is
my
his
enemies,
platform, right?
I'm not
but
treating
it's
you
not
like.
gonna work.
He's
It's not gonna
literally in
work.
control of
I'm not
everybody up
treating
here.
you
Come
like
on,
an
bro.
enemy, bro.
I
We're not.
don't listen. You not gonna do it. You either
Cool.
have respect or don't. And if
If
you want
you
to deal with
if you think,
disrespect in a low tone, soft, medium voice, I can do that too.
well, do
You
it
want
that
me to
way
get
then.
disrespectful
Yep,
with
yep,
this way with
yep,
you? I can
yep.
do that too, but I
That's
choose
cool.
not to because you ain't in control of me. That's the key thing. I control this tone,
Cool.
and you control your tone,
You're not gonna talk loud over here
and
though,
you're
because
gonna
we can't
control
hear.
your tone. I'm not talking.
One of the things that I've noticed about a lot of people that have the viewpoint that we're descendants of slaves and we have trauma from slavery tend to all be in a certain place in life. None of them control their own destinies. None of them control their own time. None of them control anything about their person. So because of that, they try to find a reason to blame somebody for something. The idea that women today have trauma for slavery has probably got to be one of the most illogical statements that we can make about slavery. None of these women were slaves. None of these women were raised by people who were slaves. So that generational trauma you're talking about died with maybe our parents. I'm 41. My parents is, in their mid 60s. I don't see that there's a potential for anybody to have ever, like today, walking around right now, like these women, the fact that these women are fucking 1.4 niggas a year is not because they had slavery. The fact that the majority of these women are digital panhandlers and digital prostitutes is not because of slavery. The fact that so many women want to call niggas tricks, but then don't want to be called prostitutes is not because of slavery. The fact that so many women's role models tend to be whores is not because of slavery. It's because of the culture we have today in the world and the things that black people champion. Like that's the accountability in it. So saying that it's because of slavery is just one of the biggest cop outs and self-placating things that black people will do. Like we can't just say that there's a common thing, like a popular saying that black women have like an allergy to accountability. But when it comes to, I'm saying, as a people, so do black people in general, because we don't want to hold ourselves accountable for the situation that we've been in. If slavery was still holding us back, everybody would still be held back. Because during slavery, nobody was free. Nobody was getting out. Me being lighter skinned than Will, Ethereal being lighter skinned and said, if we get caught in the wrong place, we was all getting fucked up. So it wasn't nobody
Said is the most light skinned person on the panel. What you mean?
I think Willie got me. Will got me.
Yeah, I probably got it. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I'm saying, I passed the brown paper bag test barely, but I probably got said, you know what I'm saying, by a shade or two. But that's what I'm saying. So like, it's too many successful black men, me being one of them in America, that has had the same opportunities or fewer opportunities than white people, more opportunities than some other white people. And that have just the difference between what I did is that I actually took accountability for what I wanted and made sure I put in the work to get the outcomes I want. Like nothing about me has ever seemed like, okay, it's cool to be a victim. As my father would say, that's one of the most bitch-made mindsets a man can have. And any man who perpetually puts himself in that victim role he's not necessarily a man. And if you do want to call him a man, you can't call him a leader. He's not a man that anyone should listen to, because he's not going to move his people forward into a better position.
Let me ask y'all, let me ask the newcomers who just came. Oh, first let me respond to this Holocaust statement that I made. The Holocaust ended in before 1950, like 1945, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Something like that.
All right. So we're talking about 80 years ago when the Holocaust ended. The people that we talk to walking around today, majority of them people didn't experience the Holocaust. Most of them people only hear stories from their family. Now, are they affected by it to some degree? Yes, they're affected by it to some degree. But to sit there and act like they have trauma because of it, well, the narrative that they have trauma is there to help keep them in a position where they can use that. Now, if we want to keep saying that, if we gain power and we can keep saying, oh, but look how bad we were done during slavery, we're only using that to stay in a position of power, for a position of leverage. Because I'm sorry, I hurt my knee when I was 14. I'm not still traumatized by that. I had some bad things happen to me when I was young, injuries and whatnot. I'm not still traumatized by that today. Now, you want to sit here and tell me my mom been through some things that I didn't experience. I didn't know if she's never told me about it. I'm not traumatized from those things. We keep trying to attach ourselves to experiences that we didn't have. We keep allowing Jewish people to attach themselves to experiences they didn't have. I'm not saying the Jewish people didn't have it, but the Jewish people who didn't experience it attached themselves to the trauma. They didn't have the trauma. They may have been told stories. Their family may have been impacted by it to some degree, where some loved ones was taken out of here, and now they don't have a grandfather or a grandmother or uncle or cousin or brother or mom or dad or something. Yes, those things did happen to some of them, but it's not like it's all of them who experienced that. We all lost a person through some type of horrible encounter. Everybody on earth has lost somebody through a horrible encounter. Maybe it's 6 degrees of separation, but they've lost somebody. But to sit there and keep acting like they're traumatized because of that, and then their grandchildren are traumatized because of that, come on now. We got to stop this.
Admiral. So, Admiral, so the question is this: how many generations does it take to revitalize a community post-slavery?
Ooh, can I answer that?
Let Admiral answer first, and then you can answer, Ace. Admiral, can't hear you.
He muted. Hold on. Or maybe on the call, or he left. Oh, wait, did I drop him? Damn, I don't think I dropped him.
I think he
I
left.
think
He was on. He either
No, I think I dropped him. No, I accidentally dropped him. I was trying to unmute him and I dropped him. Hold on, let me.
What was the? I want to.
My
I was
bad.
saying y'all been asking me the question. I want to ask y'all a question. I answer.
Wait, hold
I
on.
ask
Let me
y'all after I
apologize
answer.
to you. Hold on, let me apologize. I didn't. Did I drop you or did you drop? Because
Nah. You drop me. It's all good. It's all good.
I was trying to unmute you and I hit the wrong button. It's my
It's
bad.
all good. You saying how many generations it take?
Yes. How many generations
Well,
do you?
for me, for what I study is different races of people have different behavior traits, and for Black people, our traits and our behavior, problems and things that we do is alike. When similar things happen to us, like war or when we getting conquered, our traits are not the same. So when you ask that question, that's kind of like vague because we still
What?
living in that time. We still living in a post time where we never really got back to where we originally was at. And even though these times are different, we never seen our woman in this state that she's in right now. And we can scale that because like y'all say, our grandmothers wasn't like that. They mothers wasn't like that. They was married. They was together. So this is the only time that we can look at that our woman has been acting out. So we can't really scale how many generations it's going to take, especially when people behave differently.
That's convenient, right? Because first of all, I'm gonna come back to the other ticker, the banner question in a second. But gentlemen, can y'all outside of Admiral, because he just said it. So can y'all tell me what a Black trait is? What's a Black trait?
large penises.
Hey, a lot of these women would beg to differ. Hey, so Black people got different traits, and if we go through war, we experience war differently than non-Black people. Interesting. Well, this question didn't last long. Let me get back to the other one. So, said, welcome to the live, my brother Ace. Welcome to the live. Look,
Gentlemen,
I don't know how long y'all was here, so I'm gonna ask y'all really quick. Obviously every Black person wasn't a slave. We're talking about the Black people who were slaves here in America. Are their children, grandchildren, great, whatever, are they all descendants of slaves?
what are the
The
descendants?
people who were slaves in this country, their bloodline that is walking around today, are those people descendants of slaves?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay. So are they descendants of anyone that's not a slave?
They would have to research and find out if they wasn't a slave.
Well,
I think they would have to research.
No, they don't have to research because their mama wasn't a slave.
But the people, if you're comparing them to, say, the Huish people or the Japanese, they were paid.
Well, hold on. Think about what I'm asking real quick.
So in essence, if they were paid for the trauma that was given to them, and our people, because people forget, our people would just let go. They would just
Yeah, but if you get paid, if
pay
somebody paid you, were you not a slave if they pay you?
Hear me out. They told them they could stay on the farm, they could pick that cotton, stay with master, or they could go where they wanted to go. That's why most people went up north. The smart people.
Right. So you leave up north. So you leave up north, right? You leave up north and you're no longer in captivity. You have a child and you were a slave, but your child was never a slave. Your child comes of age and they have a kid of their own. Now that is your grandchild. Is your grandchild a descendant of a slave?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Are they descendants of non-slaves?
Had Jim Crow.
Yes. So at both ends, yes.
Okay. Now watch this. Now were the people who were enslaved that they're descendants of, were those people descendants of people who were not slaves?
At one
Or were
point,
they always slaves?
no, at one point in time, yes.
Okay, so why do we pick the one time to say we're descendants of these group of people, not the people before them and not the people after them? Why is it so significant to identify this? And listen, I'm not taking anything away from anybody who recognize that they are a descendant of slaves. I'm not saying that you can't identify that you are a descendant of slave. I'm asking, why is the emphasis only on this segment of time? Because before that, say this is the example I gave. Let's say the 1400s, there's a king, and then his bloodline is royalty, correct?
Yes.
Let's say 1600s roll around and his people get conquered and taken into slavery. Now they're slaves. Are those slaves descendants of, are those slaves' children descendant of slaves or kings?
Well,
Okay. Why don't anybody acknowledge the fact that they're descendants of kings?
I think a
Why
lot of
is it-
people do.
why
A lot of people
acknowledge-
do acknowledge that. People do talk about the good part of it. I just think that you think that the bad part get told the most, and don't the bad part get told the most on every conversation on earth?
Yeah, because now you got the little trailer for the little girl.
Come
I
on, man.
I agree with what Willie was saying.
That's what I said. That's why I said it's behavior. So if when you try to play me out with behavior, when people get discriminated on, when it's a social and all that, people react different to that discrimination, to that hate, to the crimes and stuff like that. For example, right now they think that black people are the most people who attack LGBTQ. We less than 1%. The people who do the mass shootings are LGBTQ. The reason why I'm saying this is because stuff be opinionated on views. You see what I'm saying? Stuff be opinionated, but when you look at the facts, it's not truth. So if somebody else is more hateful than you, and the same hate is being done on the same group of people, but we react differently, you can't say that everybody react the same when it comes to war, especially socially.
Well, can I ask this?
So,
How long?
wait.
how long is-
I'm gonna let you ask this real quick. So how do black people react to war?
And what times? Because we saw how they reacted through segregation, Jim Crow. We
No,
saw.
we're talking about war.
Be
So
specific.
what?
I
well,
mean, what, I'm just asking you to be specific, bro.
During wartime?
Like slavery time?
No.
We still in wartime, bro. I believe we still in wartime. That's my opinion. That's why I'm trying to get a specific time so I could give you a straight up answer.
So you can't get. I don't know what war. So we've been in perpetual war, is what you're saying.
We still prisoners of war right now. We still in war.
Wait. So you a prisoner right now?
Yes, I'm a prisoner of war.
Okay, prisoners are slaves. Are you a slave?
They're slaves. Yeah, they're slaves.
No, are you a slave?
Yes, I'm a slave.
I'm a
slave. I'm a slave.
To be honest, that just ends the conversation there.
Yeah,
done. About what happened past slavery with someone who still feels they're a slave. Because that's like trying to talk to a woman about, you know what I'm saying, her getting her ass beat when she still live with the nigga that's beating her ass. Like, you can't have a conversation with her because it's not gonna go nowhere. She's still in that same space. So if he feels like he's a slave, there's no freedom.
I want to ask the group, each one of y'all, what do y'all think freedom is? Respectfully. I want to ask y'all what y'all think freedom is.
The definition of the word?
No, not the however you want to answer it. However you want to answer it. I want to hear what y'all think freedom is. And the reason why I'm answering these questions the way I am because I have motive. What do y'all think freedom is? I want to hear everybody.
Well, freedom is an illusion. Right? Freedom is an illusion. Nobody is ever free to do whatever they want to. All rights have limitations. Everything you do in life has limitations. You will never be this autonomous free that people think that we once was. Everything has restrictions. Why? Because that's just like saying, is a baby free to do whatever a baby want to do? No. You tell that baby, no, take that battery out your mouth. You can't chew on that socket. You can't put a knife in the socket and kill yourself. Everything has rights. So the freedom is an illusion. right? This the so-called freedom that people talk about. Now I would say this. Whether people want to say that we're totally free or not, however they want to say it, we definitely more free than our ancestors.
That's not the
We
question,
got
my
more
brother. That's
options.
not the question. I'm asking you, what is freedom to you?
So freedom is the ability to me, freedom is the ability to do whatever you need to do for yourself without interruption in any society, right?
Okay,
Meaning
so hold on. I want to ask you. I want to build with you real quick. So
but you have to have the having the access to be able to do whatever you need to do for yourself. That's
okay,
free.
now let me ask you this. With that saying, now I'm gonna ask you three questions. The first question is, are you free? With what you just
Yes.
said with freedom. Okay,
Yes.
now what you said with freedom, do you get disrupted while you on your way while you saying that you're free? Are you getting like say how can I put this? Like police in your hood or corruption or whatever it is, fired at your job because of whatever it is. Wouldn't that be a part of what you just said? Something that's withholding you from doing that?
No.
Isn't that in your society right now?
No.
How not,
Because
why wouldn't it be?
well, the reason why so it'll only be an interruption if it's something that I can't do anything about it.
You're real choppy, Ethereal, at least on my end.
You choppy. Yeah,
Make the
but
whole lot of job.
that's why I said corruption. Because the only way you can fight is through the law, and if that the law is corrupted, and how could you fight then if it's corrupted?
I don't understand the point. That's the point.
Hey, drop and come back, bro. That's all. Just drop and come right back.
Is it me, fellas? I'm not.
No, it's him. It's a
No,
theory. It's not you.
I don't get the point.
You can't.
Admiral
you
might
can't.
be done for the night because he confusing everybody.
I'm not
Go ahead,
confusing
Sid.
everybody. I was asking him what his definition was of it. Now I'm gonna ask y'all what's y'all definition of freedom.
The definition of freedom is the definition of the word. It's the ability to act, speak, or think according to your own will, without undue restraints or coercion. Y'all act like you're not free because you're not free from having the consequences of your choices, and that's a very victim mindset. That's a very victimized way to think. Just because you can't go out here and slap the shit out of somebody and not get your ass slapped back does not mean you're not free to do so. You're just not free to do so without consequence. You can literally go outside and do whatever you want to. The problem is that in our society, we have a system of checks and balances. So if you go outside and do something that we have deemed as a society to be morally egregious or otherwise illegal, there are going to be consequences that can be imposed by you due to the government and the country you lived in. Only a victim thinks that they don't have freedom because they can't go do whatever they want to without being held accountable for it. Like
Okay.
that's why I say
All right, now I'm gonna ask you the same
rooted
question.
in victimhood and like
Hold on.
femininity.
Hold on, Admiral, because we got to get other people in here to speak on this topic real quick. But before we go to other people, say about to go in 1 second. Welcome to the live stream, God's Wrath. Are you the brother that go by Guru, or is that somebody else? Oh, we still can't hear you, my man.
Ooh.
You don't hear me?
It's crackling. Your audio is crackling.
You don't see me though, Will?
That's sorry.
Oh, that's Animal. My bad. Bro, I couldn't even tell.
Can y'all can hear me good now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, yeah.
All right,
You
cool.
out there
on the panel no more. Just gonna put it out there real quick.
Animal out there. I couldn't tell who that was. David there chilling in the cut.
Got his hair cut off short, looking like 10 years younger.
All right, so I don't know. Oh, that was Ethereal with the crackling audio. All right, Sad, you got the floor. Go ahead, brother. What you got?
I mean, the definition's the same thing that Willie just read. I don't know if we need to go around and rehash what the definition of freedom is. I think it's going to be the same.
Okay. The other brother right here with the dress, what you think freedom is, brother? Hold
Come
on,
man. We're not going around the whole table with this.
Boy, you something else, man. Anyway, y'all definition of freedom, right? Whatever you read, whatever. Did you read that off the internet? The definition, I'm assuming, of what you read was freedom when you said you can go
No,
outside.
I have a really
I'm not gonna get into the word who created it. I'm not.
Where are they supposed to read? Hold on. Where are they supposed to read it at? I mean,
I have a really bad habit of knowing what the words I use mean, so I'm not having to read anything.
Well, Willie, I'm just confused. If you did read it off the internet, what's wrong with that? Where are you supposed? Are we supposed?
I didn't say nothing was wrong. I didn't say nothing was wrong with that. That was just what he said, and I just asked him a question.
Okay, but
that was it.
Some of the questions don't move the conversation forward. Some do, some don't.
I bet, bro. It's all good. It's all good. The reason why I asked you what was free, what y'all think freedom is because I think all y'all definition of freedom is not it. Yeah. People is not free. Y'all is not free. Y'all still gotta go to work and give all y'all money to like whoever y'all gotta go to.
Yeah. That's not
y'all
true.
not free.
People, none of us. You can't say all of us.
I want to know how is y'all free.
You can't say that we all. This is what happens when you argue with victim mindset.
How is y'all free?
They
y'all got to
make a bunch of assertions. Will doesn't go to work and have to give his money to
everybody.
I don't have to go to work to give my money to everybody. You slave niggas do that. That's what slave-minded people do.
Well, let me ask this question.
I'm not speaking to look. I'm not speaking towards you. We're speaking as a whole, right?
We're not speaking as a whole. You can only speak for yourself. You can't speak generally because generally speaking, black people don't think they're descendants of slaves or victims.
Listen, I've been damn near around the world. Shit, through war, all that shit. America is probably the most free place you're gonna be. Why you think all these people are trying to move here? Why you think they setting up shop here? Why you think they creating businesses and sending money back to their countries? America is about as free as you're going to get at some point.
Well, what is freedom in your opinion, so we can understand why you say people are not free?
Hold on, before I'm gonna answer your question, brother, but I just wanted to add: if we was free, we wouldn't have people who died by speaking of freedom. R.I.P. to them. R.I.P. to Malcolm X. You feel me?
Are you serious?
So yeah, I'm very serious. R.I.P. to all of the ones who died for freedom in these times. We had computers.
So your freedom doesn't mean other people can't exercise.
This is crazy, yo. You gotta start interrupting people.
No,
bro,
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You are gonna start interrupting niggas. That's what I'm saying. You trying to draw a narrative. You can't draw no narrative. Like I said, if you can't deal with respect, just don't deal with it at all, bro. I get 2 seconds. You just said things I ain't moving the conversation. You asked me if you don't get 2 seconds, you goofy head ass nigga. What you talking to?
This is insane.
It's his platform. He set the rules here.
Don't worry about it.
I don't give a fuck.
All right,
what is up with these people that just no, like these are grown ass men acting like this?
Bro, listen. The man said that you're not free because if you were free, then you wouldn't be killed for speaking about freedom. As if just because I choose to do something wrong and break the law and go and harm someone, that means that person is not free. The only way they're free, I guess, if they're free from harm, free from STDs, free from pregnancies, free from having to work, free. So basically, you just need to be able to sit there and no mosquitoes bite you, no bees sting you, the sun don't beam down on your forehead, does not start to perspire. No,
I think
you don't have to shower. You would have to be free from any obligation or responsibility. That even means breathing. You are a slave to oxygen if that's the case.
I think the problem is he's trying to compare freedom to fairness. And we live in a society in America where, hey, you can make your money if you decide to. You know what I'm saying? You want to go to jail, that's up to you. But the freedom and the fairness is not the same thing in America.
I'm trying to figure out something, bro. Look, I didn't want to mute the brother or drop the brother, but I'm not disrespecting nobody. I told myself I'm on this YouTube platform. I'm gonna give people the opportunity to speak. I want to hear what they have to say. But the brother's not making any points, and he's constantly repeating himself. So for those people who like to paint this narrative that I don't let people talk, I let people talk all the time. Unfortunately, they say so much that I'll ask them a question based on the stuff that they say, and they can't answer the question. And then they get in their feelings. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right now, this live stream is about to get real flat, and we're going to end it pretty soon because there ain't no illogical people on the stage right now. Now, we can't have no real back and forth unless one of y'all come up with a very controversial topic for us to discuss. Like I try to ask y'all about this black people being descendants of slaves and why black people choose to keep identifying with slavery period. Willie eloquently answered it and told us because they got the victim mentality. So I'm just confused as to, even if you're a descendant of slaves, right? Said, look, if slavery happened between, and don't worry about the dates. I'm just using the dates, arbitrary dates, just to
end of 1865.
Yeah, but just from 1600 to 1800, right? This 200-year period. If slavery ended at 1800 and it went from 1800 to 2000 and there was no slaves, why aren't people referring to any of the people during that time as to be a descendant of? Or if their people wasn't slaves before the 1600, so from the year 10,000, 1,000 to 1600, they was free. Why aren't people referring to that time period or the time period after slavery? Why is slavery the only time period? Like people that look like us, like we came to existence in slavery. Like the egg was cracked, and instead of a white baby coming out, it was a black baby. It's like, oh,
I think it's because of how history is shown to us and media and everything else. I think that affects a lot of what we think. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody, but as a whole, it's affecting people. You know what I'm saying? It's got them trapped in thinking about being kings and queens, Shaka Zulu. Then you see Shaka Zulu, but the thing is, you're feeling them, but then you see kill all these people. Then you get to butlers and maids and slaves, and then you get to hookers, thugs, and killers. So those are the images that our people see all the time, and they gravitating a lot to that. You know what I'm saying? It's not showing us like in all these different realms. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel we need brothers and sisters that can show us in different lights. You know what I'm saying? That can inspire people to be better. Because most of these kids, who's their first superhero? Spider-Man, Batman.
Hey, hold on. I'm sorry, Ace. Hey, look, I want to say thank y'all to all the people here. It's 26 people here right now. This is the most people I've ever had on the live stream. So I want to thank y'all for y'all's participation and y'all interaction. If y'all could do me a kind gesture and hit that like button, I don't know what the hell it do, but that's what people on YouTube. That's what people on YouTube tell you to do.
Hey,
they say hit the like button.
Can Aaron come back?
No.
Nah, the light button.
I'm not going. We can have a discussion. We can have a discussion where we don't agree.
If he agree to be calm and not holler no more.
Well, all I ask him to do is this: look, share the floor so other people can talk. Don't be belittling people, disrespecting them, and we good. And try to keep your voice down to a degree where you're not yelling over everybody.
Yeah.
But other than
if you're gonna vote for it, bro, I'm voting no, because I don't believe that people with that mindset need to be platformed. I don't believe that people with that mindset need to be exposed to your platform and your followers and your audience, because then again, you know, the common guy, the passerby, he may think that what he's saying is representative of what you believe, and I don't want anybody to ever think you're that fucking stupid.
But I would say this: I think that I think it is good for them to hear that, because if people only hear us agreeing, I think it's good to see how different other people's mindsets is and how to be challenged. Because, like I told Will, I think Will do a great job at asking questions to get down to like what is this person standing on? Because most people have like a thing that they stand on, like a pillar or something. Like they have like this gimmick. Cause like I said, like niggas was Egyptians at first, now everybody Indians, and it's like, you know, people just going with the waves with stuff. So I think it's good to have people on here that have a mindset that we may not totally agree with.
But this is where I disagree. You see what happens when we started making being a hoe normal? Now people think being a hoe is okay. We started platforming hoes, and then more people started trying to follow suit and be hoes themselves. They made all this bald-headed hoe shit cool. If you start platforming niggas who think like that, it's gonna make other less informed people think that silly shit is cool. We don't have to agree on everything, and we can have logical conversation, which would be significantly more beneficial to us as the people to see 6, 7 different men from 7 different very backgrounds have some sort of semblance of a logical conversation that's rooted in logic and not just opinion, speculation, and conjecture. So when you have niggas like that on the platform, what they do is they perpetuate that bullshit. Okay, well, it's the reason why I'm just a bum ass nigga, or my life has not been the way I want it to be, or I've gone through this and that, is because of slavery, or it's everybody else's fault. And we never want to platform men who think that way, because as men, we're supposed to be the leaders. We affect the change. We're the ones who actually set the standard for our community. And if we're not going to do that, there's no point in, if that's what our goal is, there's no point in giving a voice to niggas who are going to do everything to counteract that.
And hold on, Willie make a great point. Hold on one second, Ethereal. Willie make a great point, and I understand where you're coming from, Ethereal. Admiral's in the green. He's backstage right now in the green room. Now, look, against my better judgment, I'm gonna bring him up one time, Willie, and I'm not gonna try to police him. I want him to speak his mind. I want him to articulate his point.
Oh, Admiral gonna speak.
Oh, I know he's gonna speak, but what he's not gonna do is disrespect people up here, because ain't nobody up here disrespecting each other. Yeah. You know, he's not gonna disrespect nobody up here. And I'm trying to police him. I'm just gonna drop him, right? And he's gonna share the microphone. That's what we're gonna do.
I think that if I may, Ace, I think hit on some really good points of the perpetuation of the slave story. I think Ethereal mentioned that before. That's the only thing that's sold to our people every year. So you keep hearing the story over and over and over. Yeah, Will, when I came in, you guys were talking about like trauma. I do think trauma it can be transferred, right? When you hear the trauma stories, think of people that have never had Ethereal. You, me, Heavy, we talk about policing and stuff all the time. People who've never had negative interactions with police, but then regurgitate and repeat stories of experiences that they have never experienced themselves. So it's the same thing when people are dealing with slavery. Now, you guys mentioned the small hats, right? Because I don't want anything to happen with your lives. So the thing that I always respect with the small hats is they don't let anybody minimize what happened to them during the Holocaust. And I respect those people for that. They don't let people make light of it. They don't ever let anybody, and Hev, you know, we talk about this, they don't ever let anybody tell them, well, the story of Anne Frank didn't really happen the way it did. All of them people didn't really get killed. You know what? When we get those stories going, Hev, what happens? Things get shut down. They don't allow their story to ever be diminished. We do if I'm talking about our people group, we allow that stuff. So even though they do at times use it from a position of victims, and they get their way with a lot of things. We just can't do it because we don't come from any position of having any type of economic power in this country.
And you just hit the nail on the head, because without getting into a lot of topics that deal with the history of those people, we know a lot of that was fabricated. You know, Anne Frank's sister came on and spoke about it. That was fabricated. Auschwitz, if you ever seen a documentary on that, that was fabricated. You know, so like you said, the realness is the powers that be are the ones who really control the history. You see what I'm saying? Or the written history. But we've been in a place now where I think since the 1960s, Blacks have been doing a great job of writing material that will lead us back to our identity. You know, so when a lot of people get mad when people say, all these Black people talking about they from Egypt. Well, many of them probably do have history that goes back to Egypt, because many West African tribes trace their histories back east. So, you know, whether you're Igbo, Yoruba, Efik, Ewe, you know what I'm saying, Ashanti, all of them trace themselves back to the East. So there is a chance that they could, and maybe some of the black scholars who originally did the initial work, they were the ones who traced it back and said, wait, this is some of our identity. I yield.
Oh, hold on. I want to say thank you to the gentleman that sent the Cash App. I appreciate the donation. Good sir. That brother put his money where his mouth is. I appreciate it. Gentlemen, we're gonna take a small pivot so we get off of what's said called the small hats, because I don't want y'all tap dancing, being scared to speak, or just not want to create controversy to speak. I don't want to say scared. What I will say, my man Willie posted something that I was about to speak on. And you know, I'm not gonna say it. I'll let Willie say it. Willie, go ahead and address the comment you just posted.
Which comment?
Let's see, 6 generations.
Oh yeah, we 168 years past slavery. That's 6 generations of people. If you're saying that we still have trauma in our culture or in our people because of slavery, that's our fault, because we haven't done what it takes to heal and do that work. That doesn't mean that we have to be paid or receive reparations. It means we have to do the work to heal ourselves and teach our children, our future generations, that slavery happened. It's something bad that happened, but that doesn't negate the opportunities you have today. And the further we get past slavery, the point that it's sad to me. It's really sad to me that so many people use this as an excuse for where they are in life, or saying have that type of
question. I got a question for my brother Willie. Can you guys hear me? I would agree with the brother Willie when he talks about 6 generations, but let's pretend like that slavery, it's a sore, right? It's a sore that was healing, but through these 6 generations, someone keeps ripping off the scab, because what we only focus on is the act of slavery, but we can go through a litany of things that have been put away after slavery that has an effect on a group of people. And I think, in my opinion, I'm not going to fight you over it, Willie, but I think, in my opinion, those things that constantly get put in our way, I don't know if you've got it. Any of you?
I agree. I actually agree with everything you're saying.
Let me finish real quick. If anybody has seen the Jim Crow of the North, where slavery and things where people that look like everybody on the panel, we weren't able to purchase anything, property, land, until 1974. My ass was born in 69. So we can't act like these things can't have an effect on people today, and I'll land on that.
So I don't disagree with anything.
Great
you said.
example.
To be honest, the problem is that we're talking about slavery specifically. That's one thing that I do. I stick to the subject matter at hand. The subject matter is slavery. If we had a conversation about Jim Crow, you're absolutely right. 1974, you're born in 69. Then we're only 1 generation past that, technically speaking. If a generation is 25 years.
Yeah, and I was about to say.
But we're not even a generation past it. We're in the active generation.
Yeah, so I was about to say, listen, the Japanese went from samurai and horseback to trains and planes in 30 years. So what was not holding them back?
Well, the difference between them and us is they have a country. They identify.
They have autonomy.
Yeah, they're people.
And they have their own language that they can isolate and alienate themselves amongst each other if they come together as a group of people.
Yeah.
Well, see,
so wait. Let me ask y'all a question then. So based on that freedom thing, right? So people were free from slavery. They say, okay, you free from slavery. But post-slavery.
Hold on, wait. Hey, Jim was trying to come up, bro. You want to send him a message? It just wouldn't load properly for me to bring him on the stage. Go ahead, Therio.
So let me ask y'all this. Because Admiral said he think we're not free. And one of the points that he said is that water is given to us free by God, nature, whatever people want to call it, universe, most high, whatever. Do y'all think we free if we got to pay for water, something that's a natural element that's given to us?
You don't have to pay for water. People are paying for the convenience of water.
Yeah. If you can go get water and clean it yourself, go right ahead. Then you ain't got to pay for it. But water ain't just safe to drink. Y'all go around just drinking water all y'all want. Y'all gonna have all kind of parasites in your body.
They even tell you to boil that tap water. What are you talking about?
Hey, good luck.
Another example I gave was free electricity, free energy.
Electricity,
you're gonna pay for that too.
electricity
Also,
ain't free.
crops, also free energy, also crops. They took all our female plants out and put all male plants up, so we can't pick from crops. So you paying for stuff that's free, but you say you free. I'ma land on that. I ain't even gonna get busy.
Here's
I'ma
the
just
thing.
say
Once
I'ma
again,
just land on
Electricity,
that.
okay, I'll say this,
electricity is
Will.
not. One second, Heavy. I'm gonna tell.
Okay.
Electricity is not free. I don't know anybody on God's green earth that think they can use electricity unless they know how to harness it.
Nicholas Tesla, huh? You gotta be
As an
So
electrician, I
hold
will
on.
tell you,
All right, go ahead.
electricity
Go.
is
My
free.
foul.
If you know how to
Electric,
harness it,
yeah, it's from the ground, and you can get it
if
from
you know how to harness it, right?
Thank you.
exactly.
If you don't know how
Right,
to
and
harness it,
that's
it
my
ain't.
whole point. I'm with Will. You're not paying just for the resource; you're paying for the convenience, right? Most people that's what they're paying for. Americans are comfortable with the convenient lifestyle. Yes, you can make that. Yes, you can make that
Let me
cheeseburger, but
ask you
you
this
rather pay
question, Have.
$20 to get it from here, right
Can I
through the
ask you a
drive-thru.
question, Have?
Yes.
If that convenience was your way of life and they made your way of life a convenience and then now you have to pay for it, how can you say that that's a convenience when that was regular way of life? Just like if I don't say free energy and I say female plants on air, that was a way of life. If they take that away and then make you pay for it, that is now considered a convenience.
Okay, yes, to the average person, it is convenient to not have to go home and make their sandwich and go through the drive-through, or not have to put 10 gallons of water on their head and bring it from the river and bring it home.
But
So
then
for
you
them, it
taking
is that.
away
And I
culture
think
though,
most
Have.
people, and the way you're describing, hold on, I'm gonna land right here. I think
Okay.
the way that you're describing freedom is to do what you want to do. But that's not freedom. Freedom is to do what you ought to do. When you understand your responsibilities and you put restrictions on yourself, you actually liberate yourself. And I think that if everybody was doing what they wanted to do in society, you know what that's called? Anarchy.
Yeah, anarchy.
I yield.
You become
Yeah, I'm not. No,
you
what I'm
become
saying is when people talk like that, you can't take away culture as if we don't have rules, respect, and honor in place.
Correct.
When we take when you cannot speak as if these laws and these stuff is not in place, as people don't have respect and honor for the community. Okay. So when I'm talking about respect and honor community that's in place while people were living in that time, there are female plants out there. There are free energy out there. That's not a convenience.
But you know what you gotta understand. Why
Hold
do
on, let
we
me
have,
land real quick, bro.
yeah.
I'm gonna let you go. Let me just land real quick, bro. So if somebody take a regular way of life away and then make it a convenience and then make you pay for it, we cannot say that that's a convenient. We have to scale and calculate and say, hold on, there was a change in the system, and now the stuff that we have for free that was regular to us. Not saying that we didn't have markets, we didn't have sales, trades, and nothing. That all that still was going on at these times. But we also had this too. And that was a regular way of life. To say that just because we in a modern day time, and even if you don't know the story of what happened or you don't care about that, to put it under the convenience is wild because that was the regular way we was living.
But
I land on that.
You got to get what he was talking, and I think you do understand. But why do we have wars? Why do we have wars? We have wars because I want what you have. And instead of me working for it, I'm going to take your shit. So that's why you have wars, because I'm going to take your woman. I'm going to take your children. I'm going to take your crib. I'm going to take your land, your food. That way I don't have to build it up. It's already there. I'm going to take it.
Well, here's something else, Ace. See, people love to talk about all the stuff that's free to us. And now people are making us pay for it, like water and electricity. But you know what? You know what I find real funny, Ace and Heavy? They love going to the grocery store. They love going to the grocery store. They don't want to have to butcher that cow. They don't want to have to store that meat. Because once you butcher that cow, that meat gotta get eaten. You know,
we ain't have markets, we ain't have trade, we ain't have sales.
See, you need to slow down because I'm still in the middle of my build, right?
Oh, you're right. Pardon me, I forgot.
So once if you gonna take the time to raise cattle, Heavy, now you see one of those cows and you're like, well, we do need to eat, so we got to go ahead and butcher this cow. You can't eat that cow fast enough before the food rot. So you would have to sell the meat. you would have to find people ready to buy the meat before you butcher the cow. You can't go butcher that cow and then say, well, now I got this meat, let me go out and sell it. No, you got to line people up. Hey, I'm about to butcher this cow on Thursday. Have your pesos or your dinero or your mucho money ready, because I cannot wait on this cow. We got to go now.
With some tribes master the art of drying and curating meat so they can make like jerky and stuff like that.
Understandable.
Yeah.
There's a lot of trading going on too. There's a lot of markets. It was a lot of selling and back and forth going. I know that was a lot of traveling. There was a lot of crop growing.
So basically, so Admiral. So what you're saying is that the same system.
Hold on, say it. Trying to go real quick. There.
Well, I forget to finish the point on this, and then go ahead because I wanted to address the pinned comment. I thought which kind of beating a dead horse on the
yeah.
Go ahead, say it.
So she's saying, when does personal accountability kick in? I think when we have these discussions, why do we act like we can't walk and chew gum? Because we can deal with two things at once.
Some can't. Some can't.
It doesn't have to be one or the other, because when someone says personal accountability, we're not absolving. And you guys know, Heavy, you've heard me talk about how I grew up, right? So nobody's absolving personal accountability. That comes into play. But when you hear brothers like Admiral talk about, we can't just minimize, like Bank of America and Wells Fargo were just in trouble about 2 years ago for charging higher interest rate loans to people that look like us. My grandfather served in the military, and you have stories in the 1960s and the 1970s where men served in the military and couldn't come and utilize their VA benefits to purchase homes. So we can say that these things happened in the past, but we can also understand, well, goddamn, there's a reason why Trump had to do the First Step Act. He was the president in 26. So if there weren't all of these things still happening to people of color, why are measures still being put in place? Affirmative action, DEI, if all this stuff is just null and void and it's just work hard and you're going to achieve. Because racism is still alive and well. There are certain segments of our society that are still trying to keep us down. And we're just trying to act like that's not true anymore.
Well, wait, Sam. Let me say this though.
I agree. agree.
But this is the thing. Two things can be true, because Wells Fargo can only fuck over people that's going to them. It's just like when women.
I mean, if they own all the banks, who you gonna go to?
They don't own all the banks.
It's five. Okay, I'm not saying Wells Fargo. I'm saying how many banks we own versus them. It was one point in time when we had our own banks.
And I want to.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, but say Arrow, is it impossible for a community to come together and create their own bank?
No, yes, it's not. No.
Okay, so this and to Will's point and Willie's point, we are complaining about things that we can do for ourselves. This is all what it comes down to, is that we are literally complaining about solutions that we have in our heads that we are too lazy to put out into physical form.
So what industry do we own, Ethero? If we owned all of these industries before they came, because we can scale the wheat, barley, and all of that, and look at the chocolate around the world and see how it is the staple of these continents and these countries. Okay, so if we held the industry of farming and manufacturing and trade, and then somebody come also over here and then it's not in our hands no more, how can that even be when we don't own the industry? We don't own no industry no more.
Them out. Okay,
so let's stop right there. Let's stop. Okay, so let me say this.
It's supply and demand. But point is this. This is the point. And this is what it ultimately comes down to. Accountability. And if we continue, anytime we blame anybody else besides ourselves, it is victimization, period. Because we can't talk about how great black people are, how creative we are, niggas are black magic, and we greatest. Everybody copy us. We do everything better. I'm talking about. But as soon as soon it's time for us to create everything that we need for our own selves with our own money and our own wits, that go out the door.
I agree.
And
We don't
Ethereal
have
just
that.
said,
So many
Ethereal took the
I agree.
words out of my mouth, and I'll ask, and I do this all the time. When we say all this and that, I say, can y'all name me one black bank? Have you ever heard of
United. What is it called? I think
Federal,
it's United Bank.
Broadway Federal,
First United.
City First? Actually, those are the two largest, and they merged
Yeah.
together to create the largest
Yep.
black-owned bank.
That's a fact.
People should
That's a
bank
fact.
with them. Oh, do y'all know the largest black real estate companies? Did y'all know anything about any bus companies that blacks have started? Did y'all know anything? This is
I
the thing.
mean, we don't have an almanac no more. We used to have a
No, but
black
it's not. No,
almanac.
it's not about almanac. What's going on right now when it comes to black tech, when it comes to black engineering, when it comes to black? No, most black people don't know, nor do they care, and that's where the problem
Exactly.
is.
They
That's a
don't
fact.
care.
They
Let me
don't
give
They don't
care.
care.
Let me
They
give
don't
y'all.
care.
Let me
We
give
we
y'all
are
an
the
argument.
crab in the barrel mentality is the mentality of most in the community that is known as quote unquote black. There's always the excuse to get myself ahead first, and then I'll look back and do. And then we get mad when they get ahead and they don't look back, as if we were expecting them to turn around and look back. No, if we're not all getting there together, we ain't gonna make it.
Facts.
Let me
But
tell
we
y'all
living in the
something.
time if you got an oil rig on your land that you own and you find out, you
Hey,
gotta answer to the government.
Y'all gotta be about it. Y'all was talking about.
You know what I'm saying?
One
Hey,
United.
You gotta answer
hold
to
on.
the government. If you come up on your land and you
Listen,
got oil coming out, you gotta
listen,
pay taxes to the government. You ain't
listen.
free.
Let me tell y'all something. There's an argument I make, and me and my cousin laugh about it all the time. So you got people who keep on talking about what Said mentioned, right? And all due respect, Said is 100% right. Nobody is saying that these issues don't still exist. So when Miss B said what Miss B said, I think she's focusing on the personal accountability part. I don't think she's ignoring the other issues, because two things can be true, but she does not have to focus on both things. She could just focus on one aspect, and she would be right to just focus on that one aspect. But
Will, what was her comment?
I'll put it back on there.
Okay.
Here's a argument that I make about us as the quote unquote black people, right? So during redlining, what was the problem with redlining, Heavy?
Several things were wrong with redlining. Number one, access to optimal acreage was limited. So when we're talking about the most prime of the,
just the clip notes real quick, I want to make a point about it.
Okay, the optimal, optimal land, optimal business access, and I would say those would be the two main.
Well, geography was a problem, right?
Because to me, I didn't see anything wrong with it before that.
Well, geography was also a problem where you can buy.
Right? Yeah, optimal acreage.
Yeah, restricted, yeah. So here's the argument I make. Okay, redlining existed, and let's say the interest rates were higher. Let's say the properties were more distressed. Let's say the properties were in certain areas. But here's the question: what did you buy? Because if this is all you could do, did you do what you could do? See, there's so many people talking about, well, we didn't have the opportunity to buy land, but when we had the opportunity to buy land, did we buy the land or did we make another excuse?
No,
Like,
we actually bought land and had our own community.
Understandable, right? But I'm not talking about the people who did what they do, because they're not the ones generally complaining. The people who took no action are the loudest voices in the room. Like, watch this, Admiral. Do you own any property?
Yeah, I own 10 acres in Malibu. We can look at the deeds anytime you want to.
Well, I don't need to look at the deeds. Why do you own 10 acres in Malibu? What are you doing with the 10 acres in Malibu?
Well, I got plans on making me a super community there.
Oh, well, you're not gonna make no super community in Malibu, sir. You talking about Malibu, California?
Yeah.
Okay. And did your land get burnt up?
No, that's the Palisades.
Okay.
That's the Palisades, excuse me.
How long have you owned this 10 acres in Malibu?
This gonna be my third year.
And are you rich, sir?
What would you consider rich, sir?
Are you a millionaire?
Yes, I am.
When you say you're a millionaire, are you a millionaire in land or are you a millionaire in liquid or both?
Both.
Okay. I don't believe you. But I could be wrong. Hey, listen, I could be wrong.
This is what I be saying, these shots, bro. That's why I be saying that y'all want to say I'm disrespectful, yo. This is what I be saying. This is why the youth don't even, this is why the youth can't build with the old heads. Y'all gotta simmer it down.
Yo, don't put
See,
y'all
we
in
not,
that. Don't do that.
I'm not emotional. You can throw as many shots as you want to. You feel me?
I didn't
It's
take
not
the
going
shot.
to move or push me. You feel me?
Listen.
I'm not going to talk about your hoodie that look dingy in that hat. That's another note. You feel me?
I didn't listen.
But we're not going to do that. That's why I said we're supposed to keep it honorable. You making us look bad as a whole. Damn, man. How many times I got to tell you?
Sir.
Tell me that off screen.
No, sir. Listen to what was my original question to you?
And it don't even matter, man. You keep
do you
throwing
remember my
these jabs, bro.
you
gotta stop it, bro. Please,
Okay,
I'm asking you nicely.
Bro, no,
Stop
listen.
it.
See, you need to understand when
You trying to
somebody's
scale me and you don't like my answer?
Okay, bro. Listen,
You want
I'm
to look it up?
to you. I'm not
You
gonna
want
let
to have D-Day, nigga?
I'm not gonna let you just keep interrupting.
Do
me.
you
Listen
want to
to
have D-Day? All right, I'm gonna end it on that. He don't want to have D-Day. I'm gonna see y'all later.
Listen, what was my original question to him?
You asked him if he owned any land, didn't you?
No, I asked him if he owned any real estate.
Yeah, but then he said he owned land.
Yeah, but that's not real estate. Okay. See, people don't listen to the questions that's being asked, right?
The building that's on the land
is the real estate.
real.
Yeah. If he owns land, he owns land. Cool. But to say I own 10 acres in Malibu, bro, that just sounds insanely crazy. Now, whether he has it or not, maybe he has it. I don't believe him because it's hard to believe him with the way he carries himself. To believe that he owns 10 acres of land in Malibu of all places.
But to be fair, even if you didn't, we could have just moved on with the conversation.
Well, I could have. I was trying to, but he wanted to go. He wanted to say. He said he wasn't emotional, but he was the one hooping and howling. Now, hooting and howling. So I said, look, bro, at the end of the day, I was going to say to you, you don't even understand the question I asked you. Now, if you got money, I don't know anybody who's buying 10 acres of land in Malibu and just sitting on it for 3 years. Now, you got to have stupid money galore because ain't nobody selling you no 10 acres in Malibu 3 years ago. But I don't even know you can buy 10 acres of just land in Malibu where it ain't gonna cost you an arm and a leg. You know what? Let me go see what the going rate is.
Let's take guesses at it. I would say for 10 acres of land in Malibu, I'm just gonna take it off of the beachfront, right, and just keep it almost, to that degree. I would say for 10 acres of land, he's probably looking at about anywhere from 8 to 13 million. That's my guess.
I mean, yeah.
Low end.
So the thing about it is so crazy because it's like it's going to cost you several millions for that land, and for you to just sit on it because land does not appreciate. Land is just land. Like you can sell it for more and people will just buy it, but it doesn't appreciate. You can't be like, this land is worth this. No, you can just put a price on it and somebody's either gonna pay for it or they ain't gonna pay for it. But it's just a big part of the problem is the people who keep crying about the issues. When you cry about the issues and you're not credible to talk about the issues, it become a bigger problem. Because I'm okay with having these conversations. But we want to sit here and have these conversations from a disingenuous perspective. We want to bloviate and we want to lie or what's the word I'm looking for? Said when you add sprinkle. What's the word? I'm drawing a blank right now. When you bloviate, whatever, bloviate works. But when you want to sit there and try to make things seem better than they are, it's like just keep it real. Because if you're so big into black banks and all this and all that, you're not going to go buy 10 acres of land in Malibu and just sit there and you ain't making power moves. I mean, you say you're a millionaire, maybe you are, who knows? Everybody a millionaire these days. So that ain't saying nothing anymore.
I am not a millionaire. So look, if you listen, you got about 30,000, 50,000. I got some projects I'm trying to invest in and work on. Hey, hit me up, Admiral,
Now,
Well-
we got to the point where we're saying, okay, there are people
We
that
could put a brothel on that motherfucker.
I know, right?
there are people that purchase homes
Hoes
during,
love the beach.
during the redlining. But the homes are pretty much in areas that would be very undesirable, right?
Say that again.
The areas that we were allowed to purchase homes during those
Mhm.
times are going to be areas where the property.
Well, hold on. Hey, Heavy, I think you got background noise. Like when you're not talking, your mic is. There we go. Yeah, your mic sound hot. Go ahead, say it.
The area that we were allowed to purchase property are going to be in areas that the land wasn't worth much, property
Mhm.
wasn't worth a whole lot, and
Right.
there were going to be undesirable areas, right? So
Yes.
we did that. I always say, you don't think that we all raised our hands and said that we all wanted to live in public housing in these community housing areas, right? We all ended up there.
Yes, they did.
You think so?
Absolutely. I can prove it to you. I can prove it to you.
Go ahead, let's prove it to me.
How much do you think houses were costing us in the 80s? In prominent cities like Chicago.
I don't know.
Cheap as hell. Bro, you could get a house probably in Chicago in the 80s for $17,000.
But you're under the assumption that we had $17,000.
No, it's called a loan. Even if the loan is predatory.
That's even that. Thank you. Even Ethereal smiled because I think there's he's playing right in the Said's hands.
No, I'm not. Listen to me.
Go right to the loan. So
no, listen to me. Listen to me. The loan may be predatory, right? You may have a higher interest rate, but you still own the property.
We still have to qualify for the loan, and the banks weren't giving us loans.
Said. Who were they selling the properties to then? They were selling them to somebody, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think they were just selling them to white people, and the white people just like, well, we'll just rent to y'all, and y'all just like, well, we'll just rent it. We don't want to own it. They will sell. It will behoove them. It's better for them to qualify you for a predatory loan that you may foreclose on, and they can come back and take the house. It made sense to give the loans. Now, I'm not saying it wasn't difficult for people to get loans. It's difficult for people to get loans today. It's never been just easy for people to get loans, but did they even try? See, you're looking from it from an educational perspective, like, oh, the loans were predatory loans, the interest rates was crazy high, the standards to approve was very difficult. True. But how many people knew that was the case, Ed? How many people went and got rejected for trying to get a loan? It could have been thousands, but it wasn't millions. It ain't like everybody was trying to buy houses and they were just getting rejected left and right. No, a very small few people was trying to buy houses. Probably less than 5% of us was trying to buy houses, whether we had the money to or not. People just, I look at, like I said to my mom, when my mom bought her house, she bought her house the year I graduated from high school. That's when she first bought her house. I was 18. When I went off to college, she bought her house like 2-3 days after I enrolled in school. I was gone. So, but it was like, my uncle bought a house a few miles from my mom. My uncle paid, I think, $27,000 for his house. That house right now is probably worth $300,000, but he paid $27,000 for it. I was sitting here like, God damn. When I was 15, 16, 17, houses in Minneapolis was selling for $17,000, $18,000, $19,000, $20,000, $21,000, $25,000. Now we're talking about in the 90s. Are we acting like redlining was so prevalent in the 90s where we still couldn't buy houses because of redlining? No, we just wasn't buying no houses. So I always ask people, but did you buy? Yeah, maybe redlining existed. Maybe it was predatory interest rates, but did you buy? You still lived over there. Did you buy? You didn't. Did you try to buy? You didn't. You know what? I'm about to look it up. Watch this. Average home price in, give me a city.
If you're talking about the 90s, I don't know. I was in the suburbs at that time.
Give me a city though.
A lot of black people were in the suburbs at that time too. So,
just give me a city, Heavy.
Give me let me go in the country. Let's go country. Let's go Jackson, Mississippi. Let's go Jackson, Mississippi.
No, give me a city, a big major metropolitan city.
Mobile, Alabama.
No, a major metropolitan city.
Oh, a metro city. Go to Baltimore. Go to Baltimore.
You know, this is interesting. While you're looking this up, it said in the
Go to
90s,
Pittsburgh. Go to, I mean, not Pittsburgh ain't really that big.
in
Go to Philadelphia. Go to
around 1900.
Trenton, Jersey City,
Can you guys hear me?
Houston.
Yeah. Hold on, every day you stay rolling.
Black ownership of homes was at 20% in 1900. So 20% of black people in 1900 were purchasing homes.
I can. What Heavy? You still when you're not talking Heavy, you got to mute because your mic hot. Say that again. Sid.
20%.
20% what?
Black ownership of homes in 1900.
20%. Okay. So 80% of people not owning homes. Do you think all those? Well, you know, all those 80% of people didn't apply. But what percentage of those people you think tried to get a loan and got denied? If we say half, which we know it ain't half, right? I mean, we think that many people. We think 40% of people got denied housing, tried to buy housing, 40% of them was rejected. I don't think it's that many.
That's
But
interesting. By 1940, it only rose to 22.8%.
what was
Then
it?
it rose to 38% between 1940 and 1960. This is a coverage of the New Deal era programs.
What was it? What was it in 1980s?
Hold on.
Oh, I meant to say the 1990s, not the 80s anyway.
In the,
I mean, the 1980s, not the 90s.
So as of 1970, 41.6%. So it's been rising.
Oh no, it should rise, right? As people get educated and houses get passed down and people start realizing, you got businesses doing this. Yeah, it makes sense that home prices will rise. It says, well, this is AI overview says in the 1980s, the average home price in Baltimore, Maryland was around $75,000 to $115,000. Now that's the average. That means all those expensive houses pull the average up and all the poor, small, raggedy houses pull the averages down. But you're talking about $75,000? $75,000 is not cheap back in the 80s, but man, buy a house. Let me do Minneapolis. The median U.S. home price in 1980 was $63,700 in 1980. But I want to give Minneapolis specifically. They said in the Midwest, the median home price was $63,400. In Midwest, the average home price was $63,400. None of our people were buying houses. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to buy a house, but we keep complaining about things that we didn't even try to do. And I just don't understand. Like, we'll go to college. We'll spend all that money on college. We won't buy a house.
Did you look at the income of blacks during that year?
No, I can't even narrow it down right now. My Google searching skills ain't the best. Let me go to the Social Security Administration.
Because I think that's important. If we're saying homes were 75,000, how much was the average income for black?
No. Say it. Don't get it twisted. This the average house. The black people wasn't buying the average house. They was buying below average houses. The average house is 63,000. That doesn't mean all houses are 63,000. When I tell you houses was like, it's crazy because houses, well, you know what? That's why when you just go to Zillow, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go to
What
Zillow.
year did you look?
I'm talking about the 80s and even spilling into the 90s. So watch this. We're gonna go buy. We're gonna go back to Baltimore. Baltimore, Maryland homes. Let me just find.
I did an AI search. It said black families in the 1990s, 21,000. Excuse me.
Yeah, don't.
Water, please, sir. Yes.
No, keep choking. No, when you choke, that means you're doing something. It's okay to choke.
Did you say it's okay to choke?
Yes. When you're choking, you can't.
Okay, when is choking not good?
you can't die if you're choking. Oh shoot, I gotta go Chrome. Let's see. Hold on. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
What the hell is this? Hey, no, you ain't even my precise location. Not online.
I know that's right. Please don't click on that history.
If you're doing
I
average,
don't use Chrome, so watch this. Come on, baby. All right. So, I got Powder Springs up here. Baltimore. Look at this. So here go home right here for. I just saw it on my other screen. Damn, it went away. Where'd that house go? What's that house address? 435 South Augusta Avenue. Okay, let me just find it this way. 435 South Augusta Avenue, Baltimore. There we go. Look at this house, Ed. Currently, this house is $133,000. Currently, it was built in 1920.
I didn't even know home prices like that existed.
Me neither.
Hey,
that sound like the year 1998.
Hold on, listen. I keep telling people. Then when you go into the history of it, right? So let's get back down. 1995. Look what it sold for in 1995. 40.
Read it out.
$46,000 is what it sold for on February 22nd, 1995. 95. $46,000. But people wasn't buying houses. We just wasn't buying houses.
Okay, but to be fair, what was minimum wage at that time?
I don't know. But what would the interest rate be at that time? What would all of that plays a factor? How many people in the household are working? You have two people working, a mom and a dad.
Making $7 an hour.
Maybe they're making $7 an hour. Why are we going to the worst?
Remember back in the day said that number to hit was 50,000? If you was like making 50,000, you was it back in the night. When they was like, yeah, I got to get a job that pay 50,000.
But heavy. Why go to the worst? Why go to the worst of our people's income? Why not use the people who have a stronger income?
Those are the
well, no, because the people once again, like I said, that had stronger incomes, they were in the suburbs during that time.
No, they weren't.
The stronger incomes are going to be the 30% that we talked about that bought homes.
No, not
right.
True. No,
and many were in the suburbs at that time. In the 90s, you had an extreme amount of black, affluent areas and cities and suburbs.
You don't think the 30% of the people that bought homes that were black were the higher income earners?
No, I'm not saying that they weren't the higher income earners. I'm saying that they didn't necessarily live in the suburbs. So watch this. Look at this. I grew up in Minneapolis. Let's go look at a house right now in Minneapolis. Let's get something comparable. Let's find something that's worth looking at. Okay, this right here. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathroom, 1917 square feet. All right, it's $269,000. Let's see what this house was like back in the 90s. This is a good. Where's that house at? Oh, I know exactly where that's at. Okay. Yep, right by Falwell Park. Yep. Let's get all right. In 2000, oh dang, they don't go far enough back. It sold for $95,000 in 2000. Maybe when was it built? Maybe it was built around that time. So we got to find a different one. Hold on, I'm trying to find something that was built a little earlier. This one is newer. Let's do this one. 3 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 2,100 square feet. That's a nice size house for that part of town. What are you talking about? Pass it? Damn, we ain't got no price history. Man, what's up? Come on. Here we go.
me get some history, man. Damn. Can't find none before the 2000s. I'm trying to find one of these older houses. This one is 1,400 square feet. The mother house is too big. They start building those later. All right, here we go. 1996. This house sold for $81,000. That's a little higher on the end than I thought it would be. 96. Where is this house at? Newton Avenue South. Oh, that's why. I got to find some on the north side. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to find something. I want to give y'all an example of what I'm talking about. You know what? Let me do this.
Wait, I looked away for a second. What city is this?
This is Minneapolis.
I thought all the black people there were light skinned like Prince.
What?
I thought all everybody I ever met from Minneapolis was light skinned like Prince.
According to the Census Bureau in 96, the median household income for blacks was $23,482.
You see what I'm saying? Come on.
Hold
like
on,
I
wait.
said, back in the day, if you got the $50,000 job, you was in there.
So this house in 1991 sold for $72,300. Now, what'd you say the median household income was? Said
it was $23,482.
23,482.
Correct.
All right. Where my Oh, I just pulled a calculator up on the screen, so we can all do it together. Let me see. I don't know if y'all can see the calculator. I don't know if it's gonna show. But anyways, so we got 23,482 divided by 12. So they're saying $1,956 a month was coming in. Now divide that by 2 people. So we're saying
whoa. Divided by what?
2 people.
You don't divide it by 2 people, Will.
Yeah, you do if 2 people are working.
You're introducing things into the equation to strengthen his argument. So you're assuming that's a two income household.
Right.
Well, sir.
Okay, we'll play along. Heavy. Let's just play along.
Because we know that the average household in the black community was single during that time.
So the average black so all these people was just living by themselves, is what y'all saying?
No, they had baby daddies. They had, you know what I'm saying, a lot of single mothers. They had boyfriends. They was with one of the fathers of the kids, but not the other father of the kid. Come on, this is what was going on.
Wait, so we're tracking women's income then, is what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? We're tracking women's income? Is that what the census is doing? Said they're tracking women's income?
No, they're tracking household income.
Okay, so household consists of single families, y'all saying, right? Y'all saying these are single family households. Single parent households. So are we saying the men and the women, no matter what? So we're talking about the median, right? So we got to be talking about single people. So now we're not talking about single.
Will, are you gonna speak on our community like you really know what's going on in our community, or are you gonna talk about it like a statistic or something?
Let it go so I can sink this battleship real quick.
Wait, no. So said when you looked at the Census Bureau, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and it said the median household income was $23,482, right?
Yeah, and I divided that by 12, which it's funny because it's pretty much the same as the entire monthly mortgage. Not $1,956 would be the monthly income, that is before taxes.
Right. So when I divided that by 2, you said I'm introducing new information.
I'm okay with you doing it. I don't want to, like I said, we are introducing variables, but we'll just assume it's a 2. We'll just assume it is a 2-family income that's bringing in this, because it doesn't change the $1,956 whoever's bringing it in.
No, it doesn't, right? But listen to what I'm about to say to you. So when you what time frame was this?
96.
96.
That's the year you picked for the home.
Okay, so in 96, you're saying the median income was $23,000. Now, what I'm asking you is this a single household or is this
a single parent household is just a 2-parent household?
We don't know.
Do you not know?
We
So we
don't
don't know, right? So heavy, it would make sense that this is a single parent household, right? Because of the dollar amount. Because we're not sitting here saying 2 people were bringing in, the median income for 2 people was $23,000.
That's incorrect, because we know that we're looking at households for the entirety of Black people. So we can't just automatically say, well, these are all single households, because everybody's factored into this.
Right.
Married, single, everyone is factored into this 23,000. So that's why I said it doesn't matter.
And median is not the same as average. So what is median again said? Not what is the amount. What is the definition of median?
I forgot. Because there's medium, there's mean. The mean is the middle. I thought is it median and the same as average?
No, median and average not the same. Difference between median and average. What the hell is this? A new AI mode? No, I'm not interested. Get off my. The average, also known as the arithmetic mean, and the median are both measures of central tendency, but they differ in how they are calculated and what they represent. The average is calculated by summing all values in a data set and dividing by the number of values. The median is the middle value in a data set when arranged in ascending order. The median is less sensitive to outliers, extremely high or low volumes, than the average. So the median is the middle. So if the middle of the income is $23,000, are we going to base the homeowners off the middle? We know the homeowners will tend to be the people above the middle, right? Because we know all of them are not buying houses. But everybody above the median should be looking to buy houses.
Do
y'all agree?
Where you get your 30, what percentages I give heavy, where you get your 38% or whatever it was during that time.
No, it's 50%. The median is 50%, is in the middle. So everybody above that, right? So 38% of them were buying houses, and then there's a 12% of them that didn't buy houses, is what you're saying, right?
Well, we're going to assume, if you're trying to say that the 38% are the ones that are at the higher end.
All right. So here's what I'm trying to say to you guys now. And here's what y'all not understanding. So when looking at houses, like if you look at the prices of houses, you just don't buy those houses. You can buy houses for cheaper. Let's look at right now in today's economy, because I did this with you last time, said, and y'all didn't want to play fair. In today's economy, I'm putting houses that are $10,000. I mean $100,000 or less. Let me get it off of Minneapolis. I want to just do houses for sale. So in today's economy, right now you have this house. What is this? 85,000. That's not a house. That's a condo. Here we go. We have this house right here. This is $100,000 today. What do you think this house was 35 years ago? Do you think it was 80,000 35 years ago? Let's see when it was built. It was built in 1912. What do you think this house cost back then? Damn, they don't have no history on it. I hate when they don't be having the history on here.
I'm trying to I've lost the point now.
The point is, like, when people talk about redlining and they say we couldn't buy houses, I'm saying that's not true. You could have bought a house. Look, this house is $80,000 today. Let's see what the price was. Let's see if they got the price history on it. Damn, they ain't got no history on it. What up, Zillow? Zillow used to have all the information. So what do you think this house was built in 1906, heavy? It's 80,000 today. What do you think
that thing look like it looked like it's about 10,000. I might even 7,000. I wouldn't be surprised. It looked like a barn almost.
It don't look like no barn. So the point I'm making is you got to buy the house within your price range. My ex-wife's parents bought a house in 1982, I think, the year she was born, for $15,000 in Minneapolis. $15,000. You telling me we people couldn't buy a house? For these people that make $23,000 a year, they couldn't buy a $15,000 house?
No, I mean, I think that there are factors you're not including, or you're not even allowing yourself to even contemplate for this conversation, as if it was just so easy and niggas wasn't doing it.
No, bro. I think listen, niggas ain't doing it today. What excuse they have today?
Man, you got 19-year-old brothers buying homes, and 25-year-olds, and
So hold on. So let's look at Iowa, because you don't even got to be in Minnesota. You were saying Mobile at first, right? Look at this house right here. This house is $82,000. This house terribly small. I'm gonna go find something a little bit better than that. Right here. This house is $85,000 today. Let's go see what the history on it is. Hell, they ain't got no damn history on it. Let's go down to Mobile. You said, where'd you say go to Mobile?
Yeah, Mobile.
House is $35,000. This house is $35,000 today. It was built in 1984.
Right. That's why I say you got to go to the deep south. You can find.
No, you don't have to. But look at this house was $15,000 in 2006.
All right, but now you say you ain't got to find a house somewhere else in the city that's $40,000.
No, but what I'm saying, Heavy, is this. So when people act like I'm choosing the cities because we know the houses are more expensive in the cities. Now, if you can find those houses, right. Here, let's go to Nashville. So well, let's go over here. This house is $70,000 today. Here goes $84,000 right here today.
What city?
Oh, this is in Illinois. I tried to put Nashville. I don't know why Illinois popped up. Oh, everything's popping up on this search. Let me get off this. Here, right here in Smyrna, Tennessee. We got this house right here, $70,000 right now. It's small, but it's $70,000. And that's today. Let's see if we got any history on it. Damn, man. They don't want to have no damn history. What year was this built? I'm usually faster. Oh, this was built in 2005. That's why. See, I don't like them houses that was built. I like the older houses, because the older houses. This was built in 1940. This is in Kentucky. Same type of house. $87,000 today. It was sold for $41,000 in 2000. How much do you think it was selling for in 1980? If it only sold for $41,000 in 2000. We had a great economy in 2000. Bro, the point I'm making is people just wasn't buying houses. I don't know why this is so hard for people to understand. It's like we weren't even trying to buy houses. Probably didn't even think we could get a house. Said, you still here? That Lou said? Oh, I think said gone. All right, let me get off my screen share because I can't see who here no more. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't know why. I don't know why this is so hard for us to understand. I lost Heavy ends. No, said still here. I lost Heavy. I lost them both. I don't know what happened. Brothers were dropping like flies. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know why. Let me see these comments because I know. Stop, Will. Thank you, Heavy. Wow. Wow. I don't know how I kicked myself on my own live stream. I don't know what happened. But Preston, maybe you wasn't following what I was putting down, because, sir, you said thank you heavy. Thank you heavy. Man, I wish you could come up right now. It's probably too late for you. You might be in bed. Now as well. Let's see. Tiny homes are an option now as well. Mobile homes if they just want to start. You don't want to bring me back. Say, I didn't know you dropped. I wasn't on my screen, so when I do that screen share, I can't see who's here and who's not. I just started speaking to you. You wasn't responding, so I was like, maybe said left. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I hit something and it kicked me. It just kicked me out of everything.
I think it just glitched. Preston said I lost. I don't think Preston understand the point I was making. So if the houses said, we're looking at houses right now. The last one I showed was a house that sold for $41,000 in 2000. It sold for $41,000. I graduated in 2000. The house sold for $41,000. Are we saying black people were just making $7 an hour in 2000?
But this is what you're failing to think. You don't know if that house was available during that time for someone to purchase. So even if that home was available for whatever the price was, how much was it during the time?
41,000.
You don't know if it was available for someone who was black to purchase, correct? Someone else.
We're talking about 2000. We're talking about 2000 right now.
Okay, 2000, but someone else could have purchased that home. So that particular home may not have been available. You have to also take that into consideration. It wasn't just like these are black homes.
No, but the thing about it, the thing about it is the homeowners are not. So we're talking about the 80s and 90s. We're not talking about the 40s, 50s, and 60s. We're talking about the 80s and 90s. Do you think people were not selling? Black people weren't buying houses in the 90s?
I don't think so. Because do you know? See, you're getting in when I was like in high school and stuff. Do you know what minimum wage was in 1987?
No, what was it? $4.15?
No, it was $3.25.
I was close.
In 88, it went to $3.35.
Yeah, I was close. I know my first job I made $4.25. I was 14 years old and I had my first 90s,
job. Right?
No, that was my first job. I was 13. Yeah, I was born in 82, so being 13 was 95.
So think of that. In 87, 88, the minimum wage was $3.35.
But we're not talking about
gas was 89 cents a gallon.
But we're not talking about people who make minimum wage buying houses. Because here's the thing, said when I was 18, when I graduated high school, my first job, no, actually I was 19. My first job, I was making $14 an hour. That was in 2001. I was making $14 an hour.
Doing what?
So I was working at the airport, doing security at the airport. I didn't have no degree. I was a kid making $14 an hour.
More than likely an outlier.
No, it was the job entry. The barrier entry was nothing.
How many black people were doing that job?
Probably 10% of the staff was maybe black.
Okay. So outlier, right?
But we live in Minneapolis too, though. So, and it was at the airport. So it's not like you're going to have a dominant black employment force. That's not going to be the case.
I don't know the demographics of that city, so I can't say.
Well, this is
not predominantly black.
No, hell no.
Okay.
Hell to the no. It's like I don't know. Well, whatever. It ain't predominantly black, put it like that. But the point I'm making is people in the 90s, bro, we had black people driving nice cars, Cadillacs, Lincolns. Why we acting like black people was just broke? And like the minimum wage was the going rate for black people as far as employment. Yeah, black kids sending their kids to private school. What are we talking about? Black people was making money in the 90s.
Yeah, their choices. I mean, you didn't want to deal with this monthly salary that I.
Yes, I did. I told you with that monthly salary, sir. I told you my ex-wife, her parents, the year she was born, 1982, they bought a house for $15,000.
They lucked out.
My uncle bought a house for. Let me see. Hold on. Let me put in.
That 2000 doesn't go up. I wonder what was rent back then.
Let me Google it real quick.
96. What was rent in 96?
Average rent
in Minneapolis. I'll just do U.S. No, I'll do Minneapolis first. Minneapolis, 1996. Information specifically detailed the average rent in Minneapolis for the year 1996 is scarce. The median gross rent for the United States in 1990, adjusted for inflation to $2,000, was $571.
Is that U.S. wide or was it?
Yeah, U.S. wide. In 2000, it was $602.
So to purchase a home, we're talking about 3 times the amount to purchase.
Okay. I don't agree with that, but okay.
Mathematically, it's 3 times the amount because we have the rent. We have. You said the rent was how much?
It was 500 and let me see, 570.
Mortgage is roughly 2,000, so that's actually almost 4 times.
Wait, bro, mortgages was no damn $2,000 in 19. Are you out your damn mind?
What did we just say? How much was the home?
I bought my first house in 2003.
No, in 96, we said that when you pulled up that home, you didn't you do the amount of the home, and wasn't the monthly mortgage on that home $1,900 something dollars?
That's current. That's today. That wasn't back then, right? So I bought my first house in Minneapolis in 2003. Yeah, I was 21. So my mortgage on that house was $1,064. The house was $164,000. I bought a house for $164,000. The mortgage was $1,060 or something like that. So, bro,
wait. How much was that home?
Which home?
The one in 96.
The one in 96.
What was the price of that home?
I don't remember what you're talking about. Let me see.
The home that
I said in 2000, the house sold for $41,000. That's the house you're talking about?
Is that in 99? In 96, it sold for $41,000?
No, 2000.
The entire home sold for $2,000.
They ain't buying half the damn house, said.
The home in 96 was $2,000.
Hold on, man. That's funny right there, bro. You should slap yourself. Drink some of that water. The whole house. Hey, players mess up. That brother said the whole house. Hold on, let me get
Decepticon is making some good points over here.
Tell Decepticon to come up.
He said, not to mention most owners of homes sold it to banks who were paying over market value for it, leaving the common black household without the available homes to buy.
Y'all sound crazy as hell.
I think, man, I wish we could have continued with the conversation with Willie up there. I know he had to bounce, but I think we were getting I think that was going to be a pretty good conversation.
Okay, look at this, Ed. So hold on, I'm gonna share my screen again because I gotta show this. I gotta help you put some stuff in perspective because I think part of your problem is where you live. So because of where you live, it's probably hard for you to fathom some of this other stuff that people go through. So watch this. Let me share my screen. I gotta put this back over. No, I should better leave it right here. You know, I ain't good with all of this. Watch this. Oh, that works. Oh, I like that. Okay, now it's working. All right, bet. So look, you see, look at this house right here, said. This house is 60. Now I know how to see myself and show the screen. First, I didn't know how to do that. But this house is $67,500 today. Not back then, today. This house is actively on the market right now.
Okay, when did it first sell? What year?
It first sold in 1988. 10,005. We finally found an example of what I'm talking about. This house sold for $10,500.
Yeah.
Said, look at if you use the mortgage calculator today, the 67,500. Let's look at a mortgage calculator today. They're saying the estimated mortgage on this house right now is $436 today. Today.
Yeah, but you're going on the assumption that that home was available for somebody black to purchase.
No, Said, I'm not going on that assumption. All I'm saying is houses. So we will have to narrow it down to the redlining zones and look through all the houses, because the houses in the redlining zones were available for purchase, right? So we'll have to go find where the redlining zone was, look at these houses, see what the prices were. Don't worry about the condition. The condition is the condition because people lived in them. No matter what the condition was, people lived in them. And if you bought the house, you could fix the house up. Now, the interest rates were probably going to be what, 2-3% higher, maybe. It wasn't like it's going to be a 9 and 12% higher interest rate because they wouldn't be able to afford it. The interest rate probably 15%. Something crazy, 12%, 15%. Because it wasn't uncommon for interest rates to be 10-12% back then. So maybe it was 15%. It just is what it is. So let's look at a let me see. Look at a mortgage calculator real quick. So if you take a house that's how much was that house? 67.5. If you look at this house and you make it 67,500, right?
What year was that home sold?
What year?
I'll say what home year was that? Yeah, when was it built? 19 what?
It was built in 1912. The first time it's sold on record they have was in 1988.
Okay, so
because Zillow, I mean, they probably don't have the records back then. Somebody probably bought it and had it forever, but it sold for $10,500. So let's go back to here. Let's look at this. We're going to say $67,500 is the price of the house. We're going to go ahead and say a 5% down payment. We ain't going to do nothing crazy. 30-year mortgage. We're going to put the interest rate at, what do you want, 15%?
Let's see, 1912, we were saying that interest rates were around 6%, 5 to 6%.
No, not 1912. This is the 80s.
Oh, you want to do 1980?
Yeah, this is what I'm telling the people when they. I'm going away from redlining. My focus is the 80s and 90s. People weren't buying houses.
13.7.
Okay, 13.7. So I'll just say 14. So 14%. We're gonna do Minneapolis zip code. I know that zip code. $870. Said, where you getting this $2,000 from?
Because I went by the price of the home that was showed, and I didn't factor in the year.
No, but listen, I did 67,500. That's the house we just saw.
Okay.
I'm putting a 14% interest rate, and they only put 5% down. So it's not like they put a whopping 20% down. They put 5% down. They're paying 14% interest rate. Their mortgage is still $870. Hell, if we say they put nothing down, their mortgage is $910. Hell, if we say their interest rate was 21%, their payment is $1,294. Who the hell got a 21% interest rate, Said? So when you take houses that was cheaper, a $50,000 house, back to $816, that's what a 21% mortgage rate. Ain't nobody got no damn 21% interest rate, I mean.
So, median black income in 1980, $10,760.
Okay. So what?
$10,760 in 1980.
That's across the U.S.?
Yes.
You can't do that.
According to
Do
the U.S. Census.
Do a state, because it's pulling in places like Biloxi, Mississippi, and then you got to go look at the prices of houses in Biloxi, Mississippi, because they cheap as hell. Just pick a state, and let's focus on that.
Where's that home at? What state?
Oh, that house was in Memphis. This house is in Memphis, Tennessee. This house ain't bad for somebody in this price range back in the day. That's what they look like. Is Preston still here? I hope Preston's still. Oh damn! I clicked off the damn house.
Even if you wanted to raise it, I mean, it's still, even if you said 13,000.
13,000 what?
Even if you wanted to say that black household income is 13 or 14,000, because if we're looking at the median is 10,000, and if say, hey, even if it was 14,000, just to make everything even, I mean, that's a significant increase. I mean, when we divide that by 12, what is that?
No, say you can't do that. Because you were doing nationwide. Don't do nationwide. Do Memphis, Tennessee. If you do nationwide, the price is going to be way lower than if you just do Memphis, Tennessee. And keep in mind, this house in 1988, this house sold for $10,000. It didn't sell for $67,500. Keep that in mind too when you crunching your numbers.
That didn't tell me shit.
Did you see this price? 10,500 is what it sold for in 1988. So don't be thinking about those 67.5. If we go back to that mortgage calculator and we put in,
what I did, so it spun out a report. Southern household income showed that Southern black families' income rose significantly from 1970 to 96. Though it doesn't offer the exact 1980 figure, it highlights national median black male earning income roughly $8,009 per mid.
Okay, but think about this.
If figures are not Memphis specific, it's not going to give me.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So let's just use whatever numbers you want to use. If the house sold for $10,500, and if you got a loan on it, if they made you put 5% down, you put down $525. It's a 30-year mortgage, and I gave a 14% interest rate. The payment is $194 a month. Come on, smart guy. It may not be.
What's the payment?
$194 a month.
Okay. The average household would bring in $1,000 a month.
All right. They made more than 3. They made 5 times what the mortgage is going to be.
But that house has to be available, right? Because you actually went to probably one of the cheapest homes.
No, I think you don't understand. It was a lot of houses was selling at that price point. Just because it's not the average home doesn't mean anything.
The only way that we can actually have this discussion in good faith is we would have to look at the areas where we were allowed to purchase homes.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, we're probably looking at areas where, like Decepticon is saying, that these homes were not even going to be available to us.
In Memphis, Tennessee, redlining practices historically targeted neighborhoods like South Memphis, North Memphis, downtown, Orange Mound, and the eastern part of Binghamton. So let's look at South Memphis. Where was this house at? Memphis, Tennessee. I don't know if that's considered South Memphis or not. Excuse me.
God bless.
Thank you. Come on, man. Give me. Oh, here we go. Let's see if this is South Memphis. That's like downtown, I think. So this is the redlining zone. Here go downtown Memphis right here. It's right down the street from downtown Memphis. I would put this house in the redlining zone. They said it right here.
You would?
They said South Memphis, North Memphis, downtown, Orange Mound, and eastern part of Binghamton. So Binghamton, let's see where Binghamton is at. Here's South Memphis right here. Here's North Memphis right here.
Here's Binghamton. Look, all this area right here will be the redlining.
I think there are a lot of things that you're not factoring in. I mean, banking, loans. I mean, there's all types of stuff that now.
I just told you my uncle bought a house for like $36,000 himself.
So you're under the opinion most black folks just didn't want to buy a home.
Yes, they didn't even look into it. I interviewed a lot of my family. I was like, did you ever try to buy a house? They're like, no, they didn't even try. My mom didn't buy her first house, bro, until 2000. She bought it when I graduated. I bought my first house 3 years after I graduated high school.
And why do you think that our parents will? How old's your mom?
I'm not gonna. I'll tell you offline.
Okay.
I don't like giving nobody no this about me on this, dog. Old or young, who cares?
I think that generation just, I mean, they didn't have the knowledge and things like that. So we do a disservice saying, well, I bought my first home at this age. And you're an outlier. You think that most people are purchasing, you purchased a home at 21?
Yeah.
You think most people are buying homes at 21?
No, because I looked at the rent and I looked at what a mortgage would be. And I said, I'm buying a house.
I mean, what do you think the average age of somebody like homeowners?
Probably 28. I don't know.
I know I was a late bloomer. I purchased my first home at 35.
But you also live in California.
Yeah, but I moved around a lot in the military, so it wouldn't have made sense for me to buy a home in Texas or Colorado when I knew I wasn't going to stay.
And you in California, I think California, people from in New York and California, their perspective gets skewed because of the high cost of living in their places, that they don't understand that there's places that's way cheaper. Like, and I don't like when people be like, well, I don't live in those areas. What? Move.
Decepticon said, other than economy, no excuse today. But I would say Decepticon, yeah, but I think a lot of the issue now is probably credit. And if people aren't taught about credit, you don't find out the importance of it until you try to go purchase a home or a car other than a Toyota Corolla.
Bro, look at this house right here in Montgomery, Alabama.
76. I should buy that house right now.
Let me see redlining. Montgomery.
That's crazy seeing home prices for this cheap though.
Because you live in California, y'all act like they don't exist. In Montgomery, Alabama, during the mid-20th century, redlining practices, particularly those established by the Homeowners Loan Corporation, created district zones. Where? Give me the area. Base. I'm looking for the area. Whatever. They're not gonna show me.
Pull up where I'm still trying to buy a house or contemplating.
Okay, look, hold on. In 2001 said this house sold for $38,886.
Yeah, that's crazy. Pull up East Vale, California.
East Vale, California?
East Vale. It's all one word. You might as well probably just go all the way to like $1 million or so.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. So look at this. 885 square feet. They want $500,000. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell.
Yeah, that's what you get out here.
I know, it's $500,000.
So just look, typically what most people are gonna look at getting a 4-bedroom. Go look at a 4-bedroom.
Oh, I know what the prices are. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 885 square feet. This is crazy.
I was looking at a 4-bedroom, probably around 2,400 square feet. So 4-bedroom, 3-bath.
How many square feet?
About 2,400. A little smaller than what I got now.
In East Vale? or
Correct.
somewhere else?
Eastville, same area.
All right, $1 million for 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom.
Yeah, that's why it's so. Look at that, bro. That's why it's so hard out here.
I know, but people need to move. The best part of this neighborhood is the street.
It's in a really. That's a really nice area. Up
Yeah,
in
that house is really trash.
What?
That house is trash.
That's what most of our homes look like. We don't have home. Well, we do have homes like where you like how you guys, but those are more, bro. It's more towards like the Calabasas, those areas where I'm sure you lived out there before. You know those homes are multi-million-dollar.
Yeah.
When you start getting any type of land out here, it's just absurd.
Watch this. Let me show you. Let me show you. Oh, you know what? I want to show you a house we built. Damn, I don't want. Not on here though. I ain't gonna do it on here. I'll show you offline.
What's that home right there for 365? 4-bedroom, 2-bath?
Yeah. No, 4-bedroom, 3-bath.
No, right here. Down here at the bottom. Go down one more.
Right here.
Yeah.
Yep, fully renovated on the inside. That garage is buckling like hell, though.
See, like that's a decent home. It's not like my style, but I mean, for the price.
No, this like I would never pay this for this, but it's a nice little house. I don't like these old homes. And now that I work in this field, bro, it definitely
Best part of that home is the shower in the backyard.
Best part of this house is demolish this whole house and rebuild.
I like the shower. Maybe not the style for the marble. Did you see that? That shower is humongous. So I need something like that, especially at my geriatric stage.
Let me see what shower you talking about. Humongous.
In the master. You see how big that shower is? It's just it's a full walk-in.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, I see it.
Yeah.
There's a dual shower head too. Interesting. They put a lot of money into that house, and they're not selling it for that much. It's 2,400 square feet, so it ain't small. So it's decent size. It ain't huge, but all right. Let me show you this real quick and wrap this up. I want to show you some. Okay, everything. Oh man, they ain't listed on Zillow. A lot of these houses, damn, our place. Let me stop screen sharing real quick and see if I can pull this up. Let me see if this house is on here. I don't want to put one of our clients' home address on the internet. All right, let's see if this house is gonna pop up. There it is. She said, I want to show you this house. I'm gonna send it to you offline. This is the house we just built. But you know what? I could show it without showing the address. Let me see if I can. Damn, I can't hide the address. Is there a way for me to hide that address? Damn, because the pictures, I mean, damn. No,
right.
It's going to show the whole screen. Oh, Decepticon in here. Oh, he came right as I was about to wrap it up. What's up, bro?
What's happening with you, bro? You doing all right?
I'm good, man. We got to connect.
I see you got the YouTube started. I'm proud of you for that, for sure. Now
Yeah,
I got to show you how to make this thriller on him.
Yeah, we got to connect. I told I ain't got no problem working with you, my G.
It's cool, man. I honestly, at this point, bro, you already done did so much. I just want to add you to my portfolio of success. That's it.
There we go. Make it happen.
That's it.
That's it, bro.
But yeah, man. So real quick, Will, I feel like, Will, you're playing devil's advocate, but you are being a slight bit disingenuous while you're playing devil's advocate and ignoring the fact of we're only 13% of the population, Will. We have been overwhelmingly discriminated against over time. We can say that. There's not like we can't point to a point in history less than 100 years ago that we weren't written. It wasn't written that we were discriminated against, involving housing specifically. So we know that's a fact. Because of that, we know that I forgot what the name of the rule is, but if you sit a whole bunch of kids in the classroom, give half of them a test that has answers that aren't actually answers, like there's no answer to those questions, give the other half of the class
I know
answers
what
to the
you're talking about.
questions. Right. And
Yeah.
then those people is learned helplessness. That's what it's called. There's a lot of black people, our race of people, that were indoctrinated with learned helplessness because of them trying to do better, trying to do more for their family, and literally being stopped at every given point. So they got learned helplessness. Their children saw them struggle with the same thing. They decided not to go down that path. Well, I'm just going to rent an apartment. I'm just going to do this. It's easier. I can live like this. I can do this. When you say, why didn't he just move? Okay, well, let's be honest. Even if they could afford to buy a house, a lot of times they couldn't afford to buy a house and a vehicle, and then house, vehicle plus travel to get to the money. Because in those rural areas, if you're not doing rural jobs, you can't afford to live anywhere else. So once you move to that place, now you're lowering your income. It matches the housing, because historically that's what's been the case. The housing matches the income. If you go to downtown Atlanta or Buckhead, the houses are going to be way more expensive than if you're in Douglasville. It's a reason for that. So with all that being said, yeah, some of our parents were smarter than others. Some of our parents were just more educated than others. Some of our parents couldn't even get the education in order to know that they should be buying a house. So I feel like all those factors kind of play into it. All right, what's your retort?
Well, I understand the learned helplessness. The problem with the learned helplessness is that's in all aspects of things. When you look at people who have poor eating habits, when you look at the education levels, all of this stuff is learned helplessness, right? But you as an individual have to circumvent that. You
Correct.
have to get around that
You got to
because
break the mold.
like I said, my mom bought her first house in 2000 when I graduated high school.
Right.
I didn't see just home ownership growing up.
Right.
So why buy a house 3 years later?
When did you learn it?
When did I learn how to buy a house?
Yes. When did you learn that it was a smart idea?
When I started looking to get my own apartment. My first place I ever moved in was my house. I never rented an apartment. The first place I ever moved in was a house I bought.
Okay, I don't know if you saw when I said this also, that there's a lot of people, even my current girlfriend, her credit was fucked up by her parents.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't even old enough to know what credit is, do anything with credit, have credit. She wasn't even old enough to have credit. But by the time she was old enough to have credit, she had a 400 credit score and a mountain of debt. We're talking like $60,000, $70,000 worth of debt. That is a story that every single one of us on this panel right now has somebody in our lifetime that we've met that has that same problem. That makes it common.
You're right. So when listen, I grew up in a single parent household, like said is describing. My mama didn't own a house. My mama didn't have great credit. I didn't know nothing about credit. When I first got to college, I messed my credit up. So my freshman year in college, my credit was shot. My credit was like a 500 or something like that.
Okay.
2 years later, I bought my first house.
Understood. You are going to be an anomaly. So when we talk on public platforms and we're trying to help people, the thing about it is it's just like Kevin Samuels. You can't speak on the anomalies. You can't speak on the outliers. You can't speak on the very select few who figured it out and had the self-discipline to implement it. A lot of times it's not going to go that easy.
But I'm not speaking on any outliers. Notice this whole time
you don't find yourself as an outlier buying your first house at 21?
No, listen, that wasn't the premise of my argument, right? I wasn't sitting here talking about if I did it, everybody else could do it. What I was sitting here saying is what we wasn't doing as a people. We weren't looking at buying houses. And you can say learn helplessness, right? You can use all of the reasons for that. It doesn't change. We weren't doing it.
Okay, no.
All I'm saying is
facts don't change, but circumstance matters.
Yes, but I'm not speaking on the circumstances. I was just
but everybody else is speaking on the circumstances.
And I never deny any of the circumstances. I never said none of those circumstances aren't true. I said in spite of, if you don't do it, see, like,
well, I got a good one for you when you're done. Go ahead.
We're supposed to promote being outliers. We can't keep saying, "Oh, this is how it was." Yeah,
Mhm.
that's how it was, and that's how it will always be if you don't change it, right? Who's gonna come
Absolutely.
save? Who's gonna come save black people?
Nobody. We got to save ourselves.
So
Absolutely.
why aren't we promoting the idea of being an outlier? Why aren't we
I
promoting the
don't think
idea?
that it's not being promoted. I think it is being promoted. I think there's more black homeowners. There's more black homeowners now than there ever has been. But just like it took 400 years, bro, every black slave knew it was a bad idea, bro. Every black slave knew that it was wrong, it was a bad idea, and that it was torturous to be a slave. Everybody knew it. But guess what? They had learned helplessness as well. It took 400 years for us to muster up enough support amongst each other to be able to have any type of success of being free. We also needed help across the aisle. We needed like, not that white people didn't cause the issue, but we also needed the help of certain white people in order to pass the legislation that allowed us to obtain our freedom that we so rightfully had deserved. But in order for us to get our freedom, we had to enlist help from across the aisle. We're still 13% of the population, Will.
Bro, again, listen.
It takes time.
Yeah, but look, no, it don't take time. It takes
It took
action.
400 years.
No,
Everybody knew that slavery was bad. Everybody was against it. It took 400 years for us to get it together with.
It didn't take. Okay. It don't take time. It takes action. True or false?
Okay. True. It takes action, but it also takes resources to implement those actions.
Seb, just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not arguing and saying none of these roadblocks didn't exist. I'm the one that brought up redlining. I understand that there was hangups. I said, in spite of the hangups, you still must perform. I know we've been through slavery. In spite of going through slavery, we still must perform. We don't get to have the excuses of slavery, redlining, hiked interest rates, predatory lending. We don't get to racism, Jim Crow. We don't get to use all of those excuses and say this is why we don't have, because other people still had in spite of.
Yes, but the percentage of people then and the percentage of people now is way different. So
it's going to be different because the redlining doesn't exist anymore. The predatory loans aren't like they were back then. The income levels have drastically increased. So
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question that we can look up. What percentage of white families own a home today?
I don't know. Say, can you look that up?
I don't know either. I want to know the answer to this question, and then and of course the other side of it. What percentage of black people own homes today?
And I got a third question to add on top of that. What percentage of people can own a home? Not like in their financial circumstances, but can.
What do you mean? Well, 100% of people can own a home. That's not a problem. But financial circumstances matter because there's generational wealth. There's a lot of people who can buy homes. They can afford to buy homes now.
72%
of what? White households?
Yeah.
Let me help my brother out real quick. Let me help my brother out real quick. How do I reset this?
So you said it was 72% of white households that own a home?
Correct.
Okay, what about black households? What's the percentage?
Quarter 2, 2025, home ownership ranked black African America alone households is 43.9%.
43.9%. So black America's at 43.9% now. What was it in 19? What year was that? What was it? 2000 and what was the year? Will 2000 and something? You said.
I was doing.
You was looking up houses and you were saying it was cheap.
One of the houses was 2000 in Memphis, Tennessee.
We were in like the 30%. I remember we were
30%. So we've increased over 15% in the past 20 years. Now we can say black home ownership was at zero at one point. At what point in America was white ownership at zero? Never.
But here's what you're doing.
White home ownership was never at zero. But
here's what you're doing, Seth, you're comparing.
Uh-huh.
We're not. Why,
Yeah.
why are we comparing?
Because that's what the whole debate was basically about, is what was holding
No,
up people
we was
from buying
never
homes.
comparing. No, we was never comparing black people to white people. I was talking about inaction.
Yes, the inaction has changed. What I'm saying is not the same as it
Yeah,
used
but
to
I'm
be.
speaking about it then. I'm not saying it didn't change. I'm saying then the
Right.
inaction is what had us in the position we were in.
But then there was redlining. Then there
Right.
was oppression. Then there was a lot of things that kept us from
But
physically being
but we
able to buy
still
it.
but we still bought homes. Black people still bought homes. Black people still had businesses, brick and mortar businesses. They didn't own the buildings necessarily, and some of them did own the buildings. White people did business with us. You think it was black realtors selling black businesses to new entrepreneurs? No, white people were selling buildings to black people to run their businesses.
Yes, but
Listen what I'm
what
saying.
reasons were they? But look, if you look at the reasons for why those particular homes and those particular businesses were sold to black people, usually you'll uncover that it was a nefarious reason on the outside of it. Nobody that was white wanted to buy those houses. Nobody that
That's
was white
fine.
wanted to buy those buildings.
Listen, that's
they sold us the
fine.
scraps.
That's fine. We had to live there anyway. Why not own it?
Okay. So
See,
I'm
look,
not against
I'm
that,
not.
but that's
Okay,
what
but
happened
that's
at
what.
that time.
No, but
Those
that's what the
people did own
argument
them.
is.
Wait, no. Let me address what you just said. Those people who could own them did own them, but the
You
percentage
don't
of
know. No,
available
don't
house.
do that. No, don't do that.
No, I'm serious.
No,
We were
no.
way more driven during the time of Black Wall Street and shit. We were way more driven than we were the past 20 years to be
No,
able
don't.
to own our own shit. So I
Listen,
know that they had the will. They had more of a
no.
will back then than we have now.
Cool, but don't say the people who could own as if it's 100% of people who had the means did it. Don't
It's
say that.
never 100%. But see, that's the reason I brought up those two questions about the percentages and comparing them to white people, because
But you
if we
don't
compare,
need
we
to
can just do
compare
all
the
humans. We don't have to make it a black and white thing. We can just do all humans. No human race, no group of people have 100% of people that own homes. It's not there. It's not possible.
right.
Everybody
But
in the world, you're gonna have workers, Will, and you're gonna have moochers. You're gonna
right.
have hardworking, thoughtful people that's usually around the same thing as
Hold on. Let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
What group
Okay.
of people do you what group of people do you think I'm focused on?
I would say all people, but if you want to go black people.
No. Let's tighten the reins a little bit. We're talking about only black people. All right.
Okay, only
Then
black people.
Of black people, you have people who financially cannot afford homes.
Okay.
All the way up to people who financially could afford homes.
Okay. Cool.
You had people who did not own homes, and you had people who did own homes.
Correct.
I'm talking about the group of people who could afford it that did not even attempt. You don't think those people existed?
No, yes. Hold on, wait. What percentage of all black people fit in that category is my question to you, Will.
I don't know.
But that is what the semantics that we're arguing back and forth.
No,
is the capability of
here's the
being
thing.
able to do it.
See, what I did earlier was I said, let's start with the median and go above the median, right? The people above the median could afford homes, whether they could or not. I'm just saying the median is 50%. The people above 50% can afford homes. Said like 38% of people own homes. So I said the 12% of people didn't own homes. The 12% of people above the median did not own homes. That's the group of people. That's the group of people. Now that may be a
very small percentage.
No, it's not a very small percentage. It's a huge percentage. Because if we're talking about 12% of our people owning homes, what did that do drastically for us as a people group? That a paradigm shift can happen.
12% of people didn't own homes. 12% of people were able to own homes, but they didn't.
Right. So those 12% people, imagine that many more homes being in the black community, being owned by black people. That's a drastic increase in net worth. Overall wealth for the black community.
Now hold on, Will. We covered people who could afford to buy homes, right? We just did that, right?
Okay.
Hold on. You breaking up. Hold on, time out. We just covered the people who could afford to buy homes, but they didn't buy homes, right? Now factor in the people who could afford to buy homes but didn't own homes because of the racial issues. Because you have to take that into account. So let's say it's
No,
12 people, it's 12% of people who could afford to buy homes. But even though they could afford to buy them, we've proven the fact of even though they could afford to buy them, they weren't being sold homes.
no, you can't do that because these are the
Why?
people because they will buy the homes in the redlining areas.
That's
It's not
that's
like,
just that's just addressing redlining. We
right, but
said
that's
we
all
said throw red when you said throw redlining out, I put
no,
like four different
I didn't
comments.
say throw redlining out. I said in spite of redlining,
In
did you
spite of
buy
redlining, right,
it?
right. In
In the
spite of redlining,
redlining?
okay, hold on, wait. In spite of redlining, I listed like four different other reasons outside of redlining why black people couldn't get a home. I listed them out in the chat.
Okay, I didn't
So
see that.
so where do those where I mean, okay, so one instance was simply the banks would not give them a loan.
And I'm not talking. Listen. Maybe you missed
Not
what I was saying.
redlining, not because of redlining, but
Hold on, Seth. Maybe you missed what I said. I
okay,
don't care about the people who tried and failed. Kudos to
okay.
them. I'm talking about the people who didn't even try. Those are the people I'm talking about. I'm not talking about all black people. I'm talking
Right, but
about the people who
the
could buy a home.
percentage is so small of people who did. Let me get it back.
I
Give me.
don't care. Listen, I
The
don't care.
percentage of people is so small. Will is insignificant.
No. Here's what. No, it's not insignificant. Because if 5% more of black people was to own homes, would that be significant for us? Yes or no?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so let's not talk about how small the percentages are, because 5% is considered a small percentage. But if 5% more black people own homes, the black net worth goes up.
Yes, it does.
But because they didn't do it, and we can't say that every single people who didn't do it was a reason because of redlining or predatory loans. We can't act like
Those are some of the
everybody
reasons.
didn't do it because something was standing in their way.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people just didn't even try.
Okay.
I'm making it seem like everybody who had the means tried.
Okay. I mean, I get where you're coming from, Will. You know, and that is your game usually. Is hey, look, if there's a
Y'all making
chance,
an argument. Hold on, no, listen. Y'all
there's a chance. It's a will is a way.
No, y'all didn't listen to my claim. Y'all making an argument about stuff that I'm not denying. I never said that predatory loans didn't exist. I said in spite of predatory loans, did you buy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do it.
You're picking.
No.
I feel you will.
Yeah, bro. It don't matter. Circumstances it gets in the way for everybody in all things.
I agree.
In spite of that, you still have to push through, persevere.
I feel that. I feel that. I
So
feel
why
that.
are
I
we
think
promoting
everybody's
that?
basically
Why do we
saying
keep?
easier said than done, and
I
I
don't
think
care.
that's what it's
I
coming
don't care about easier said than done. I don't care
out.
how hard it is. Do we
Uh-huh.
still try in spite of how difficult it is?
I think we do now, but I think
Yeah,
it took a lot of erasing of learned helplessness. A lot of more successful examples. It's just like people being a good husband. It takes a while before you can learn what a good husband is if you never had the
Okay,
example.
so hold us accountable for not doing it. We can't just be like, oh, keep excusing why we didn't do it. If you're not a good husband or a good father, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your kids turn out bad. Do you just say, well, he didn't know? Well, it don't matter. Did he try to find out?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can feel that.
Do we hold us accountable for anything that's happening in our lives, or do we always point the finger?
So now let me ask you a question about this. So how do you learn how to be a good father?
You go seek help from other men. You trial and error. You just try things, and some things work and some things don't work.
Okay.
And you might have you might be scatterbrained. You might not have any fresh ideas, and you like, I don't know what to do. You might be sitting in a space where you just stuck. You can't even think of nothing creative.
Now again, Will, in today's time, there is no excuse, and I would agree with you for that. There's no excuse in today's time, but we can't act like the access of knowledge wasn't literally kept from us in those times.
No, because that's why I was trying to tell the Admiral dude that was up here. He was acting like things passed through our bloodline through slavery. I'm like, how come only the bad stuff passed down? None of the good stuff passed down.
Oh,
we got a lot of good
I
things
told you
that
because
passed
the
down.
stories share. That's
Huh?
why it's passing down the negative stories. TV always shows us as positions of victims. They never show us as victors or
Yes,
always.
examples mean a lot, Will. Examples mean a lot.
No, but what I'm
Actual
saying
visual
is
examples mean a whole lot.
before TV even was a thing, if stories was passed through slavery, are we passing the bad stories to our people through slavery and none of the good stuff?
Yeah.
No, I think that's the opposite, Will. I think we passed good things down from slavery. I think that's something that we did, but I think that the public media did a very good job and a hard job. Well, not that hard, but a very good job of perpetuating the negative stereotypes in order to brainwash our people.
But I'm not talking about. Look, at the end of the day,
and the government had control of the media at the time. It wasn't a free will media, so there's a lot of oppression that was there.
At the end of the day, do we keep saying this, that, and the third, which is true? I'm not saying this stuff is not true. I'm not saying the oppression we faced as a people is not true. I'm not minimizing it at all.
And I'm only speaking on the people that you spoke of in the past. The current people have no excuse, and that was my statement to you.
But the current people
have no excuse.
But the current people are saying they have an excuse. They're still blaming slavery.
Yeah, I agree with you that there is no excuse currently.
Well, I kind of agree with you guys because, like I said on the panel, you can walk and chew gum, but you can't have an expectation to be even in a race if you started way in the back. We have to look at our improvement. We need to look at where we started to where we have improved and keep improving on that. But I don't know if we can say we can't use things as an excuse because there's a reason why affirmative action and DEI and things are in place because unfortunately there are still things floating around in our system that get in our way.
I'm not gonna lie. I almost completely disagree with you on that. As of today, as of 2025, today, yeah, I don't see anything really stopping Black people.
And why do we need DEI? Or
we don't, which we don't really need it, which is why it was done away with as of this current presidential term.
Yeah, but it was done away by white folks, right?
Black so was the Emancipation Proclamation and everything that freed us. So what? What's your point to that?
I don't think that.
How is it not? The legislation is overwhelmingly being controlled by white people. We're only 13% of the population, bro. Our vote matters, but it doesn't matter to the extent that we can overturn every other part of the population. It doesn't. We still have to vote. We still have to pick our elected officials, the overwhelming majority of which are white.
Now, we don't
have to reach across the aisle.
We don't need to vote.
We don't need whose vote?
We don't need to vote.
We don't need to vote? That's what you feel like?
No, we don't. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know that Asian people and Jewish people, they're not busy voting. You know why? Because they control money, and then they're the lobbyists.
Lobby. Yeah, they lobby. Yeah, that's definitely a tactic.
That's what we've been doing is praying and hoping and voting. It never gets us anywhere because we don't understand economics.
If the only thing that you do is vote and you expect change, no. But is voting a part of it, and it can increase your chances? Yes.
So the politicians
now here's my thing.
Do what they say they're going to do.
Are you talking on a local level, state level, or federal?
I think that voting is only important on the state level.
Okay, but you just admitted to the point that you just rejected of yourself that voting is important.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Seth.
No, I didn't.
How long you been living in Georgia?
Who, me?
Yeah.
A little over 11 years at this point.
Okay. And you vote on a state and local level?
Yes.
Have you ever seen any of the politicians run on something from the state and local level? You voted for them. They got in office and they did what they said they was going to do?
Yeah, District 6.
What they do?
Andre, what's his name?
Harrell? Not Harrell.
No.
Andre Dickens? Dickens?
Yeah, Dickens.
What about him?
Like he actually said he wanted to help out with the elderly and the kids, and he actually put effort to do so.
Okay. Anything else?
That's just the point that I can just point to directly.
Yeah, I know. And just anything else?
I'd have to look it up.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't have to because...
No. I have to look it up.
Well, hold on. Hear me out.
I want to be accurate.
I know you do.
And I'm not a politician or a political science major. I majored in biology. Different.
Well, I mean, most people who are voting are not political science majors.
Yeah, most people that vote aren't really well versed on what they're voting for either. And
Right.
I understand that. Now there are some laws that I voted for
But
that
what
were
I'm saying,
instituted
listen,
that
hear
I
me out.
definitely like.
There's mayors, there's governors, there's senators, there's
Mhm.
congresspeople,
DAs.
there's city council, there's
Mhm.
sheriffs. Like all these people are elected officials.
Mhm.
And are we saying that we don't know anything that they ran for and that they did?
Yeah, see, what the thing about it is that I'm cautious with my words. I don't want to misspeak, and I don't want to say things
I
that aren't
understand that.
true.
I understand that,
So
but
now
it
we
should
can
be
look up some things together, and that will be perfectly acceptable. What things,
no, because
what
we
laws
we
were
could
recently
no
passed in the
we
past
gotta
5 years or so?
know. No, we would have to know what they ran on, got elected, and then brought it to fruition.
Are the officials the only thing we vote on? Because I just brought up laws. We vote on laws too. There's not just elected
Yeah,
officials.
but we're
There's
not.
laws. There's
But
elected
hold on,
officials. There's a
no.
bunch of
But we're
things that we
talking
vote on.
about, but voting on a law is different than voting on a politician, right?
Voting is voting. He said we shouldn't vote. That's
Right.
all I'm addressing. He said
Who,
we
who,
shouldn't
who
vote.
said we shouldn't vote?
He said
You
we don't
said
have to vote.
That's not what I said.
don't have to. Oh, excuse me, don't have to vote. That's what you said.
That's what I said.
I thought you said we shouldn't be voting, but I might
I
have
don't think
misheard you.
that we get caught up in as black people is we think voting's so important, and those other groups that make up less than the population than us, they're
Mhm.
smart. They understand that the economics is the way to control things. Because see, when you can tap into the legislative branch, that's the most important branch that you need to deal with, because those are the people who actually write the laws.
But hold on, Sad. You know what else is important that people don't understand? When you're home ownership. See, when you own a home, your tax dollars go to certain things.
Correct.
You are more invested in what is happening in that region of your city when you own a home. When you're just renting, people don't care. And because we don't own, they don't, bro. Okay, what funds the schools?
Tax.
Property taxes.
Property taxes. Why are all the schools in predominantly black areas bad?
Property taxes. I get it.
The
Well,
values of the homes are low.
No, but the property taxes, no, not here in Atlanta. Some of these values are high as hell, and the schools are still bad. Southwest Atlanta got crazy $1 million homes, and the schools are terrible.
Why is that?
A lot of people. You got older people. You don't got young people over there. You got old people over there. You got apartments over there. It's not a ton of apartments over there, but you got apartments over there. You got old people over there, and then you got people who are just not well informed and don't really care about it. So, but if you had people who understood home ownership a little bit better, people who were buying houses and doing things to increase the property values of their houses, when they start looking at roles and they're going to be here for a long time and them roles start being problems, they're going to vote for specific politicians who's going to come clean up their city. I own a property in Southwest Atlanta. I hate it. I hated the fact that you can go into certain areas and like, what the hell? This look like Beirut over here. And then there's other parts of it just look like paradise. The mayor lived a couple of blocks from me. I think the mayor lived like 10 blocks from me. What was her name? Keisha Lance Bottoms?
What are you talking about? The homes or the schools?
No, I was just saying the schools are bad, right? So that usually is indicative of the community. When the schools are bad, everything goes to the wayside. So you got the property values. I mean, the property taxes fund the schools. When the schools are properly funded, kids get educated well, the neighborhood, everything goes up. The values of the homes go up because people want to be in these areas, because people want to be where there's good schools. People with money don't chase rich white neighborhoods like people think. They chase areas that have great schools. Black people don't prioritize putting stuff into the schools, not even the politicians. Or if
Now,
the
when you
politicians
say stuff like black people, see this now. This I'm gonna say something, Will. When you say stuff like black people, bro, when you say black people don't, that's a generalization, right?
Yes, it's a generalization.
If it's a generalization, that means that the majority of people would do it. Correct? If you're saying black people, you're saying the general. We just went over the percentages. It's not that high.
What's not that high?
The amount of people that aren't doing certain things that you're talking about. We said that it's over. What is like 48% home ownership now? What'd you say it was? Said.
Yeah, but they're old people though. They're old people. These are old people, and then these are investor people. People like the average Joe black person is not trying to buy a house.
Well, at least 40-something% of them are.
Old people, man.
I
You
mean,
got to keep in mind what the percentage.
Okay.
I wanted the demographic to show the percentage of people 60 plus in the black community that own. I would say the percentage of people 55
let's do
plus.
that.
I think
Let's look
55.
that
I
up.
think the majority of the people that own homes in the black community, I would have to say they're 50 to 55 plus.
What is the age? What am I say? The average black homeowner?
The age, yeah.
Okay, let's see. The age currently 48. So you're
Close. I said
with that
50,
one.
55 plus. You know how crazy that
48
is?
the average.
Yeah. How close was that to the number I said? I said 50 to 55 plus. Did I not say that, Said?
Yeah.
So when you got people waiting to 48 years old pretty much to buy their first house, bro, they're not invested in the community.
So I got something, but it says and this is from 2023. First time home buyers age from 24 to 32. 70% of home buyers in this group being first time.
Yeah, but the problem with that Said is when those young people buy that house, they're not even in that house more than 5 years before they're gone.
Black millennials approaching age 40, their home ownership rate is about 10% points lower than Black Gen X.
The Black millennials home ownership is 10%.
It's about 10% lower than my generation.
Yeah, that's the housing market. That's the housing market crash, though. We can attribute that. We can attribute that for most people.
No, you can't do that because you're assuming that everybody had housing, they lost them. That was a great
No. I'm just saying the housing market went through a fluctuation. So because of that, and it was a major one. So because of that, I can accept a 10% deviation.
No, it should have been a 10% increase then. Do you know how cheap houses were during the recession?
Yeah, a lot of people lost their jobs and shit, bro. They couldn't afford it.
No, Seth. No, see, y'all keep looking at the negative. A lot of people lost their jobs. Majority of people still had their jobs. Are you saying majority of people lost their jobs?
I wouldn't say majority.
We're talking about in 08?
Okay, let's try that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
no, people didn't lose their job. It was the issues with the interest on the homes that people were getting put into those homes with those bad loans with the jumbo.
No, that wasn't bad loans. Said it was stated loans. Yeah. People was getting in houses they should never been in, but they was banking on those houses.
But when those interest only loans went up, couldn't afford
it was interest only loans. It was people getting houses on stated income. They wasn't verifying his income. You told them, "Hey, I make this," and people was signing paper, I give you the loan. Right, their documentation was crazy. Now think about this, Said. In Atlanta, right now, there was houses. Now I got screwed. Let me tell you why I got screwed. Because I was one of those early, I don't want to say early adopters, but one of those early people before their time. Like you said, how many people bought houses at 21? Well, if I didn't buy my house at 21, I wouldn't have been impacted by the recession. Because when the recession happened, I lost my house. I gave my house up. I was like, look, bump this. I don't live in Minneapolis anymore. I live in Georgia. The house is up there. I'm done with this house. I'm about to let this house go. So, because I bought the house at $164,000. The bank was going to take a short sale for $59,000. I couldn't even sell the house. The house was only valued at $59,000. I would have to come up with almost $100,000 just to get out of the house. So
I ain't gonna lie, bro. If you go look at this at the impact and the key points of the impacts of the housing market crash on jobs in the Black community, yeah, it was significant, bro.
No, it don't matter though. You still people still had jobs though. You talking like
they said they had jobs. They lost wages. Their amount of wages went down.
Nobody's wages went down.
Yeah, no,
nobody's wages went down.
Yeah, that's not true, Will. You can look that up.
Hey, Will,
you can look that up if you want.
Will, you know what I think you should do is revisit this topic. I think it'd be a great live to have a part 2. I think we should have Decept on there and probably try to be careful of having some other people on there to be disruptive, because I think it would have been good, but it just got disruptive with. I mean, he took over, and he kind of calmed down a little bit towards the end, but he kind of took over your whole platform because there were a couple of things I would have loved to address with Willie, on the things of slavery and stuff that we never got to talk about.
Absolutely, and notice I'm letting people talk over here. You know, contrary to what people believe, I don't let people talk. I'm letting people talk over here. I'm like, I want to hear what people have to say. I want to have good conversations. I don't want to dominate and tell people it ain't the Will show over here. Like, only reason why I silenced him and ended up dropping him because he started getting disrespectful.
Right.
That's real. Hey, man, I love y'all guys. I know y'all stay on for a couple more minutes, man. I love y'all guys. I'm about to go ahead and my beautiful lady is made me some food, and I greatly appreciate her. I need to give her some time. I appreciate you.
Before you go, hold on. Before you go, give me like 30 more seconds of your time, sir. I am Mr. Moore Writer. I'm right.
Except tonight.
Good night.
Have a good night, bro.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think this was solid, bro. Like I said, just that little small hiccup, and he tried to have patience with the brother, but
yeah, I mean, I'm going to continue having patience with him and whoever else come up, even if they're disruptive, until they get disrespectful.
I think because this is the first time I've heard Willie. He's obviously really strong on his rhetoric. So I think when it was initially you, him, and the other brother, because Ethereal wasn't saying much, I think that's why he was a bit more worked up. I don't know if you noticed when I came on, speaking and stuff a little bit, he seemed to kind of start leveling out because I think he started seeing there were other people that may agree with certain points of view. Then I think he kind of started chilling a little bit.
Yeah, but the problem is that people aren't listening. Like I was telling Decepticon, I was like, bro, I'm not saying these issues are not there. I'm not sitting there saying that pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm not doing that. I'm saying there's people who didn't even try. My focus is the people who didn't even try. And yes, learned helplessness is a thing. And maybe they just gave up. But we have to acknowledge they gave up. We can't keep saying, oh, it's because of the redlining. Oh, it's because of the predatory lending. Yes, that stuff existed. But in spite of, we are people who are supposed to persevere. Why do we keep getting defeated? Why do we keep accepting defeat and then finding a scapegoat? Well, here's the reason why we couldn't do it. It's like, dude, what does that do for your bloodline? You get to tell your bloodline, I would have tried, but I couldn't.
Is this still live or you stopped it?
Oh no, it's still live. I'm about to wrap it in about 2 minutes. Now, here's the last thing I'll say to it. Said, how many of us think like when the camera's not rolling, right? When we're not on live trying to be politically correct. Mm-hmm. How many of us say what our mom, dads, and grandparents should have did? Man, if I was them, I would have X. If I was them, I would have Y. If I was them, I would have Z. You know how easy it was to da 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 da. You know how blah 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 blah.
Oh, we say that all the time. But we're looking at it. I mean, from 30, 40, whatever years later. So hindsight, if we had hindsight, we could change any and everything. But I value what my parents, because I'm certain that it was much more difficult what my mother and father went through than what I had to go through. I mean, they paved the way. I couldn't imagine going. Think of this, man. My mom and dad grew up in the South, in the heart of the civil rights, in the 1940s, 50s. I mean, my dad told me, because my dad never talked about like racism a whole lot, and I asked him about this not too long ago, and he was like, well, he was able to dodge a lot of it from being in the military, and then being stationed. I know he was stationed in Alaska. Then we went overseas. So, he missed a lot of that stuff in the South due to the military. So,
yeah. So, I mean, that was a way out for a lot of people, even though they had to deal with issues in the military too. But there was one more point I was about to make. Well, it don't even matter. But look, man, yeah, this was good. It was good moments and bad moments. It started off real slow. We couldn't get the people in here because the topic was about leadership and marriage. It wasn't about what we were talking about.
Yeah, I didn't even know that you were on. I forgot. I think I clicked on your IG and saw you guys live. And I'm like, man, Will didn't even send me the thing and tell me that y'all was gonna be on YouTube.
Oh, I thought you knew. My
Mhm.
bad. Yeah, we do Tuesdays at 8 p.m.
Okay.
It's supposed to be done at 10 p.m., but here it is. We about to hit 1 a.m. This was just rare. So many people started joining, so I was just like, all right, we'll just keep it rolling. But we are 4 hours and 53 minutes in. I had no desire to be on here that long.
Yeah, it was a good show. Like I said,
I ain't even eat dinner.
Wow, yeah. The chat started, filling up and stuff, and I'm like, okay, let me get on here.
Yeah, I appreciate the people coming through. For those of y'all that rocked out with us, for those of y'all that's still here, appreciate y'all. Some people hit the like button, so that's all we can ask for. Can't ask for too much. In the future, we're probably gonna get a little bit more losers coming up in here. So looking forward to.
Yeah, when you hit the like button, what it does in people's feed is your live will and anything that you post will start popping up more in everybody's personal feed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never know what the like button do, but I just be like, all right, well, all the YouTubers say hit the like button, share and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell. So maybe I'll start saying that stuff too at some point. But bro, I don't like hosting. I tell you, but I do not.
It's a lot you have to pay attention to.
Yeah, and I don't like paying attention.
People trying to come in if you want to post, because I think one of the most important things, because when COVID was going on, Tim, you've been on with Tim before. We had our thing on YouTube. We had a YouTube thing, and we were on Facebook and here, and I mean, we would get routinely 20-something people or whatever. And I noticed one thing that people really liked is you really being more interactive with the followers. Because if someone's going to give you, I think, 2 or 3 hours of their time, it's good to know, man, if I ask Will a question or whatever, unless it's something, stupid, Will's going to post it, and then the people on the panel can address my question. So it makes it not just, okay, we're just listening to these guys go back and forth. They feel more involved. So
yeah, and I'll get somebody to help me moderate it sometime, because the problem is if I go in the comments and I try to pay attention to them, I lose track of what's being said on the panel. I don't know what y'all talking about. And I'm like, okay, now I got to be quiet for a little bit to try to catch up. And now I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. So that's why I stay engaged with the conversation. It would be better if I had somebody else that can pay attention to the
Yeah, I mean, if you want to bring me in more and you want me to moderate, I can do that. Like I said, I'm real familiar with StreamYard.
Yeah,
This is
for
one of the
sure, man.
things that I used to.
We'll make it happen. I was about to reach out to you. Said, man, we need to probably do a couple topics, because at least the decorum will be intact.
Yeah.
Decorum will be intact. We can articulate ourselves fairly well, and we enunciate. A lot of people. What'd you say?
Have your set topics, and then say, okay, for this topic, we're only going to spend this amount of time or whatever,
Right.
and then you just
Stop trying to make me do a production, bro. I ain't there yet. I'm still winging it.
You may have to mute people.
Oh no, it's just I just gotta take a little bit of time, and like on if my show's on Tuesday, on like Thursday or Friday, start prepping for. I can't be prepping Monday night or Tuesday morning.
Yeah, prep your questions and then advertise on IG and any other platform you have that your show's going to be on Tuesdays at a certain time, and you just have to stick to it, and you'll be good.
We'll get there. So we got a day and time, and then but I'm gonna try to keep it to 2 hours. I don't want to have a 4 or 5 hour live stream. If I do, then we'll graduate to that. But that's why I do 8 p.m. Eastern, because it's like we can be done by 10. Cats like my man JR, he be starting like they probably still live right now, but they be starting at like 10 p.m.
Yeah, that in 2 hours, I think most people are going to tap out after 2 hours. Even the people I think on the panel, it's kind of hard to stay engaged. I mean, sitting here for 2 hours and just going back and forth, that's a bit much.
Yeah, the only bad thing about it is the last thing I'll say, and I'll wrap it up. The bad thing about the 2 hours, though, is sometimes it takes 30 minutes for it to start getting some traction. Then you by the time you start talking, you're like, damn, like today I looked up, I was like, damn, I got 5 minutes before I need to end the stream. And
or you can, like, if you say you're going to start it, at 8 your time, then to go, okay, for the first 15 minutes, it kind of be more intro, letting people get in there kind of more free flowing before you then get the topic coming. And then you can have, if you're moderating or someone else moderate, then start getting, okay, we're going to start and all that. That way people are already in.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But I'm gonna keep it at Tuesdays at 8 p.m. and I'm planning on being done by 10 p.m. And the thing about it is, if people don't come, they don't come, and we wrapping at 10.
Now he shouldn't do it on Mondays because football season's getting ready to start, and he's going to then be competing with Monday Night Football.
I definitely ain't competing with Monday Night Football. But you know what though? People don't even watch, like, people so addicted to YouTube, man. They YouTube is people's new entertainment.
Yeah, shit.
But
wait till football.
Hey,
I'm having my fantasy football draft coming up, man. That's one thing, like, bro. People like, hey, we doing the draft this year? Football is king in America.
It is king, but you know how we do it over here with the pallbearer. For those of you out there getting the results that you want, keep doing your thing. I'm rooting for you. I got your back. But for those of you out there that's losing, do us all a favor. Keep losing. And we out this piece. All right, brother said. I'll holler at you, my G.